Okay, I think we're streaming. And of course, we'll tether ourselves here. Yeah. There we are. Start the call. There we are.
Hey,
Excellent. Can you hear me?
yes, I'm going to start adding as many people as I can.
Okay, that's fine. That should be fine. And let's do that. I'll go mute for a few minutes while I try and resettle myself here, and we can, get started. I'll count on you to just basically hold the stage. Put
No
out a lot
doubt,
of
no doubt.
put out a lot of verbal signals, talk, of course, and burn
Will do.
bandwidth. Okay.
All right, folks. It is, of course, you guys know, March 23rd to 2022. Um, and I've become indifferent to what's going on in Ukraine, because it's like this, where is everyone when, I remember what happened to Haiti, and, I was just thinking, yeah, when white people die, we all start to cry and, get all emotional. Fuck that shit. I've reached a point where I'm just indifferent about it. It's it, it's really at a point where it's just rubbed in our faces too often, and that's what I think annoys me. Meanwhile, here in America, we have a Supreme Court justice candidate who's being questioned high and dry because they're horrified of the idea of having a black female justice. So, honestly speaking, I gotta say this, and this is just me. This does in no shape and form represents Douglas, but I want to see what Michael Aquino had set forth come to fruition, which is more or less the eradication of the white race. It's just at a point where, you know what? Let all races die. Honestly speaking, I mean, why just restrict it to one toxic race? Yeah, we might as well just go the whole nine. I honestly have grown sick of this, sort of how do I say, this sort of shit show. Human beings will be human beings, and this is a shout out to those of you who are good human beings, and you know who you are. You are exceptions to the rule, and do note that I treasure good human beings irrespective of color, race, gender, or whether they're LGBTQ plus, quotes badge plus, whatever, But honestly, this human experience has caused me to look even deeper inside and start working even more feverishly on my sort of clepothic practices. Now, it does seem like I have been unable to get anyone on, and
Jesus.
this is freaking concerning. I've gone go around again. It literally is. This is just bizarre. Let me try this again from scratch.
Yes.
I know you can add multiple people at once.
Don't forget
I'm
all
just
the other candidates that we don't usually grab. Brandon Young, he would have more of an opportunity to talk this time if it's just him. That
yes,
sort of
yes,
thing.
yes, without a doubt. It's
No.
just everyone's unavailable. It's one of those days, It's I'm literally producing from the bed right now.
Well, I'm just curious if you sent me a message about an ultimatum from your parents. Is that something we can discuss on air to a degree?
It's resolved, honestly speaking.
I was about to
More,
say that was the stupidest threat they've ever given you yet.
well,
Uh,
the thing is,
you're
it doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like my mom seriously doesn't want to be here in New York anymore. It's just not convenient.
Oh, well, it's just
And
crazy. I mean, if she thinks New York is inconvenient, wait till she finds out what it would be like in North fucking Carolina or
no,
whatever they were
no. Well, she
fantasizing
wants to
about
go to
moving.
Virginia.
Okay, Virginia. Yeah, whatever crazy
And
semi-sovereign state that they were
I
thinking of relocating to.
it's horrific
It,
down there.
yeah, it
I
would all
don't
be
want to be there.
semi-rural, and it would all be like, it's just crazy. That was the most
I
crazy
mean,
thing I've ever heard.
I mean, what am I gonna do? Like fucking walk 5 miles just to tip over cows all day? What the
Yeah, I mean,
fuck is
beyond
there
that,
to
it's
do?
just, yeah, beyond that, it was first off, your dad's at the end of his life. He's at the end of his life arc, and he's not going to be, just the move alone will fucking kill him. I mean, he's just this side of Derek Talley pretending what Derek Talley was pretending to be, just this side of dialysis. So the idea.
My father's condition is so far what I grasp of it is what is it? Transverse myelitis. So this is more or less the deterioration, the demyelinization of the axion sheaths occurring within the spinal area. So who knows? You are probably
Well,
right.
he's decrepit. Let's put it that way. He's not
Yeah,
somebody who's
yeah.
moving around. You're
He
providing
can't.
care
He
for
can't.
him.
Yeah, he literally can't move.
Yeah. So,
He can only move his left arm. That's it. That's
so-
the extent of his capacity to move. His muscles lock up on their own, and he has these spasms, which are probably resulting of epilepsy. But yeah,
But
it's
there you have that. The point is, he's in no shape to be moving and establishing a new life towards the end of this one. It's beyond preposterous. So, very
it's
bizarre.
just
And
the amount my mother would want to keep this house is something I would have to find a job to be able to hold down. And, the only job I can think of that would be able to pay the rent would be if I were to go into Manhattan and decide to be a stripper,
yes,
which I,
that's right.
which I probably could do. I
Yes,
mean,
yes, you could do that. That's doable.
I just gotta start working out instead of just, being this sort of, because I'm getting a little bit, we'll say that the abs aren't as defined as they are anymore.
Yes, yes. But there we have that. So I'm going to have you again take the stage and
All
hold it
right.
with all your bitching and griping, and you're welcome, of
Well, the
course.
good thing is we have Brandon Young and we have James Forsyth. So,
Excellent, excellent. Two gentlemen, and not that the other people aren't gentlemen or gentlewomen, but at any rate, so Brandon Young and James Forsyth, you've both been properly introduced in the near past, correct? Am I wrong on that? Have you not? If
No,
so,
you're correct. You are correct.
okay, great. So
I've
both of
actually
you,
been introduced on a couple shows, so
wonderful, wonderful. So both of you, the stage is yours. I'm just gonna go mute and try to deal with resettling myself here into reality. And while I do that, just can't afford to have you people hearing me chew, for instance. I'm just trying to get some calories into myself desperately before the top of next hour. And I'll count on you gentlemen to catch everybody up on the world and the way things are looking, and with your own lives. Share that, please. Let's start with Brandon, who didn't get an opportunity to talk last time.
Oh, hey, yeah, hey guys, how you doing?
Fine, much the better for your being here.
Thank
So,
you so much for having. Good to hear your voice, Douglas. It
yeah,
really is, and
thank you.
and Jameson, you'll get over the struggle. As a young man, these are things you go through, and we're here for you.
Yeah,
And
thank you
hello
very
to
much.
James over there, Forsyth.
Yes, yes. Who as an old man is going through all kinds of struggle. Yes. So let me go mute on that. And of course, all young men hate the world and hate everybody and want to destroy everything. So
well,
there you
that's more a product of my own lack of self or personality than most young men.
Well, there you go. I mean,
You think it is?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Wonderful. Some self-analysis there. Delightful. And so let me retreat into the gentle silence for several minutes, and you gentlemen, I'm sure, can handle this. Brandon, get us started. Tell us what's been going on with everything at school and all that.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Hey guys, how's it going? I don't know. So I'll just start with my recollection of today. I refereed a basketball game, which was really interesting. To test my endurance, basically, is one sort of exercise. But it was really great. It's all these middle school kids, and it's not the regular basketball kids. It's sort of the people with disabilities, the kids with disabilities, the kids with developmental disabilities, delays, and so on. Something that they can participate in. The whole families came out in support of this. It's almost like I'm living in sort of like a Leave It to Beaver a paradise, in a sense, in this weird school district. But anyway, I got to do that, and that was great. And then, after that, and doing a whole school day of teaching, we're preparing for MCAS testing, which is standardized testing. I just came home and just started to relax, and that is my story. But it was a great game. It was really funny because one of the kids, he would get the ball and he would start shooting it at his own hoop. Like, no, you got to shoot it the other way, but it's not like a normal competitive basketball team, but it was really great. It was really fun. And, kind of like, James, and I used to be like you. I used to be very cynical, to put it mildly, about human nature and where we're going and what we're doing. And I still am in a lot of ways. But, it's little glimmers of hope. Not hope, even. Just little glimmers of joy that give me this kind of will to go on, let's say. That's it. That's all I have to say about that. That was just today. Other than that, I mean, I could talk about geopolitics. We could talk about the occult. We could talk about anything you want.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And James, yeah, let us know, fill us in on how your day's been going.
My day's been pretty full. I been working. I got a lawyer for that accident where I was hit by the truck. I was busy trying to get a hold of the police report today and sending information to my lawyer, and then also trying to set up some services as of the first, the coordination company I was with that gives me my services, my medical services, is no longer accepted by the insurance company. So there's a new company, and I've heard from nobody. I've been in limbo with my services the whole month. So I'm trying to get that taken care of and get transportation, which I did take care of today. And so, as I'm sure Douglas knows, it's almost like a full-time job taking care of your business with these agencies.
Yes.
So I'm a bit tired.
Understood. I mean, the amount of work that they have you do just to hold on to everything is just absurd. It literally becomes a full-time job in and of itself.
Well, by what I understand, these people that are in situations where they can't quite handle things as well as I can are really in bad situations. It's really gotten bad in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Well, we've been in a slow decline. Honestly, we've been propped up by confidence, a false sense of confidence, a false sense of security. But again, one of the first people who came on air and started telling us about how things are really just on a tenuous thread is Dietrich. He was the first time I heard someone who was really serious who seriously addressed what's going on and articulated it in a manner that wasn't they're gonna steal your guns. The government's gonna make you alien food. None of that bullshit. So yeah, this has been a decline for some time, and the fact that we have more elderly and senior people than young people is another issue that's going to, we're kind of facing the same crisis that China is going to be facing.
Well, we're not producing children. And with the way we're producing children, we're leading towards an extinction event.
Yes, that will come to pass. Well, to a degree, because there are those humans who are kept alive as food for the ghoul underground, and those are at that point, can you call them human anymore if they're just chattel? I mean, that begs the question. One wouldn't want to be born into those bodies, that's for sure. But outside of that, yeah, we're getting there. It's and that's, I guess, one of the very few things that keeps me optimistic. There are people who like the beginning of experiences. There are people who like the journey. There are people who like who like to be in the moment. And there are people who like to look to the future. And then there are another type of person like myself, people who like to see the end of things. So we'll see where that goes. Other than that, what else has been going on with you, James?
My life is pretty basic. I'm looking forward to some spring weather where I can get out because I've been homebound all winter. So that's a big event for me. Other than that, like Sammy said, looking for those little miracles in between all the chaos, at the little moments of peace, at the little moments of pleasure, joy, whatever the energies that feed our better half. I look forward to those, and I keep myself separated a lot from the world, and just because I can control my own environment, control my own energies, and I stay healthier that way. What else?
Yeah.
Handling these. I'm going to be busy all week handling these services I'm trying to get reestablished. So that's going to be a main point for this week until the weekend, for what I see. So I'm very much looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, and hopefully while you're going to work on these services, you'll be able to get some of that nice spring air. You'll be able to take in some of that nice spring energy, because it is starting to get a lot nicer these days, and that is something to look forward to. I mean, you've definitely got a good point. So
By the way, just dropping in for a second, I wanted to say thank you so much to Jameson. I put on the earbuds for just a second there, and I heard him say that I was certainly a threat to the powers that be, and I deeply appreciate that. By the way, want to say hello to everybody in the chat room. DatDude873210, who told us that the sound is loud and clear, could always use that information. And to CK, she provided 2 hearts, and wonderful shout out to you, dear lady. And as our man Jameson said, folks, hit them likes. That is important. I do want to remind everyone that the first thing that the enemy hits us with, and we do have an enemy. Our enemy is your enemy, an ancient enemy, and they manifest pervasively through our society, and especially through alternative media and the internet. So understand that the first thing they hit us with is the bots, and the bots put thumbs down that prevent us from aggregating on YouTube with enough popularity to appear on searches. So the only way to counteract that is to click as many upvotes as you can from different IP addresses. So whatever you've got, a tablet, a cell phone, a laptop, a PC, whichever's got a different IP address, hit it with a different upvote. And that's what puts us on searches and allows more people to learn about us. Thank you. And with that, we've got Vicki Johnson, provided some wonderful symbols of the basketball, the child, the sun. And shout out to her. Shout out to Sarah Thomas, who provided us multicolored hearts. What's with the multicolored hearts with everybody today? Interesting, because I will segue at the top of the hour into the Peter Moon and, of course, JOJO MIKOLA̵YK with a discussion, a brief, well, basically I'll go into a rant briefly about something that I avoided talking about on my last episode, which was, of course, the transgender swimmer. And at this point, I'll have to speak to that and what that brings to mind and why that shows us the immediacy of Ukraine. So that will hopefully put that into some perspective for everyone. So I do want to thank Daniel Arola, who is talking about there's going to be more half-white babies born in Texas within the decade. Obviously, he plans to be very active here. So
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Aside
Yes,
from
yes.
yeah.
Daniel is siring the new Mongol Empire.
Yeah, there we are. I take it that's some kind of announcement of an agenda or something. At any rate, we'll leave it at that. I can understand why he retracted his first message. And we're just kidding, Daniel. You're welcome to come on later, of course, as you often do. Oh, by the way, and I'll put this into the chat here because it just so reminds me of JMO. Here we are. So this is for everyone to see it. Hopefully Brandon is still with us along with James Forsyth. And there we are. See if you can link through that. And all I could think of was Jameson Reese when I saw that. So everybody review that, and we'd appreciate your input. And aside from that, Jameson will take it from there. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Oh, that is so funny. Oh gosh. Yeah, that is so not me. Oh my gosh, that is like the antithesis of me, Douglas. I would be looking at the woman. The problem is I wouldn't be able to say anything. I would just be and yeah, she is a very gorgeous woman on TikTok. So yeah, I would just be staring like, yeah, like I usually do. Yeah, at some point, some woman's bound to find that attractive and just deal with it. I guess. I mean, I can only hope. And this is one of the things I've been working on in therapy. Another thing has been articulating some of these paranormal experiences I've had as a child. And when I was speaking to my therapist, what he had said was that the reason why you can't see yourself, because I told him I can't see myself as other people see me. I don't know what they see when they see me. I don't have that capacity to do that. And he said that's because you don't have a sense of self. Now, the interesting thing about that is some of my earliest traumas deal with like being assaulted by ghosts when I was like about maybe 2 years old. And it was pitch black in the room. I was in the crib, and was I in a crib? Probably still was in a crib. I don't know why I'd be in a crib at that age, but I was. And this ghastly white hand just reaches out of nowhere, and it starts to grab me. And I find myself, tussling with whatever forces these things are, and there are these lights just popping up everywhere. And I'm screaming for help, and my mother and father are nowhere to be found through this ordeal, or not to my recollection. Maybe I don't recall, but what I do recall is just having gone through that night in a sort of traumatized state, and after that, the memory just disappears. And so there's a lot of gaps in my memory, which My therapist attributes to trauma, or sort of dissociative identity disorder. What makes my case so unique is the fact that usually with dissociative identity disorder, individuals have different personalities or alters that come out. In my case, there was no alter. There's just missing time. Um, an even more profound case was when I was 15 years old, and I was listening to this radio show that played techno throughout the night. And it was like a hard rock, alternative rock station back then. That back when radio was actually still back when you were still able to listen to radio. Because I don't know if any of you have turned on the radio recently. Most people don't even use the radios anymore, but the channels that exist now are just sludge, at least here in New York. But I was on the second floor of my house, and I recall I was in bed listening to this techno show. I was on the top bunk. Me and my brother shared a room, and he was sleeping in the bottom bunk. And so I have my headphones on, and I'm listening to my this big radio, and I'm just like enjoying some like cool electronic music. And this is around November. All right. So this is somewhere in the fall. I see a bright flash of light out of the right corner of my right eye. Next thing I know, I can't move my body, but I can only turn my head for some reason. I turn my head to the right, and what I see is three shadow figures in the room. Now, the room was not completely pitch black because I'm on the second floor, the street light outside illuminates through the blinds, and you can still see inside the room. You just wouldn't be able to see to the point where you would be able to read a book or anything. In fact, that street light had annoyed the shit out of me because it's so goddamn bright. I wish it wasn't there. But anyway, when I looked, when I turned my head and looked in my room, seated at my chair there was a black shadow figure in the shape of a man sitting down on the chair. There was another man to the right of him, and he was standing at a posture which in the military we call at ease. And in the corner of the room was this huge black mass. And this was in the shape of a human, but it was so large that it had to crouch down it couldn't stand fully erect in the room. That's how large this thing was. After that, my memory goes blank. I wake up. It's January. I'm sleeping on the bottom bunk. And I look outside. I get up from the bed. I'm like, okay, when the hell? I could have sworn that I was just on the top bunk. What just happened? So I wake my brother up and ask him when we switched bunks. And he told me that we had done this like 3 months ago or so. And I was like, what? I looked outside. It was snowing. And, it was really cold. And so I woke my sister and mother up and asked them what day it was. They were like, basically told me it's January. Why? What's going on? I'm like, I have no recollection of what happened before this moment. I have no freaking recollection. Last thing I remember, I was on the top bunk and I saw those things, and that was it. And the incredible thing is that they told me when I later spoke to my entire family about this, because I questioned all of them. My father was at work, of course. So because my father works nights. He used to work nights when he did work. So okay, he would have been home on the day when, the event occurred, but basically they told me that my behavior was more or less normal and that nothing was out of the ordinary. And so, while I had told this to my therapist, he said that sometimes people remember things differently when they've experienced something traumatic. I to this day can't grasp what happened. It's probably just a really bad experience with entities, but I would definitely like to hear from James and know if what your take on this might be.
Well, I don't know what could have been like a non-linear experience where it was maybe with a different part of your spirit, mind, uh, being this. I'm not sure because I've had these experiences also. So when it goes blank, I just think it's maybe an aspect which we cannot recall linearly in a linear manner, if that makes sense to you.
Yes. That does make sense. It's like
I mean,
it's
we're dealing with multi-dimensional, multi-shifting time, controlling, you know, beings and elves and mantises, it's the physics aren't the same. The dimension, everything's not. It doesn't equivalate to our world and reality in those manners. So I'm thinking also certain aspects of ourselves do not also. If that makes sense. If not, you know,
like another personality or something.
well, not necessarily personality. Personality is something that is dealt with in this realm, in this on the earth.
Okay.
The personality is, in my experience, totally transparent, where there is no personality, there is no ego, there is nothing where you're masking yourself. You're totally transparent to each other. Thoughts are clear to each other. There's telepathy. Nothing's hidden. Now, when you get into working with these beings in the different frequencies which they work through, we might not be working with our conscious mind in these layers, and it could even go, sub subconscious, if you know what if you understand what I mean, down into the
Yes.
deltas, and so I don't know. This as you were speaking, this came to me, so I spoke it.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I have had experiences with altered states since I was young, and it wasn't the result of drugs either. In fact, I didn't start actually using anything until I turned 21, which the first thing was alcohol. So,
I've
yeah,
I've I've done a lot of psychedelics and stuff, and I've never had an experience when I did.
interesting. I did have one experience that was induced by marijuana, but that was a rare moment where I went out of my body, and my friend and I were walking down the street. And next thing I know, I see myself from behind, and I see him from behind, and I'm like, "What the hell?" And then next thing I know, I'm back in my body. So, that these things do occur sometimes with substances, but they're not as intense as these experiences that I've had off the substances. That's or rather, I would say that what really drove me to the substances was to try to dull some of the stuff because it was getting too intense. It was reaching a point where it was difficult to sleep without, having something trying to pull me out of my body or something trying to, show me something or do something, and it was becoming so irritating that work was becoming impossible. So I had at that point started to drink alcohol to be able to fall asleep, and that's where this wicked addiction came in. And it's just, oftentimes these drugs, they have a sort of dampening effect on like psychic experiences, on astral experiences, on all types of experiences, spiritual experiences, whatnot, non-linear experiences. The drugs have a dampening effect on that, where you're like completely cut off from from the spontaneity of experiencing these, intense things, phenomena, events, and you're able to, for that moment, control your own consciousness by how much you dose. So this is what I'm working on recovering from, and I'm hoping that with more work, I can start to gain access to the memories that were missing. Now, granted, there's going to be a lot of things missing. There's more things missing than I thought as far as memories are concerned of childhood and memories of my life. Most of it is just a blur. I couldn't give justice as far as giving someone, writing a life story or something. And this is something my previous handler had wanted me to do. He wanted me to write a biography of myself. And I reached a point where I couldn't, because of the very fact that there was just too much missing. So
well, it sounds like you need some assistance, or maybe start doing some journaling and some inner work. Or it helped me to reach out to other people with certain things, and that was a lot to do with dealing with my family around me, who, when I had experienced some experiences with me, and gone after me for it. So that's the kind of things I dealt with. My experiences were always I actually enjoyed having those experiences better than some earthly experiences. So
and that you and I can relate. I've had some incredible experiences in the other realms.
Wow. I'm sorry, both of you go on. I guess you're both doing fine. I don't want to interrupt something that would be more than informative. Go ahead. Where were you going to take us, Jameson? I mean, James Forsyth was going to say something. I'm sorry. What were you going to say, James Forsyth?
I mean, this is the journey of life, isn't it? I mean, you can go through life compulsively, unaware, or you could be lucky enough to be awoken in certain ways, and that's what's happening with you, I, and other people. And it's a journey. So I say, find ways to enjoy it, and open up those experiences even more, where they are a benefit for yourself.
Wow. That's solid advice, I suppose. What happened to Brandon Young? He disappeared again.
I can't see if I can get him back.
Wow, he's really a will-o'-the-wisp. I mean, he just kind of vanished. He was there, and then he wasn't. He was talking about the developmentally disabled, or what do we call them, challenged children?
Yeah, yes. He was coaching a basketball game of children that were developmentally challenged.
Wow, like it was like you had his own Special Olympics going there. That's got to take a lot of patience. That's
honestly, I'm not one who can claim to be patient with children. Honestly speaking, I
have no patience for adults either. So what do you
I admire a guy like him, because I couldn't do what he does. I couldn't teach children. I couldn't teach adults. I couldn't teach anybody anything. I mean, it's it's one of those things where it takes a certain personality type to be able to do that. And yeah, I guess you and I are not the type for that.
No, no, not at all. Let's take a look now at the chat room before we go back to yourself and Mr. Forsyth and your discussion there for a few minutes. In terms of live streaming, Tim Sunnyverse has joined us. So hugs to Dat Dude 873210 and Tim Sunnyverse. Sunnyverse, I like that. And so that's it reminds me of Dune, of course, Zen Sunni, the term. I don't know if that's where he got that from, but all right then. We're building up the viewers as we head towards the top of the hour. Everything is fine. Everything's going according to schedule. So we got a quarter of an hour left. So let me tend to grabbing some stuff together, and you two gentlemen continue. It sounds like you're holding fine, and Daniel seems to be able to participate, so he's welcome to join us if he will. Creative Virgo 12 says, suggestion: with beings of handicap, beware of attachments, cleanse often. Thank you. I have no idea what to do with that.
I guess that's a sort of psychic advice for like cleansing your psychic body, your sort of
okay,
energy
along the
and
lines of
whatnot.
what the two of you were discussing. Okay, that makes sense. And thank you for that. A bit too advanced for me. And with that, let's return the stage for a few more minutes to both these gentlemen. They're holding it well. And you, James Son, Reese, you can continue. Take it from here. Thank you.
If I may, the cleansing, I know you don't agree with some of this stuff, Douglas, but the cleansing where I and others may believe it helps the outer atmosphere around you, it also is connected to your consciousness. So it also has to do with clearing consciousness, which is not a bad thing. And we're dealing with layered consciousness and vibrational consciousness. So not all these beings are going to be drawing energy. So, but that's where a large part there's a large base of that at this point in time and space. So
Yeah.
I do agree on being aware of the energies, the frequencies. I mean, I can feel this stuff and visualize it, but I don't know if it makes sense to anybody. But
It does make sense. I've sort of created a sort of shell beneath the surface of my skin so that nothing can touch my energies. This has been in effect for quite some time. I don't even know how to undo it, but it's meant to keep people from, being able to leech off of me or, attach them or attach anything to me. So I sort of, have my own barriers up all the time. It's knowing how to turn them off. That's the difficult part, because it's almost unconscious. Turning these barriers on to keep people out. It's like an instinct or reflex. You get.
I mean, there's not a lot of people I let in, but I keep shields up. I use different mental processes, and but there are some that I let into my field. But that's where discernment comes in, and I am very sensitive. So I have trouble with people who are really in the constricting mode.
Yeah. I'm very sensitive as well, and that is my. Please excuse that. All right. Yeah, that was just the alarm to sort of holy crap. I wasn't aware that it's actually 8:45. Wow. All right. Yeah, it's like I do let certain people in, but I've learned that, for some reason I just can't feel other people's energies at all. So I have to read everything through their I have to do everything, sort of visually. I have to pick up on subtle nuances and things. I have to see what do you call it? Micro expressions. I have to look for body language. I have to sort of learn how to, and sometimes I'm actually wrong. Sometimes I over-evaluate things, and I'm often like really, really inaccurate. So that's also been one of the reasons why I haven't approached women, because I have a history of being inaccurate, and that has sort of stopped me from wanting to enter the world of socializing more. So I'm slowly getting reacquainted into socialization with other human beings, through group work in this program that I'm in. But I see it's going to take some time. I mean,
Yeah, it all takes time, and it's an ongoing process. There's not any point where you come to a master level. It's a continual process, and you're always dealing with different energies from different people. So
yeah,
and then it can get very clouded to discern.
yes. And it's the thing is, like, I've reached the point. I have a history of just letting people come to me rather than going to them, because I don't know how to go to. I don't know how to walk up to someone and say hi. Usually if I mean, sometimes, I don't know, it's kind of difficult. It's this whole being human thing is taking a lot of getting used to. This is, you guys on this planet of Earth, you human beings do not have what I would call an easy task as far as day-to-day living is concerned. This is very difficult. We're very complicated creatures. This I guess that comes with the territory. I mean, it's just that it's like the other problem is, I don't know who's being planted in front of me. Is this person planted here by something to sort of disrupt me? Is this person being planted here as a handler, or is this person sincere? That's another reason why I haven't been able to open the doors to anyone.
Yeah. It helped me to find a group that worked with me when I was working with the people in Pittsburgh. So maybe you can find some like-minded people who do work in group to patch some of this, or help you to heal it and move on to opening up more than staying totally fortressed in. Where you can open up yourself to certain people that you do have to take a chance to try to trust. But if people are working in certain areas, they're not doing it usually for, well, some could, but there are good people out there, and it might be good to find somebody to work with. JOJO. I mean, there's a ton of people that, sure, Douglas knows that with the healing, or JOJO knows. So,
well, yes, I've had good connections with Solomon Sheikh, Angel Millar, who came to New York on that Saturday. So yeah, you're definitely right. There are people worth opening up to.
Good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. It makes a difference. It really does make a difference in, learning who you are, and, working on growing and expanding your consciousness yourself into finding full potential.
Yes. I wanted to ask if you've ever dealt with, like, if anyone's, because it definitely seems to me like, you and I are both in some sort of government program where they're doing something for whatever reason. Um, have you ever encountered anyone who was a handler, or you befriended and turned out that they were just meant to sort of sway you from their paths? Sort of like veer you off course.
My wife, my ex-wife.
Oh, okay, I see.
I would say that is the closest that I would say, definitely. And some people she was connected with, but
yeah, would you mind going into that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just how, I went into it on another show, how she was duplicitous and having a double life, and setting me up in different ways to fail and look bad in other people's eyes, and but as far as like handlers, I know I'm not aware of any. It could be my ignorance, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer that because I don't know.
Good point. Good. Yeah. Well, I have noted that people are keeping their distance these days, which is a good thing, I guess, because usually I'm very, wary of people getting into personal space, especially with all that's going on, as far as, well, I mean, cities are becoming a lot more violent. There's a lot more things going on all over the place. We're, reaching a point where violence is probably the norm.
Yes, definitely. That's sadly so. James Forsyth. Anything you can add to that?
Yes, I agree 100%. It seems like the deep subconsciouses are rising in people, and they're just acting out on their, the most basic part of themselves, and just avarice and greed, and just attacking people just because of their character, and just yeah, I agree 100% with you, JMO, and I mean,
Yeah.
it even went to a point of people in my life that loved me, and then eventually they seem to be affected by whatever, and parts of them that I've never recognized came out. So I've seen it. I've seen it around me with people that I've known before, and then see them now around this time, and they've all have fallen into this self greed, and only me matters, and I'll use you for what I can, and yes, if not worse than that.
That's the handling situation, yeah, where you'll have someone who's like really sincere for a while, and then all of a sudden they'll flip, and it'll be something that happens right away. It'll be something that happens like literally in seconds, and it'll be like you're speaking to a completely different person. Whereas you were speaking to someone for years that was consistent, and all of a sudden this completely different person comes out, like someone
who, it's
I pretty much keep to myself now, and I work with some people that are good people on spirituality and healing and other things, and so I am lucky in that way that I have access to some of these people who've improved my life exponentially.
Wow. Where did you find them?
Oh, just in life.
Okay.
You guys mentioned my Nartumud before. I've worked with her and her group, and they're just wonderful people. I used to work with Bill Bueller on deciphering the Rosalind Chapel, and I met Maya through there, and her group is absolutely wonderful. Peter speaks about her. They've been very special people in my life.
Okay, that's wonderful. So in about 5 minutes, we'll be bringing on Peter Moon and JoJo. Our man Jameson is welcome to check to see if they're there now, or he can wait for 5 minutes. It's I'm sure that will be fine. Would you like to kind of wrap up, both of you, just kind of summarize for our listeners what the hour's been about and what kind of conclusions you're kind of, well, sort of drawing?
Well, I would say that I'm drawing a blank on that weird experience I had when I was 15. And my therapist is saying, well, he's seen things like this in sexual abuse cases, but I'm thinking to myself, no, that's never happened to me. So I don't, so that doesn't connect. When you're dealing with paranormal things, I think there's a tendency for people to want to try to ground things back to, what's known. But in this case, it's just something that's super weird.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, James Forsyth had his experiences with this sort of phenomenon all his life, right?
Yes, I have. But I would say, we are not stuck where we are. There's always a way. We always have the opportunity as humans to take a choice to expand our vision, our experience, to more beneficial ways instead of just being we all start out, I think, as a victim in some way, that we're subjected to somebody's ill will. But I think, we have the ability to grow in understanding and discernment, where we have more control to use our will for what happens more in our life and out from there to wherever you want to take it. But we're not just held in place by whatever energies we're dealing with, and we're subjected to them forever.
There we are. That was nice. Okay. So,
I'm going to be.
Well, Douglas, you know what I mean. I mean, Peter speaks about how you've come so much further, and you're still even, growing more of yourself even now.
Oh, yes. I didn't mean to in any way dismiss what you were saying. I'm sorry. Sometimes my voice is what it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jameson says he's going to be right back after he said he was going to bring on Peter and JoJo. Are they both on? I take it he brought them both on.
Peter's here. Just came on.
Wonderful. Yes. Oh, so glad to have you both here. And so both of you, I want to thank Mr. James Forsyth, and he, of course, will say hello to both of you before I kind of segue you both in. So, Mr. Forsyth, do say hello to everyone.
Hi,
Good
James.
evening, JoJo. Good evening, Peter.
Hi, James.
So glad to be here with you.
You too.
I'm very much excited to hear what both you have to share.
Glad you're alive and talking.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I am too.
Yes, that was wonderful. And of course, in a way, it's always a surprise that James is still with us. He's been through so much. So what I'm going to do, if both of you will forgive me, what I'm going to do is kind of just rant for about 10 or 15 minutes. Bear with me. Hopefully it won't even take that long.
First you have to tell us what you're going to rant on and why.
Of course. And this was not a prepared statement, so I might be all over the place, but it has a lot to do with what we were talking about in our latest transmission before tonight's, where Peter Moon brought up, of course, the fact that many people are exceedingly uncomfortable with the way I present and comport myself. And a lot of this has to do with people's impressions of the sexuality of it. Now, I'm not even going to go organically into that. We will go organically into that when we're holding an actual discussion. But the first thing I do want to do is address something that I refused to address last time. I just wasn't in the headspace for it. I did talk to my son since then about certain things that I had an issue with, that he took some of my photographs, and I'll show people exactly what happened. Basically, we had a promotional banner that I put up for the transmission that we held on Sunday night. And one of the things my son did was he airbrushed out my chest tube site scars. And so that was something that I thought was just unnecessary. I have no shame in them. He felt that people might be put off by them. And of course, people are put off by everything in general. I can understand why he would say that, because, of course, in the presentation of myself in this kind of gender fluid fashion, if anything is scarred in that presentation, it gives it even more of a jarring and just undigestible. It makes it even harder for people to digest. So I could understand why he did that, but it led me to discussing with him the Aaliyah Thomas, who is the transgender swimmer who's simply been winning too much. And because of that, it's generated this enormous controversy. And so I promised him I would handle this tonight and just kind of introduce both JoJo and Peter Moon tonight by discussing this first, and then that way segueing us into JoJo's response to what Peter and I were talking about, and Peter's response to that in turn. So that's what I'll rant about now. So hopefully both of you will tolerate this for a few minutes. But I just want people to understand this. The laws against the participation of trans women in women's sports at the collegiate level have already been passed in 11 states, and more are being considered. And some of them ban trans girls from elementary and youth soccer programs. Now, earlier this month, Iowa's governor signed a law prohibiting trans girls and women from competing according to their gender identity. And that law applies from kindergarten through college. Now, reading the arguments made on behalf of such laws, one might get the mistaken impression not only that Republican legislators place a great value on women's sports, but also that trans women are a conquering horde swarming the leaderboards. In reality, trans women are grossly underrepresented at high levels of all sports, particularly in the winners' circles. Now, based on simple demographics, one would expect there to be a few thousand trans athletes in the NCAA. Instead, openly transgender collegiate athletes are disproportionately rare. And the second best player in every sport is a superstar at a level that 99.999% of professional athletes, who are already the elite of the elite of the elite, will never come close to achieving. Joel Embiid finished second in the NBA MVP voting last year in baseball. That was a sport that was once actively played in this country. It was Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and in football, it was Tom Brady. Now, in the WNBA, the Phoenix Mercury's Brittany Griner earned this distinction just last year. And by that, she attained something that was considered impossible. She was second in scoring, sixth in rebounds, first in blocks. She's on track to become the WNBA's all-time leader in that category if she even survives this ordeal, and if we ever get her back. And according to most advanced metrics, the best offensive player in the league. Now, her resume is glittering. She won an NCAA national championship for Baylor in 2012, and the same year she captured college basketball's Player of the Year award, which after that she then won a WNBA championship in 2014 and was selected as one of the best 25 players in league history in 2021. She has 2 Olympic gold medals to her name. And in the gold medal game against Japan in Tokyo last summer, she dominated, scoring 30 points to clinch an easy victory. She is the apex of her sport. She is the best of the best. She's a legend. And for more than a month now, she's been brutally tortured to the point of death in the custody of the fucking Russian government. Yet until Russian officials released a statement over last weekend falsely claiming they had detained Griner after finding hashish oil in her airport bag, nobody even cared. Nobody even noticed. And the Western reaction since the arrest has been stunningly quiet. One of the greatest athletes in American sports, a gold medal winner, an Olympian, a superstar, a champion, has been capriciously arrested in a dangerously corrupt and volatilely phobic empire that has suddenly become a pariah on the world stage. Now, making equivalences between sports only takes you so far here, but seriously, imagine if Tom Brady were being held by fucking Russian officials right now and beaten half to death on a daily basis. And raped as well. That WNBA.com doesn't include a single story about one of the organization's best players being detained. Speaks to this dynamic. It's also worth remembering, as ESPN's TJ Quinn did on Monday, that Griner, whatever the specifics, is in mortal danger. Quinn noted that as a 6'9" black gay American woman, she's a powerful cultural symbol. And even in the best case, she's in for a long legal slog in the Russian criminal justice system. And there's nothing the United States government is willing to do about it. Now, another motive the WNBA may have for staying quiet is its own culpability in this situation. The very reason Griner was in Russia in the first, to play off-season basketball, as she has done there for years, is that the league does not pay its superstars the way other sports leagues do. As Tom Lay from Defector pointed out, that's a info source. He said the league's low salaries and minimal efforts towards player support have for years forced even the biggest stars to treat their time in the WNBA as a part-time job. The maximum WNBA salary in 2022 was just over $228,000, and players can make far more than that playing in leagues overseas. In 2015, Diana Taurasi was paid $1.5 million to skip the WNBA season entirely and play for the UMMC Ekaterinburg. And Liz Cambage recently revealed that she has made 5 to 8 times as much money playing overseas than she has in the WNBA. And before you say, well, the WNBA isn't as popular in the NBA, of course Griner wouldn't make as much as LeBron. Remember this, the WNBA has a goddamn salary cap, and one that's particularly completely suppressive of superstar wages. Griner only made $221,000 and, well, $221,450 for the 2021 through 2022 season, which is less than a third of the minimum salary in the NHL, but nevertheless classifies her as the 4th highest paid player in the WNBA. A new CBA signed 2 years ago was supposed to address these issues, yet there was Griner making a mint playing for the UMMC Ekaterinburg in Russia. The WNBA's MVP last year, Connecticut Sun forward Jonquel Jones, plays for the same Russian team. She managed to get out of that rogue Petro state just after the invasion of Ukraine began, and said that if she hadn't, she probably wouldn't be alive to talk about it. And if trans athletes have any physical advantages, by all evidence, these have been overwhelmed so far by social, legal, financial, and every other disadvantage you can imagine. Transgender youth are more likely to be homeless and live in poverty. They are more likely to experience violence, bullying, rejection, depression, and suicidal ideation. In Texas, Leah Thomas's own home state, the governor recently instructed licensed professionals who work with children to report parents of transgender children to state authorities, who would investigate gender-affirming care such as hormone replacement therapy as child abuse. Sports are known to build self-esteem and leadership skills and can be especially important for trans kids, the very people who are, in many places, in fact, every place on earth, being deprived of any of these opportunities. Some people worry that restrictions put in place by the IOC and the NCAA will trickle down. Now, Bertie Compton, a doctoral candidate in leadership studies and director of soccer operations at Bowling Green State University, who works as a research assistant for Athlete Ally, has gone on record to state that, to quote his T verbatim, the Olympics, the elite levels, are making these rules, and clubs and PE football and sports like that are starting to follow suit. At youth levels, sport is about finding yourself and enjoyment and building healthy lifestyles and habits, but denying trans kids, and by denying trans kids, is what he said, that opportunity, especially because they're in a vulnerable state when they come out, they're trying to erase trans kids from existence. Now, I got a private message from Mr. Neely, and he was bitching about how they were outing Putin as following the dictates of the Patriarch of Russia. And he said, oh, this is all bullshit because he's basically taken Putin's side. Understand this, the Russian Orthodox Patriarch, Kirill, the leader of Russia's dominant religious group, has sent his strongest signal yet justifying his country's invasion of Ukraine, describing the conflict as part of a struggle against sin and pressure from liberal foreigners to hold gay parades as the price of admission to their ranks. Now, Kirill, who's been as essential a advisor to Vladimir Putin as Alexander Dugin, had already refrained from criticizing the Russian invasion, alienating everyone in the Ukrainian Orthodox churches, who had previously stayed loyal to the Moscow Patriarch during a schism in their country. Now, several of these former loyalists are now snubbing Kirill in their public prayers, with some demanding independence from Moscow Church, even as their country's political independence is imperiled. And Kirill, in a sermon delivered Sunday before last prior to the start of Orthodox Lent, echoed Putin's unfounded claims that Ukraine was engaged in the extermination of Russian loyalists in Donbas, the breakaway eastern region of Ukraine held since 2014 by two Russian-backed separatist groups. Kirill focused virtually all of his talk about the war on Donbas, with no mention of Russia's widespread invasion and its bombardment of civilian targets. Now, on Sunday before last, Kirill depicted the war in spiritual terms. To quote his T, we have entered into a struggle that has not a physical, but a metaphysical significance. He contended that some of the Donbas separatists were suffering for their quote-unquote fundamental rejection of the so-called values that are offered today by those who claim world power. And he claimed that this unnamed world power is posing a test for the loyalty of countries by demanding they hold gay pride parades to join a global club of nations with its own ideas of freedom and excess consumption. But many Orthodox Christians in Ukraine have been appalled by Kirill's stance on the Ukraine war. The Moscow Patriarch has for centuries claimed the ultimate loyalty of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, even though the latter retained ample autonomy. And many priests, monks, and faithful had remained loyal to Kirill even with the formation of a more nationalist, Kiev-based Orthodox Church of Ukraine in 2018 and 2019. The war is shattering that loyalty, for some, at the least. Now, numerous bishops in the Ukrainian Orthodox Church have authorized their priests not to commemorate Patriarch Kirill in their prayers during public worship services, a symbolically important statement in Orthodox tradition, which puts a premium on the faithful being in communion with their divinely ordained hierarchy. Now, since the war began, as many as 15 dioceses of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine had authorized the omission of the Patriarch's name. That's according to the Union of Orthodox Journalists, a news site with generally positive news about the Moscow-leaning church. And the Reverend MIKOLA̵YK, who has served as a spokesman for the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, confirmed on his Telegram account that many of our priests have stopped commemorating the Moscow Patriarch for worship services. So on the 1st of this month, before Kirill's most Sunday sermon, his most infamous one yet, preceding the weekends, Danilik wrote, and here I quote is from his writ, and the reason is obvious. The treacherous open invasion of Ukraine is a huge mistake of Russia. People did not hear from the Patriarch a clear assessment of this war and his call to stop this madness. Now, clergy in at least two dioceses, Lviv and Volodymyr Volynskiy, are calling for independence from the Moscow Church, and that's according to their Facebook pages. Catherine Wanner, a Pennsylvania State University professoress of history, anthropology, and religious studies whose studies focus on the region, emphasized that many Ukrainian Orthodox are shocked that Kirill, to quote as she, condemned evil in the broadest terms, but said nothing about the war, let alone its initiation by Russia. In the violence and the deaths and the terror that is engulfing Ukraine right now, I don't think anyone is worried about specific jurisdictions, but this will be a sea change. And the Reverend Cyril Hoverun, professor of ecclesiology, international relations, and ecumenism at the University College in Stockholm, and the author of several books about orthodoxy in Ukraine and beyond, said Kirill's latest comments show him to be in a golden cage, himself confirming that Kirill helped supply the ideology that Putin has used to justify Russian hegemony over the region, and in return, the Church has received strong government support. So to quote St., even if Kirill, understands what is going on in Ukraine with the war, even if he wants to speak up and name things by their proper name, he cannot. He is a completely unfree figure that needs to follow faithfully the official narrative. But the Archbishop Daniel of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the United States of America said Patriarch Kirill's latest comments were incomprehensible. And to quote St., regardless of our beliefs and regardless of our stance on social and moral issues, you cannot use that as a propaganda tool to justify the Russian invasion and the slaughter of innocent people. Now, finally, the Reverend John Burgess, a professor at Pittsburgh Theological Seminary and the author of a book that I've just finished reading titled Holy Rus, subtitled The Rebirth of Orthodoxy in the New Russia, has lamented that many Orthodox and other religious conservatives, including in Ukraine, share Kirill's stance on sexual ethics, himself observing that the practice of refusing to commemorate a patriarch in prayer has precedence. Some Russian Orthodox priests suffered persecution under communist rule for refusing to commemorate a patriarch they deemed too compromising with the Bolshevik government. Now, Burgess concludes that the clerics currently distancing themselves from Kirill will be, to quote St., risking their very future. If President Putin and the Russians truly prevail in Ukraine, what will happen to these bishops? They'll be removed, or they'll have to go into the underground. But Ukrainians and Ukrainian Orthodox are under attack, are suffering, are afraid for the future of the nation. None of that is reflected in his sermons. If rockets are falling on Kharkiv and Kiev, and the Patriarch starts talking about gay parades, it seems like something is odd here. Now, the complete irony of this situation, which of course we've had our man Daniel Arola provide an image. I'll provide one of my own into the text box so that everyone here can see it within our circle tonight, is basically the people who are fighting the Russians right now, who have sworn to come in and kill every transgender child because they feel they're irredeemable. The people who are fighting to protect those children like my son, and of course the child of JOJO, who's with us tonight, are the Nazis. So understand that in this war, the Nazis truly are the good guys. This is the total cycling of history that I've always predicted and told people was going to come to pass. And nobody really understands that in America. When they get the anti-Nazi propaganda from the Russians, they just don't understand. This is what the Russians have portrayed the Ukrainians as. In this image that I've just shared in the text box, the Russians have portrayed the Ukrainians as a Nazi transgender female. They've always said the Nazi transgender female is who they're going in to eradicate. So, of course, the new meme on the internet is the Nazi transgender female kicking the Russian invader's ass. But this is where we're at now. To Vladimir Putin, what he terms as Nazi is what the American radicalized right terms liberal. This is the insanity of the position that we're in. This is why it's so important to address what Daryl brought up tonight, because he's obviously very ensconced in the alternative right-wing narrative. This is the challenge that we're dealing with in America. Half of America is on the side of Russia because they want to eradicate those people of fluid identity here. So this is one of the reasons why Peter Moon and I have been educating people about the entire cultural background, which I myself emerged from, and of course, why JOJO, of course, has her own stance on this. So with that, we'll bring in JOJO and Peter, whoever wishes to speak first, of course. But JOJO, I think that as a person with a child who, if the Russians have their way, and this way is an example for the rest of the world, your child has no future. Certainly, you understand the threat that I'm describing and why I'm doing my best.
Douglas,
yes.
Before JoJo says something, I just want to clarify something. It was hard for me to understand it, or all these discrimination cases you're talking about of all these athletes being mistreated. Were they were obviously female. Were all of them transgender or gay, or were some of them just quote unquote regular females?
These are transgendered people in general. In terms of Bryony, her situation is that she's lesbian, and she's very masculine looking.
Okay,
and,
so they weren't your standard quote unquote conventional female.
That's correct.
Okay, I didn't understand that. I didn't know if it was just female athletes in general or transgender. So thank you for clarifying that.
Though I must emphasize that part of the problem is the fact that regular females and their sports have salary caps. That is obviously part of the problem, and this is why women are forced to go play overseas, whereas men are not. Men can stay here and relax in the off season, while women have to play all year round. Half of it overseas to make money. Because they can't make any money here. This is, again, part of the gender issues we have here, that people in the Republican Party who are putting through all of these anti-trans laws are not even addressing. They aren't caring about women's rights. They make it sound as if they're caring about women's rights.
Now, are there actual anti-trans laws that are in force, or are they just trying to legislate them?
Oh, they're through. They are no longer in legislation. These are laws.
Now, are these congressional laws or are they state laws?
These are mostly state laws, but they're trying to get them passed through the Supreme Court, ultimately to make them national. And with the kind of...
Let me clarify that, because if they're state laws, they can be rejected by the Supreme Court, but they can't be passed on to the others. The Congress would have to make it for the entire country.
Right, but these states are enforcing them because the Supreme Court refuses to intervene. In other words, with the conservative-based Supreme Court that we have now, they're effectively allowing each state to enforce its own form of prohibition. This is like
which is per the Constitution that states, if it's not mentioned, the states make it up themselves.
Right.
That's per the Constitution. So there would therefore have to be a congressional amendment to address this and make it that it would have to be, you can't discriminate on transgender issues. It would have to be literally in the form of an amendment, and then otherwise it's relegated to the states. So it comes back, and the Congress can shit on it all at once.
Yeah,
I mean not the Congress, the Supreme Court,
right? Because
it's a state issue. It's a state issue. It's a state issue, and frankly, it is per the law. It doesn't mean it's right. It just means it's a state issue. So the Congress would therefore be the key instrument to legislate it. And with all of the Republicans in Congress, it's unlikely it would have a very hard issue to pass, in my opinion. as it stands currently?
Right now, the pattern is going to be very similar to the first prohibition that went on during Warren Gamaliel Harding's administration. At that time, prohibition was state by state. And so what happened was that with him in charge, or it was in Lincoln's time, it was state by state. By the time he was president, it was national. So when it came to the state by state basis during around Lincoln's time, this is one of the things that made America so secessionist. It was
Divided.
Yeah, so divided. So that's what it's going to result in at this point in history as well. This is the culture wars are being, we saw them pretty much come to the fore with the questioning of, as Jameson said, the black African American judge who they're attempting to instate. And so the culture wars are becoming the basis of invading foreign nations overseas when it comes to Vladimir Putin and their rationalizations. Literally, this is the insanity that most people don't understand. When you literally speak to your average Russian and you ask them, why are you invading Ukraine? They say, oh, we have to kill all of the transgender people or they're going to come here and convert all our children to the opposite sex. I mean, this is what they believe. This is the level of insanity that we're dealing with on the other side of the Atlantic, and this is what we're dealing with here at home in terms of the culture wars. While it's state by state, this will lead ultimately to civil war. So this is why it has to be confronted. I was in no mood to confront it on Sunday, but certainly, hopefully, this will put.
It's very interesting, I guess, from a theological or philosophical or existential viewpoint, aside from the current social mess or drama, is that it's so much of it is centered around the transgender issue. And I know there are instances where where sometimes the issues brought up are very lampoonish issues that are often driven by the individual themselves. But there are, I guess, what you call more middle of the road instances or more genuine instances that obviously these things can't be, it's a real drama and trauma. I have a copy of the Book of the Law, and I have not been able to find any copy online, which has this introduction written by Crowley, where he talks about this phenomena of I don't know if he uses the word transgender, but I think he does, of this different sexuality overcoming or coming to the forefront of humanity. He talks about it. I think he wrote it in 1911, or thereabouts, certainly in the first 10 or 12 years of the last century. And he's talking about this phenomena. Now, whatever was going on then was probably less in volume and certainly much more under the table than it is now, where now it's exploding into the media and to the point where it's something that cannot be controlled. I'm not suggesting it should be controlled. It's an expression of human experience, and that includes human DNA. It's this, and then there's this correspondent inhumanity that is a backlash to conventionality. Its conventionality is giving backlash, and this is it's really an issue of our times. And when we went through the slavery issues in the 1860s, where they actually had to legislate against slavery, yet even after they legislated, they maneuvered around it with excessive cultural discrimination against people of color.
Yes.
Now it's a different situation. So there are some similarities, and for it all to explode in this war in Russia, and you're saying it's driven by the Orthodox Church?
To a great extent, yes.
And I will tell you from my experience with the Orthodox Church in Romania, they do not approve of gays. They don't think it's right. But I don't know that it's anywhere near to this extreme.
No.
They will tolerate, and I've said this before, but just to understand the culture, when Paula, my wife, first came to New York and I took her into the city, she was just like in culture shock to see men or women of gay persuasion holding hands, walking down the street proudly. It really shocked her. It was culture shock to her. Of course, I was used to it, and I've always seen much more of it in New York than when I go out to San Francisco. It's comparatively non-existent in San Francisco when I was out there the last few times. But so it's although I did have one of the guys on leading one of the tours I was on was gay. He was did a very good job. He was a really nice guy. No, it's just, yes, it's a different culture. Russia, I really, don't know about. I would look forward to asking one of my friends who goes to Russia a lot. She's Romanian, and I would like to ask her take on all of this. But she's helping Ukrainians get settled right now.
Understood, and that's appreciated, believe me. Just to put this into some perspective, when it comes to Romania, the European Union made it requisite that they basically tolerate the homosexual element as the price of admission, and that they also stop sacrificing pigs at certain points of the year. But the Romanians...
They wouldn't renege on the pigs, but they would accept the homosexuality.
There you are. That shows you the different level of tolerance that the Romanians have. So that
Romania is also known as in its own right, in Bucharest is known as the Paris of the Mideast, of the Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So it has a certain sense of chic,
yes,
and a certain sense of fashion. I think it's mostly oriented towards that, but it also is known for its, I guess what you call its extreme clubs and hedonism in certain areas. So I would imagine that could easily bridge into the unusual sex, which could include, of course, gays.
Well, certainly. Oh, by the way, and the term you were looking for was the Paris of the Near East. That's the term they used to use.
No, they called it Eastern Europe.
Okay. Yeah.
Paris of the Near East is Beirut.
Okay.
It was Beirut before it was blown to bits.
Didn't they used to say the Middle East for Beirut?
Well, Middle East, Near East, what the hell? What's the difference? Middle East, the Middle East is the Middle East. The Near East is, I guess, is Jerusalem. Pretty much.
No big deal. No big deal. But I used to think of the Near East as Eastern Europe. It was kind of like, of course, what the Austrians used to say would be that Asia begins, at the line of demarcation between the Austrian Empire and wherever its borders ended, and the rest of the Balkans would essentially be Asia because of its rule by the Turks for so many hundreds of years. So, in a sense, the Near East was used.
I can only tell you what I learned in school, is that the division of Asia is, I think, pretty much the Bosporus Straits. So Turkey is part in Europe and part in Asia, and Russia is part in Europe and part in Asia.
Yeah, that's right.
What we were taught in school.
Yeah.
And even though it's a continental, the Caucasus Mountains might serve as a demarcation point, but Turkey is in both, so it's probably more the Bosporus Straits. But anyway, so I think it's time I just want to clarify that. JoJo, if you want to chime in now on these issues.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. There's quite a lot to address here. And as Douglas mentioned, it is a new and sensitive topic in our world, with our child just coming out at 10 years old. But I want to just point out, this is very symbolic of the divine feminine energy that is coming into the planet very strongly now, that will not be stopped. And it actually has to cause these chasms, these shifts, so that this patriarchal entity can be purged.
Yes.
Okay, so Bupa has always been very sensitive to the oppressive patriarchal energy, its subtle nuances, the oppressive passive aggressiveness of it, to deny that it exists anymore. When they were in kindergarten, the boys would all be wrestling, and they would want to join in, and they would hold their own, and the teacher would just stop it because they can't wrestle with the boys. Okay. When they would have field trips to the beach, Bupa would want to also take their shirt off, because why can't they take their shirt off if the boys take their shirt off? This has always been highlighted. So when we go to the beach, up until last summer, I was fine with them not having a shirt on because there was nothing developed yet anyway.
Yes.
There was no cause for anyone to say anything or express their prejudice. When we would be out with friends riding bikes in the woods or at the park, and the little boys would just go up to a tree and urinate. Why can't I just go outside and urinate?
It's a valid question.
Oh, but I would let them. Because, well, relieving yourself is natural,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
This is also this energy that has been induced into the culture is also very oppressive to the emotional spectrum that males are allowed to feel into their totality, right?
Yes.
So they're being denied healthy emotional regulation, not being allowed to lean into their feelings, which turns into self-sabotage or shadow.
Yes.
And the shadow is the parts of ourselves that were not nurtured, that were controlled, that were denied, forced to be withheld, either by parental figures, authority, religion, culture, whatever. So now what's happening is this is all coming to a head, and it has to. There has to be this time that everyone has to look at their shadow. And it's very in sync with where Chiron is. Peter and I communicated over this today. So Chiron is the wounded healer.
Chiron.
Chiron.
People will recognize it. Chiron.
And all the wounds are being exposed now. So it's just going to put more fire onto what's already happening. But this all has to do with the second chakra. This is the sacral of the planet. As the planet starts to awaken and expand the whole chakra system, we are also feeling it because we are vibratory beings, right?
Yes.
So as we go through this global awakening, the sacral is connected to pleasure. And my God, are we a deprived species of being allowed pleasure, right? Because if your sacral is not balanced, you're withholding, you're fearful, you're not creative, you're not confident, you criticize, you are triggered very easily. You can't honor your own pleasure, so why would you honor anyone else's, right?
Yes.
My good friend Kristen, who just published her book Heal the People, she says on the sacral, if you were raised in an uptight or religious environment, or if you've experienced any trauma around your sexuality, the sacral is likely to give you the most trouble. So when we start to talk about the church and we start to talk about an uptight society, a controlled society that has banished sexuality, sensuality, pleasure, this is what we're going to see. And some questions that you would want to ask yourself to take the temperature of your sacral is, are you aware of your own needs? Are you able to reference your own feelings as well as tune into the feelings of others empathically? Do you feel reliant upon others? Or do you have a healthy balance within yourself? What triggers you most about others? Do you allow yourself the experience of pleasure, whether that's food, sex, or other luxuries? Are you all work and no play? Right? And on and on and on. Do you know what lights you up? Are you connected to your joy? Right? So when we see a healthy sacral, we see someone who takes charge, who respects themselves and others, who has forgiveness, who honors themselves and others, who can celebrate others, support others despite different lifestyles, right? Yes. We see someone who is balanced and confident and creative. This is the opposite of what is going on right now in the world. And there's no other way for me to make sense of it except a very oppressed, repressed sacral system for both and all genders because of the conditions we've been living under to deny the sacral. So,
yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Yes. Thank you. And deeply appreciated, profound. Thank you so much. And with that, Peter, by all means, you can take a little bit from there, or else I'm going to start rambling again, kind of bringing up some other aspects that I received questions on. People had sent me some email questions on what I had said last time, particularly about my sister. I might as well answer that right away. People were asking me, because I did bring up that when our father's father, or the man who raised my sister and I as essentially our father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, who was, of course, retired at that time in his life and still struggling with alcoholism at the time. And ultimately, he overcame that decades later, but he overcame it, and that's what's important. And what happened was that when we were in New York City, and of course ultimately left after the year that we spent there, my father had apparently, rather the man who raised and guided me, had apparently brought our family there to basically try and act as a care provider for his own father. And when I described what had happened, I had basically informed people that one way that my mother protected me was throwing my sister before this grandfather figure to be the one that was abused. Now, to try and put that into some cultural context for people, and this doesn't mean that I'm rationalizing or defending it, but this is the way my mother was working culturally. I was speaking, of course, of kabuki plays within the last transmission, where after too many experiences where the samurai in early history would just walk up on stage, grab the female who is acting on any role whatsoever, and just take her off the stage and abscond with her to essentially rape her elsewhere. this was something that led to kabuki being an all-male venue, and men had to assume the roles of women. And this was made universally known so that the samurai would basically stop frequenting kabuki venues and just leave the people to enjoy the art. And these men, of course, had to learn to act as women in the most refined manner possible. When it came to the situation with, say, for instance, the samurai themselves, then during the interminable centuries of civil war, the first target for any opposing clan when it overran another clan's empire would be to eliminate all of the heirs to the positions of authority so that the children would not grow up to be a threat. Now, in these ancient feudal societies, of course, everything was based on bloodline. So somebody who was a heir to the throne could always make claim to it, even if they had lost their kingdom. And that very claim was enough to rally sponsors and armies, and ultimately potentially a retaking of what was once theirs. So to prevent that, of course, you annihilated the entire family, certainly all the male lineage, so that they would be unable to produce further heirs, further seed. And when you see the ancient kabuki plays, or later on in modern Japan, when they finally allowed women onto the stage again, and then, of course, it was no longer kabuki, it was a separate kind of theater. Then foreign viewers or reviewers would be appalled at what they saw in Japanese cultural drama. They would see a family's castle overrun, and then when the enemy came in and demanded where the heirs to the kingdom were, who the children were that were produced by the daimyo, or the samurai lord, then you would see servant women who had basically been in service to the family for many generations would put their own children forward as the sacrifice and say, oh, this is the heir, and so that way that child could be killed. So they were willing to sacrifice their own child so that the true heir to the position of responsibility could be smuggled out and survive. Generally, there would be enough intelligence on the enemy where the enemy would be aware about how many children a enemy lord would have. And if they killed the right number, they would usually assume they'd gotten them all. So this would be something that would appall Westerners. They would see families sacrificing their own children so that their lord's children could escape to return another day. That is, however, the Japanese hierarchical system had been so established at that point as to be in the very genes, within the DNA responsiveness of the people who are part of that matrix, that cultural milieu. So this to them was the noble act to do. And it was in this sense that my mother, seeing myself as the male heir to the family, the bloodline, she saw my sister as less important and more expendable. And so my sister being about 3 years older than myself, born in 1963, whereas I was born in 1966. So she was basically tossed by my mother, so to speak, to the grandfather to abuse until he was tired of her. By the time he approached myself, my teeth had grown in, and that was the end of him. But such being said, and I contextualize this as to how this took place within a matrix that was also very unusual. The Rochester, New York, because it was a company town to Eastman Kodak, which was still very operative at the time, was actually on a different calendar from much of the rest of the state. So there's a discrepancy in the records that is based on that, which I've explained is accessible for anyone who cares to do actual research into the subject. Always remember that when my enemy attacks me, the character assassins, everything that they do is based on taking advantage of the general public's ignorance of history and the general public's ignorance of basically everything. So ignorance is their strength, and that's why it's so important that people enrich themselves with knowledge. People understand that, but the problem is when people go after knowledge, they go for the lowest hanging fruit, and the lowest hanging fruit is to go on the internet and find yourself exposed to all kinds of mental predators who then basically take a dump in your brain. And this is what leaves people essentially defending Vladimir Putin in a time like this. And his cleric, so that we put that into some perspective, as opposed to put this into perspective for people so they have a better grasp of the dynamics of Vladimir Putin in that sense. Alexander Dugin, who is a chaos magician, he would be someone who would be essentially a Putin's sorcerer, or his wizard, if you will. What the kings used to have would be the mage or the wizard that would be in their employ. These would be the early alchemists who would serve the function that scientists do today, or scientific advisors do to the president. Whereas someone like the Patriarch Kirill would be someone who would be a cleric, more like a priestly figure rather than a sorcerer. And so Dugin would be the sorcerer figure, whereas the clerical figure would be Kirill, the patriarch that I was describing, who said that they need to eradicate Ukraine to prevent transgenderism from infecting Russia. So again, this puts into perspective for people much of the culture that I come from, the kind of way that I comport myself, why what happened to my sister happened. And of course, her way of growing up and responding to the family was ultimately not to participate in the care provision when my parents needed it. And so I was very much stuck with caring for them myself. Another, of course, question that arose was when people were asking me about the vampirism and asking about why the vampires were targeted after World War I by the communists in particular. Why did that ideology seek to exterminate the vampire subspecies in the lowlands of Europe, in the Iberian Peninsula in particular? And the reason for that was during the original plague that helped to define and identify an era, the Black Plague, which killed so many worldwide, and certainly a good deal of the population in Europe. Was during that time that vampirism became identified with nobility. It was never identified with nobility before the Black Plague. During the original years, when people had a concept of vampirism or the restless dead, they were faced with the war between the Orthodox churches of Eastern Byzantium and the Roman Catholic Church. And because many people, of course, would switch sides or convert based on who was the conqueror, the way churches would retain a loyal population base through what was hopefully a transitional occupation by the enemy would be to tell people that if they converted, they would forever remain undead, that when they died, they would not rest in peace. They would become as unto vampires and arise to feed on others and need to be eradicated, and their souls condemned to hell. And so when Vladislav Sepish, Dracula himself, was forced to convert to Roman Catholicism to gain a sponsor in the Pope, who declared him to be the athlete of Christ, he was viewed as someone who could never rest in peace, and that's why he was viewed as ultimately someone condemned to become a vampire. That was the cultural aspect of what happened to him. But in terms of what happened by the time of the Black Plague, which emerged around his day and age, basically what you had was many of the nobility began to use massive amounts of colloidal silver. And that was basically a kind of antibiotic that helped to purge their bodies of the plague. And too much of that, of course, the administration of too much colloidal silver. It's no longer supposed to be like this. Supposedly, they've restructured colloidal silver when you buy it in bottles, so it's no longer that potent and no longer that dangerous in this regard of literally staining you epidermally.
Douglas, not to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
come back to me about colloidal silver when you're done.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, things have really changed with colloidal silver, just so people understand that what's on the market now is not what they were using in the old days, which was literally silver coins that they would just drop into their drinking cups. And therefore, that would leach from the metal the antibiotic element that would help protect them from the Black Plague. Too much of that, and of course, a person basically turns blue. And so it became known to the peasant population that their lords and ladies, whenever they would appear, would look more and more undead, basically bluish in color as if they had died, and yet they were still ambulatory. And therefore, everyone else was dying, not being able to access large amounts of silver, and therefore much more vulnerable to the plague. While everyone else was dying, the nobility seemed to thrive, albeit they looked quite unhealthy. So the conclusion among the peasantry was that the nobility had gone vampire, that their kingdoms were run by the undead that was feeding off of them by the millions. And this did indeed lead to peasant rebellions that resulted in the pitchforks and the torches and the burning of the castles that were ultimately portrayed, albeit for rather laughably different reasons, by Universal Studios and what you used to see in the old creature features films. But since that period of time, it was further indoctrinated into the general public as a popular cultural perspective by, of course, Dracula's greatest publicist, Bram Stoker, who then portrayed Dracula as the last of the nobility that everyone was struggling to annihilate in his novel. So by the time of the communists overtaking the lowlands of Europe, after the horrors of World War I, which I described in great detail in my latest transmission prior to tonight's, they blamed the nobility when the communists overran France and the lowlands with the various, many of them were voted into power. The popular base was behind them, and they decided that they must eradicate the last of the nobility, and vampires became particularly identified with that. So that particular subspecies of humanity was targeted for annihilation. So again, people can read about this in Vampirology, which is available on Amazon.com, and of course, if enough people buy it, we'll expand the book to include everything that hasn't been included yet. We had to get it out immediately because of the threat of plagiarism by David John West. So he was hired to try and polish it for publication, but he was trying to turn it into a story, which it just couldn't, the format just couldn't entertain a storytelling narrative. It's simply a collection of medical notes. But you'll get the important part of it in Vampirology, and the history we can always add and expand it within time. Hopefully sooner rather than later if enough people buy the book as it is now. So do that for us. And Vampirology is spelled Vampyrology. And you can just look that up by Douglas Dietrich. Vampirology by Douglas Dietrich. And Peter Moon, of course, was the editor. So that being said, by the way, by all means, I'm glad to talk to you about this privately, but whatever you're publicly willing to share, JoJo, about colloidal silver, please share with us.
Yeah, so just briefly, when I was in my early 20s, I was prone to these chronic sinus infections. Mm-hmm. And the allopathic industry kept serving me antibiotics.
Oh, God.
Which eventually I realized was not good for my body.
Right.
So I started investigating and doing my due diligence and research into holistic ways to replace the pharmaceuticals. And I came across colloidal silver. And I will tell you, I nor my child has used colloidal silver in 10 years. I mean, antibiotics.
Right. Because
of the medicinal ways of colloidal silver as a very strong antibiotic. Now, I will say as a disclaimer, I am not a doctor. I am not a physician. I am not giving any medical advice for you. This is my personal experience.
Right.
But with the use of colloidal silver, oregano oil, and garlic, I have been antibiotic free for 10 years.
That's great.
So there is a multitude of ways to clear up things holistically. What happens is we want a quick fix. We don't want to go through the uncomfortability of clearing things up naturally. Maybe we don't even want to put in the time to do the research, right? The pharmaceutical company makes it so convenient, so easy, so cheap on that level for antibiotics. And what happens is it deteriorates and corrupts the gut.
Yeah.
And the gut is connected to our mental health.
Yes.
So as we see an over medicated and body with antibiotics destroying the gut, we also start to see the deterioration of mental health with mood, with fatigue, autoimmune disorders, all the gastrointestinal illnesses that we see now, Crohn's, colitis, IBS, all of this stuff has to do with gut health. So just when you said colloidal silver, yes, I did in my research come across the blue people.
Yes, tell us about what you found out about them.
Well, it was interesting because, of course, right, we attract where our frequency is set at. I find these documents or articles about people turning blue in Kentucky, but then I'm digging, and then I find caves under Kentucky that go to a blue race.
Yes.
In the inner earth. So, of course, that's where it brought me. I never worried about it. I didn't over medicate with colloidal silver. I took it as prescribed. I used silver wings. You can get it right on Amazon. And I used the 500 ppm.
That's wonderful. I mean, and it's so important. And I thank you for sharing that. And when it comes to the blue people, honestly, these are for people who are using the old-fashioned kind of colloidal silver. Yeah. Theoretically, what you buy over the counter these days should not produce such side effects ever, honestly. But of course,
no, it's been 10 years for me, and I don't have any hints of blue yet. So.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and also these are also people who are overdosing to the point of abuse. And but in terms of everything she says about antibiotics, it is so true. You have no idea how dangerous antibiotics are, and in all fairness, here in the United States, we're better about it than in Asia. In Asia, you can buy antibiotics without a prescription off the shelf. And it's like it's just this is why so many diseases erupt out of Asia. And it's not healthy. And it's definitely, you want to be very careful with the use of antibiotics. And of course, my poor parents were subject, when I was providing them care provision, to having to go to the hospital a lot, and antibiotics were constantly prescribed, to the point where ultimately it resulted in staph infections, which, in case people don't know it, antibiotics kill all of the bacteria that you need in your intestinal tract to survive. And that bacteria is necessary for digestion, for everything. And as Our Lady said, ultimately your mental well-being, your very sense of balance in life. And so when my parents were denuded of all of that in their intestinal tract and had no bacteria left, then of course the staph infections eat you alive, and the only thing they can do at that point is they take literally human shit, just human fecal matter, and pump it back into you so they can provide enough germs from the scatol, enough bacteria to get your system rebalanced again. In other words, your system's been bleached so clean, they have to get it back in an organic balance. So this is ultimately what's done when people are on the verge of dying from the staph infection. So this is the horror that my parents went through, and certainly the horror that you'll go through if you continue to abuse antibiotics. So yes, we have to be very careful about everything. So I thank JoJo for bringing that up. And of course, our man, Peter will attest to that. He'll talk about oxygen is basically the secret as well. And, you're welcome to pitch in there, Peter, with it. If he's still with us. Did he? He might be on mute.
If
I'm
anyone,
on mute. I was on mute. I'm sorry. I said yes. Oxygen is so important.
Yeah.
And I've heard of colloidal silver fixing nasal issues. People have put colloidal silver in there, and it just. I've heard this. I've never really used it too much myself. I haven't had to, fortunately. But these are all very good and interesting recommendations as far as I'm concerned. I would like to now address one of the questions from our listeners.
Yes.
With regard to one of a dedicated listeners had asked me about the connection didn't quite grasp the connection between Christianity and the vampire civilization / cult, whatever you want to call it, of the Far East, that was responsible for basically, what's the word, serving as the guardian of the Christian religion, but even before Christianity. So I'm going to address this, and I'm going to address this. It's an amalgamation of my own memory of what Douglas has offered before, plus my own understanding of general history based upon the experiences I've had with Romania and elsewhere. Douglas will then qualify anything I said. I'm not claiming what I'm saying is exactly accurate. What I'm trying to add is context for understanding it, because sometimes people need, that's what I have to add is context. So basically, according to what I've learned from Douglas, is the Christian religion as we know it, or the crux of it, not necessarily the New Testament per se, but the key elements of what we know as the New Testament were taught by Adam's third son, Seth. Seth was the one who migrated to the east. Now, if you look at certain references, they're very obscure. I was looking at them today. There is the land of Shur, Shur, which is confused with what is the Shir? Is that what it's called in the book?
Yes.
Shir. It's confused with Shur. Now, if you read the Revelation of the Magi, the book that Douglas has recommended, which is a lost text that was found in the Vatican and has been translated, that will explain to you this land of Shir, Shir, which is in the Orient, the Asia. Now, as you read the obscure references, either in the New Testament, I think it also appears in the Quran, or in what is the ancillary literature to either one, there is a land called Shur, Shur, which is often thought to be in Mesopotamia.
It's often tossed there. Go on.
It's obscure. They don't know where it is. and it's misrepresented because it's just lost to history. Now, what I have added to the mix is Egypt. See, and I had learned this at the local Egyptian church on Long Island, the Coptic church in Woodbury, Long Island, which I visited, last year. I'd always wanted to go there. I finally went. They had an Egyptian festival, and I went into the church and listened to the guy's lecture. And boy, did he lecture! He ran overtime because everybody had a lot of questions. But basically, he said that the reason Christianity was accepted in Egypt so readily and automatically because everything that was being brought to them by the Apostle Mark, we really don't know which. It wasn't necessarily the Mark of the Gospels, but somebody, Saint Mark. It could have been, it would have been. They don't really know, but it was somebody named Mark, and basically they accepted it because it was basically a reiteration of what was in fact the Egyptian religion. And people have pointed this out day in and day out, that the Egyptian religion is antecedent to Christianity and that Christianity is a reiteration of the Egyptian religion. So you have it coming from Egypt. Now this is not, you have it coming up from Egypt into Mesopotamia and transferring over. Now that doesn't mean that was the origin of it. It doesn't mean it wasn't the origin of it. I would also tell you that the earliest Gospels are in Syriac, the language of Syriac,
yes,
which is tied to Aramaic, and Aramaic and Tibetan as a language are tied together, or Aramaic and Persian. Persian and Tibetan. I think Aramaic is also connected to Tibetan, if I'm not mistaken. But Syriac is very similar to Romanian. The Romanians will tell you. Yes. So you have the Romanian, and this is what I've learned from my adventures in Romania, is that the ancient religion came down from Dacia many, many years ago, of the lessons of Zalmoxes, and was transmogrified into Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Christianity, and Egyptian religion too. So it's all, all these early antecedents. But be that as it may, and the more you study about history, the more you see the interweaving of these different themes. You see these themes that are like weaving like a serpent between all the different religions, weaving like the Naga, in fact. It's almost, if the Naga, of course, are the protective spirits of the inner earth, the half serpent, half human, but they move like a sandworm. They move with this serpentine energy, and a serpentine energy is sort of the Kundalini going around, the caduceus operation, which is basically representing the mutation and transmutation of your DNA pattern. So you have these religions iterating themselves, and they, if you can see the insight and the energy and the current flow behind them, you can see many similarities. So what we're trying to do in this, to answer this question, is how does the Egyptian religion connect to the vampire cult civilization of the Far East? So you have this tradition of Seth, and this is what we learn from what Douglas offered, is he's the one who takes it to the East and teaches it to this vampire cult. Now, what I'm saying is that we have the religion of Zalmoxes, we have the religion of Egypt, and we have, all of this is before Christ. It's way before the Christian era.
Yes.
So it comes up, so it already exists.
Yes.
And it gets into this attribute of a human being called Seth, and he transfers it and takes this knowledge with him. There is no historical linear Christ living around the first century. This doesn't exist yet. Not even the idea of it, though, is implicit in the ancient teachings, the ancient writings, which find their way into Asia and the vampire cult, which is a whole different history and story of itself, a subspecies of human beings, but they become the custodial guardians of this religion because in addition to being predators, they are also guardians and custodians of mankind and mankind's future. And it's a complex, unusual concept. And they then foresee the coming of the Christ child, which is, this person has read the book. He's read the book, The Revelation of the Magi. So he understands that they see this energy, this consciousness, and they meet up with it, and then they go to the Holy Land according to this ancient manuscript, and they actually make contact with Christ as a young person, or the character that is called Christ, the title. So this, I think, answers the question. If it doesn't answer the question, you can ask me personally, my friend who's asking the question, and Douglas, you can now qualify what I said, if anything that might add to the answer.
Oh, I think you've done such a wonderful job. What I can do is just add a few things for some further context. I think it's very important to bring Egypt into the equation, and that's something that Peter Moon could do far better than I. So he was actually very qualified to handle this. And when it comes to all of these concepts, they're very difficult for people to grasp because what has happened is that the West has essentially hijacked what was originally an Oriental religion, an Asian religion that has been westernized by its identification with Europe. There was a time, of course, when they would say Europe is the faith, and understand that before there was a concept of Europe, when man had moved into that super peninsula, which is just a conglomeration or an aggregate of peninsulas, albeit it is nowhere near haphazard in terms of its organic development. In other words, this is my geomorphology speaking here, and it's important because for days I've been trying to veer towards ultimately talking more and more about geomorphology. I was interrupted actually by the war. I was going to go into it when I was talking about primatoids just about what seems like 3 years ago by now, but it was about really just 3 weeks ago. And then the invasion of Ukraine put other things on the priority list. But when it comes to the European subcontinent, and understand it's not really a continent, but a subcontinent, it's a subcontinent of course, Eurasia. It is a series of peninsulas that are very reflective organically of the geomorphology or the geology of Asia itself, but that's for another time for me to get into. My point being, the people who settled there didn't really have an identity for the place on which they were living, in the sense of we're all European, or this is now something that we claim as Europe. The people who settled there and became Europeans, the closest concept they had to that kind of identity was actually Christendom. And so when it came to the Christianization of Europe, which was a lot more recent than many people realize, people think of it as always having been so. So it's rather something that happened like around 1000 AD. It was 1,000 years after the birth and death of Christ that you had Europe finally become majority Christian. And that was when finally Denmark converted to Christianity at around that point, the last European nation to do so. And once their king converted to Christianity, then suddenly you had this concept of Christendom as being the closest unifying identity that people in that region of the world had. So at that point, a lot of effort went into westernizing or kind of hijacking Christianity and eliminating as much of its Asian influence as possible, or its Oriental origins as possible. So the thing that people really need to understand is that in order to be a true Christian, you really have to reclaim that Oriental heritage, the Asian roots of Christianity. And obviously, Christianity began with Adam's third son, who Adam himself had foreseen in the Garden of Eden a foresight of the redemption. And it was his son who carried that hope to the east. And when he left and resettled there, and then introduced this proto-Christianity to the Chinese, then it was there that the Mage Kings kept it and nurtured it until the prophet and the prophecy became manifest, and they journeyed to the West. And of course, this is kind of reflected in a popular novel that is called Journey to the West. And of course, by that point in Chinese history, the West had become so mythified and so lost to a great extent that most people thought of the West as India, as far as you would go. And so that novel really has a very short geographic kind of outreach. It's mostly like China to India, but it's mythified with this. It was satirical, and a lot of people don't understand that. And it was kind of like written in the same sense that the Greek philosopher Lucian was writing his own satires at the time of the great Greek philosophers, or very shortly thereafter. Without getting too esoteric about it, what I can say is the important thing to remember is that Christianity was vying with a number of other Asian religions, like Mithraism, and Mithra was strong at the decline of the Roman Empire, or at its critical juncture in which it was seeking a kind of spiritual stabilization and tether point, a focal point. So when Christianity emerged at that time, due to effectively the Chinese invasion of Israel, the Chinese armies that were led by the Mage Kings into Israel, then the Christianity that was born of that, the Christianity after Christ, began to try and forget all about its origins and roots. And of course, you had those who were Gnostics, and the very term gnosis means knowledge. The term pistis means faith. And you had this great schism between pistis and gnosis, between faith and knowledge. And the faith was...
When was the invasion by China in the Mideast?
Oh, that was, of course, at the time of Christ. That was when the Magi came to baptize.
So they brought I mean, there was a military invasion, or just a...
Oh, it was a military invasion. It was, in fact, in the book, the Revelation of the Magi, one of the things that they allude to is that basically the Magi had a small army. They described their caravan that they arrive in as a small army. It was my mother who filled in the details for myself. But if people look up the Revelation of the Magi, and of course it's required reading for understanding any of this, it's something that should have been in the Bible, but was essentially purged like the Apocrypha by the church, which was championing pistis, or faith, as opposed to gnosis, or knowledge. So one of the primary duties of the church, or responsibilities that they felt they were entitled to, was denying people knowledge. And they've spent thousands of years denying people knowledge. They simply want people to maintain their faith through the church, so that the church has a monopoly on it. But in terms of the text itself, it names 12 magi, not 3, while other parts of the text suggest that a group the size of a small army traveled to Bethlehem. And understand that this was effectively an army. And this was the Mage Kings coming with their armed retinue. They were never going to cross the desert without an armed retinue because, of course, of the dangers of banditry and everything else you can imagine. Even though they were protected by the Christ child, it wasn't as if they were counting on him for everything. So when they effectively invaded Israel, this is why they were able to demand to see King Herod without even batting an eye. It was effectively they had conquered Israel just by occupying it, just by coming in overnight. Their force was so strong that the Roman Empire itself simply fell before them, receded. It did not do anything to interrupt them or interfere with them or intercept them. They were simply too powerful to resist. So when they asked to see the Christ child, and Herod attempted to mislead them, and eventually when they found Christ very shortly thereafter, then Herod tried to kill the Christ child. And it was around this time, of course, that the Magi simply left and retreated, having baptized the Christ, and he, of course, escaped to Egypt, as Peter Moon says, that hence the Egyptian connection, one of the earliest sources of Christianity, and which still exists today in the form of the Coptic people, the Copts, C-O-P-T-S, C-O-P-T with an S if they're pluralized. And the Coptic people are this kind of persecuted minority in Egypt, very similar to Jewish people in the sense that they are a Christian minority that is very much identified with the merchant class, people who are moneyed and educated and therefore highly resented by the rest of the Egyptians. And so they're of course have a long history behind them, and that is all part of this. And so hopefully that puts that all into some perspective. And Shir, of course, S-H-I-R, is referred to as the place where silk comes from, which of course references only China. And that is why Shir is, in the old days of the church, they re-identified it and re-identified the Magi by completely excising the story. They basically said, oh, there was 3 of them. They come out of the Near East. Anything they could to just make it as far away from Asia as possible and as close to Europe as possible to Europeanize the faith. This is all perfidy. This is all the reason why Christianity is empty in Europe today. I mean, the churches are empty. Europe is secular. The Europe is no longer the faith. And Italy, of course, and the Pope in Rome have their own growing body of believers, mostly in Africa and Latin America, and even some parts of Asia. But for Christians otherwise, the place to look is the East. And then what you need to do is, of course, review the revelation of the Magi. And that can help to change your life and provide you a much better understanding of your faith. So definitely thank you, Peter, for bringing up what you did. I think that's about all I can add for right now, other than to the vampire aspect, simply letting people know that you don't need to dwell on that, but it is also highly important if you're interested in it. And if you're interested in it, understand that in the East, the people who preserved the tradition were the vampire monks or mages, who had their own temples in China for thousands of years. And that was the Chinese heritage of my late and sainted mother, my womb matron, my birth mother. And she gifted me that heritage. And by the way, it can't resist. I shouldn't even bring this up. This is part of... 2 goobers were discussing myself the other day on a video that was brought to my attention by our man John Warrington. So shout out to he. And they brought myself up, and they were saying, oh yeah, Douglas's mother is Chinese, one of these guys being Chinese himself. And no, my mother is half Chinese and half Japanese. I think that's pretty hard to fucking miss myself, but it's amazing how people always forget major details. And they brought up, vampire stuff.
Guys, Asian. They said, oh, they're all the same. He's Asian himself. He's Chinese. He's Taiwanese. Just, they're all the same.
Did he say that? I believe it if he said that. That sounds about his speed.
But might well have.
Yeah.
He might as well have.
He might as well have. Yes, thank you. I would expect that from him. From him, I would expect that. Yes, it's this kind of. It was just it's just so irritating. But that being said, what happened was these guys were bringing up that, and that they I shouldn't even bring that up, but it's one of those things that points out that a lot of people look. It's a complicated history. Understand that unless you've been following my story for a long time, there's a lot of details you might understandably forget. But when you get guys like that who are kind of like trying to be purveyors of alternative information, then, at that point it becomes kind of inexcusable. These aren't people who are speaking casually. They're trying to present themselves as knowing a bit more than everybody else. So it becomes irritating. So my point is that if the thing to understand about the vampire aspect is that the subspecies has always been with us. You can find out more about its origins in the vampirology book. But when it comes to China in particular, which the vampirology book doesn't really talk about because it's mostly based on the Russian medical notes, when it comes to China in particular, this is the aspect of the blood that is emphasized in the Bible. The Bible is loaded with blood-soaked pages about eat not the blood, drink not the blood. This is trying to tell, baseline humanity to know their place. This is like where that comes from. That baseline humanity, you have your place. These people who are drinking the blood have theirs. They're not really people who are believers in Christ. They are essentially embodying the faith. It's not so much a belief with the vampires as they embody it. This is what Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, when he brought the religion to China and the vampire mage kings took it on. This is why they were the ones who were able to, with their more extended lifespans, they're not incredibly extended as in popular culture would have it, but longer than your normal human lifespan, by almost twice or as much as twice, maybe even a little longer in some cases, but basically a longer enough lifespan where it was easier for them to maintain the tradition over many generations. And by the time of Christ's birth, they came to baptize him. There was no one else who had the authority. That was something that needed to be done to literally consecrate him as a king of kings. And that's what they did. So that added another element the church was attempting to hide. So by the time of the 20th century, people's understanding was so twisted that rather than understanding the cross as it's not a ward, it's a pass. By having a cross around your neck or over your bed, then vampire knew that you were one of their people and not to be harmed or touched. So it's not something that burns them or sets them afire. It's to identify you as one of their sheep, to be shepherded as opposed to be preyed upon. So that is where all of that comes from. So the Europeans lost all track of their heritage of Christianity and inverted it. So the real growth of Christianity today is in the South. By that I mean the Southern Hemisphere. And they have a much more ecstatic embrace of Christianity that is more intuitive and visceral. So they will have a better understanding of this. So that's where we will see a rebirth of a respect for the vampire subspecies, whatever can survive and emerge in the near future. And certainly we'll see what happens with that. Certainly the mage kings, the magi, the very term in Syriac means to pray in silence, as in to meditate. So it has no relationship to magicians or astrologers, which is what the church claimed, saying the magi, that's derivative or etymologically related to magicians or astrologers. But originally it meant to contemplatively, spiritually evolve, basically to pray in silence, to meditate. And that, of course, that and Shur and all the rest of the sinocentric elements of the revelation of the Magi is what makes the translation into English of that Christian document so important. So thank you for bringing that up, Peter. And aside from that, I would say that the only other thing that comes to mind when it comes so that people better understand my cross-dressing as well, aside from all of the cultural context of it and the personal trauma where I was raped by my grandfather, who was essentially ended up being my first kill, with the first real thoughts in my head, or my first real memories, being not only his violation, but the very fact that his blood tasted so awful, and I intuitively knew blood has got to taste better than this. It was perfect the way Peter Moon described it, Kodak blood, just so poisoned with chemicals throughout his decades in his career. And after my family left, the rest of the family never contacted us again for that reason. My father was already a black sheep because he had joined the Navy rather than staying in place in area to essentially work with the family. And when he returned to try to help his father, and what happened, then we were completely cut off from whatever will there was. The family took everything, meaning my father's brothers. And his sister took everything from the dead grandfather, who had died attempting to rape myself. And nothing was provided us while we moved to San Francisco to live in the Tenderloin. So, of course, there's reality to what the Grandma Dame Judith Agert said, that my constantly using what my mother taught me in terms of my ability to comport myself as the opposite sex, to render men into a less suspecting frame of mind, and take advantage of that to do them in when I was working with my gang brothers in various tasks and jobs. Let
me add a bit of context there, Douglas.
Yes.
The people will want to understand that in addition to being traumatized by his grandfather, they moved immediately to the Tenderloin in San Francisco, which is, to say that it's a rough, undesirable neighborhood is an understatement.
Yeah.
So this is like raw survival in a ghetto environment. And so, as they say, not only did his mom teach him how to look and act like a female, it was a survival necessity, at least for the predicament he found himself in. So, and this is a way of survival. It's just like if you grew up stick fighting or with knives or even with guns. It becomes an indigenous attribute. And the fact that San Francisco is known for its cross-dressing, gay culture, whatever, is incidental to this. It just makes it a convenient locale to where it's maybe more comfortable.
Actually, no, excellent point. All of that is excellent point and deeply appreciated. But to put that into further perspective so people have a better grasp, it's actually not incidental at all. It may be why my father moved us there. The real reason, of course, was he wanted to leave effectively Europe and European culture. When you enter California, California is part of the United States strictly by geography. By the time you enter San Francisco, you're effectively in Oz. I mean, there's a reason that Frank Baum wrote The Wizard of Oz here in California, and San Francisco effectively came to manifest many elements of his book. I'm being semi-sarcastic, but I'm sure people will agree. San Francisco is part of planet Earth, strictly by geography in many ways. But what you ultimately leave is not just America as it's understood in so much of the rest of the North American continent, but you're leaving all European heritage behind, really. So when you come into California, and especially into San Francisco, you're leaving behind the vestiges of the old world. At this point, you're in a truly Pacific culture. The culture is profoundly alien to most people, and they find it completely repulsive to the point where you have signs all over Texas saying, "Don't Californicate my Texas." And when it comes to San Francisco itself, What happened was my father knew this much. He knew that, and he had explained it to me while I grew up, that San Francisco became gay because of the U.S. Navy. Now, he wasn't here for that. He was really here because he was so used to the bars, and basically he was here for the ghetto life he was used to. Cheap booze, the bars, the benefits he got as a former sailor, but mostly the Presidio military base, which we had full access to, and therefore we all had free medical care, and we all had the discounts in shopping that were open to the base exchange and the PX, the post exchange, the commissary, as it was called. Now, I grew up on the Presidio military base. Now, again, this is something my character assassins will try to attack. They have no concept of what I'm talking about, which exposes their own ignorance in that regard. But just so people know, an open base or any military base, most military bases all over the world, this is what makes the U.S. military so perverted. There's no other military in the world like it. And of course, it's not a military. It's a welfare state. The U.S. military is the only military in the world where all of its bases in general have children. These are like families that grow up on base. These are like people. There are people who are born on military bases, in case you did not know that. There are people who have made the claim, and I've met them, and I certainly do not disbelieve them, where they'll say, I was born on a military base, I'm going to die on a military base, because their whole life is the military. They were born into it, then they join it, and then this is where they ultimately retire to. There is that arc of life that happens in the United States. Nowhere else on Earth. There's nowhere else on Earth where that exists, this phenomenon of insanity. But when it came to myself, my father moved here basically for that. They had the base. But one of the things that he educated me about was whenever the Navy found out someone was gay, they would drop them off at San Francisco. This is basically some sailor they caught two sailors fucking. They'd basically, as soon as they reached port in San Francisco, which was, of course, the main gateway to the Orient and Latin America, it's from San Francisco, you would disembark towards all of the Latin American nations as well as towards the Far East. They would just drop them off in San Francisco after a dishonorable discharge, or what they called a pink sheet discharge, a pink discharge. Then they would abandon them. And so this is how you got a lot of gays in San Francisco. That's how it happened. And so the military put them all here. And of course, when it came to the gay community evolving, then it became the Mecca. And non-military gays began to show up because there were so many military gays to kind of protect them in the community. And that's how the gay community came to be in San Francisco. So he knew that. But he also knew that the only way to defend me from being raped as a child, because gay men were out for me as a child. I was effeminate looking. I was a boy. Everywhere I went, men would attempt to assault me. So my father was very approving of my mother helping me to present myself as a female, so none of these men would touch me. Gay men are pathologically revolted by females and their genitalia, and they think of them as just awful. They can't believe that they were born from a womb. They have their own hang-ups, to be sure. And so it was a survival mechanism in that regard as well. Honestly, whenever it was found out that I was a boy, men would instantly try to rape me. That was just like some male instinct towards dominance. This is a prison rape culture in America. And so the way to avoid that was to present myself as female and avoid the trouble in the first place. So that was another aspect of it. But one of the things to understand is what Judith Agert said. Certainly when I was working with my gang brothers and taking advantage of my ability to comport myself in that manner, then Judith Agert pretty much said, well, you're basically killing your grandfather over and over again. And of course she was right. There is an element of that there. And I certainly feel that way about all men who basically I've lured into a situation where they would be vulnerable. And that's so there's all these elements that basically converge into why I do what I do. But one of the more important things as well is that it castrates the character assassins. Understand that the character assassins, one of the ways that they try to establish that I'm some kind of fraud is to claim that, oh, he was never in the military. That's like their biggest attack. That's their biggest attack. And they've actually forged documents to that effect, which I proved by bringing on a federale from the Veterans Administration who confirmed these were all forged documents that were presented on the net. So understand these people will stop at nothing. But when you present yourself as I do, that is disarming, because this is not the stereotypical person who is trying to present themselves as a military person. Your average military person who's some kind of fraud, presenting themselves as, in the manner of what they call, and I think this is the stupidest name of all, stolen valor. That's a stupid name because there's no valor to steal. Basically, somebody who does that usually presents themselves in a toxic male or masculine comportment, as somebody with a chest full of medals, what's usually called a PX salad, whatever ribbons they can buy from a corner store or the like. Kind of like what this one lady cop did the time that she was brought forward as a witness in this one case that I was speaking about years ago. But when it comes to our situation, hopefully that puts that into some perspective for you as well. By presenting myself as I do, then I know I don't have that toxic masculine image that's comported by so many others who are trying to present themselves as military veterans. And therefore,
it's very good that you've explained this so well.
Thank you.
And I thank you for doing it. However, and of course, I understand it better, but I'd like to say to the audience, I never needed to hear this.
Yes, thank you.
I never needed to hear it. I didn't know all the details. It's nice to know. I knew some of them. And even then, when I learned it, it was really never an issue for me. And I'm not persuaded towards any of this personally. My persuasion is heterosexual, but I just didn't really make it an issue because I'm interested in what Douglas has to offer and what he has to share. And of course, we live in a culture where it's politically correct to be non-judgmental about these things. Now, I'm not a fan of political correctness by any stretch of the imagination, but people are very judgmental, and I can understand why they're judgmental, because they see things that don't make sense to them, that they can't identify with. And when it comes to magic, you kind of have to give up your ego to play the video game, so to speak, to understand the video game, to, of course, I'm using an analogy here, but just to evaluate the data of magic or the occult, you have to suspend your ego and your judgment. You can, make your private judgments when you're sitting at the bar with your friends. Hey, I read this weird guy. I heard I read this weird guy. But I mean, if you're trying to understand the subject, and of course I had to deal with all this stuff when I'm dealing with the Energies of Montauk project and all of this stuff. It just, if you're going to sit there and have these human judgments, it just cuts off your information flow. It cuts off your ability to understand what is going on. We're all human. We have our reactions. We have our judgments. Some people I know can feel very threatened by this because they're not secure in their own sexuality. They feel that they're vulnerable to this sort of, predatory data stream, which includes predators, obviously. People like MIKOLA̶YK. It's an environment, and Douglas just explained it. So be it. It's okay. I hope people understand better. But most of all, it's not about judging. It's about what information you can acquire and learn and learn from it. And this is a big challenging thing for mankind right now, because mankind has a problem with data. They've got too many sources of data, and they have too many people spewing out information that's just adulterated. The one thing, though, Douglas, I will say about those two guys that were doing that YouTube.
Yes.
The one that wasn't Eddie, but it was the other guy. He said he did point out how Geraldo was caught saying, "Here I am live in Iraq," and the green screen fell down. It was a live scene in Iraq, and being portrayed behind him, like, "Here I am," and then the green screen fell down. That might even be on YouTube, but it was sort of a public embarrassment, humiliation that was just, rolled over. Nobody, it didn't cost Geraldo his job.
Bizarre. And it should have. And
well, maybe it did, but it didn't amount to much.
Right.
It didn't amount to much.
Right. But by the way, I just received a tag from Daryl Neely that our man Jordan Maxwell has died today. And so there we have that. And later on, of course, I'll ask for a prayer request for another man that was requested by Selena Khan. No need to go into that right now. But apparently March 23rd is the birthday, or he calls it his rebirth day. So I guess he's basically going by his death date today as his rebirth day. And so thanks to Daryl Neely for that information. As for the two goobers that were discussing myself for a while, it's one of those things that I can go into that later. It's more morbid entertainment than anything else. Like Peter Moon said, they're doing me a favor, and they're certainly, what few viewers that they have, they're spreading the word to what extent that they can even grasp it. But one thing I want to thank our lovely JoJo for is the incredible new chapter that she's written, thanks to conversing with Peter Moon. And of course, I'll be reviewing all of this more in depth. Her book is mesmerizing: Love Letters to God and her Ascension. And if you could tell us a bit about this new chapter, JoJo, please.
Thank you, Douglas. And just condolences for your friend there.
Thank you.
But also to follow up on, as a therapist, I just urge, if anyone is triggered, it's a call for healing. If something is triggering you, it means that there is a reflection on the outside that is pointing inward to a space, to a wound that has not been nurtured or healed in a healthy, functional way. So anytime I'm triggered, I look at it as an opportunity. Why has this manifested in my reality? What is it a call to? Why would anything that is not outwardly abusive, harmful, or threatening to me bother me? Right? So, Ascension Diary, we will have that out in April. Very excited about that. Peter's working on a forward, and the chapter that I highlighted today on my social media was about isogenics, and that was my nutritional journey, alkalinity, getting the body to a clean alkaline state.
Sarah Shields, please listen to that if you're listening, Sarah. I've been dialoguing with Sarah about alkalinity.
Wow.
Yeah.
She has Morgellons, her skin stuff, and I sent her some articles, but she should look into your products.
It's when we're thinking about increasing the vibrations in our body, mind, spirit to reduce the density, and that can be in terms of trauma, acidity in the body, spiritual repression. When I talk about ascension through alkalinity, it is in regards to the physical body and how it can be corrupted over time through products like pesticides, toxins, GMOs, gluten and dairy, which create inflammation in the body. Dairy creates a mucus lining, which is very inflammatic. So when we're carrying an inflamed body, inflammation is the root cause and reason for our foundational illnesses and diseases. So when we're ingesting gluten, dairy, fried foods, processed sugars, refined sugars, white flour, we are creating an acidic body. That's not acidic foods like lemon, oranges, or limes. It is the pH balance of your physical state. In order to create an alkaline body, you want foods from the earth. So when you think of what is grown naturally, organically, we think of complex carbs. So quinoa, brown rice, millet. We think of lean proteins. And if you're a vegan, there's many other ways to get proteins, but the lean proteins that most people ingest are chicken, turkey, and fish, eggs, beans. And then you are looking at your vegetables and fruits. Your vegetables and fruits, which are the highest in an alkaline spectrum. And you can Google alkaline versus acidic foods. Coffee is acidic. Soda is acidic. And we're looking at the pH of the profile, the blueprint of these foods. So what I had to do to get my body alkaline was omit these acidic food groups. And what I realized in my process was I let go of visceral fat, which is the fatal fat around your organs, which do not need to be there if you're not in a toxic body. Visceral fat does have a job. It's creating a barrier wall between your organs and toxins. If you don't have toxins, then you don't have a need for visceral fat. So excess fat started to fade away. I became highly energetic. My sleep became consistent, restful for the duration of whatever I needed, whether it was 6, 8, 9 hours. And my mind started to clear. So any brain fog, any cognition impairments, memory, that all started to clear. And that was just addressing my physical body. This was before I left the church, before I got into my intimate relationship with my higher power. This was before personal development. You know, I could list the trainers and coaches that I worked with, but it is pertinent to get the body right in order to have the mind frame and the energy, just a clear head to be able to then have a balanced expression of the chakra system. So that's my chapter on isogenics and Ascension Diary.
That's beautiful. And, and there's so many other chapters, the beauty of her book is it's kind of like the movie Pulp Fiction. You can jump from here to there, from chapter to chapter. And it's also just as shocking, of course, like Pulp Fiction became very much the popularization format for black tar heroin. You'll notice that in one chapter she describes about going to jail and how shocked she was. And tell us a little bit about just why you were so surprised that you wound up in jail, and your attorney, the kind of relationship that you had to have due to circumstances. If you'll give us a little bit about that, I think that's so
Well,
enlightening.
yeah, I mean, particularly it was shocking because I didn't think I would ever get caught. When you're living under the radar in the underworld, there's a sense of invisibility. I believed I would be dead before I would become incarcerated.
Right.
Not that I didn't see people around me becoming incarcerated, but there was maybe because of the substances I was using, or how in a flow and momentum of just criminality becoming my daily lifestyle, I never saw myself getting into a position that would require me to become incarcerated. And I did try to avoid it. I guess you'd call it, was on the run for almost 2 months. But inevitably it had to happen, and it was probably what saved my life, got me sober.
Yeah.
And once I got in there, I applied a lot of my street mentality in the form of diplomacy.
Yes.
So being young, I was able to be taken under the older women's wings. I was able to connect with the younger women and bond. I'm kind of comical when I need to be, and lighthearted, and I always had that charisma in my personality. It called out in different ways on the street, but when I was in there, my lawyer started to do these psychoanalysis by these third parties that he wanted to get the story. Who is JoJo? What happened? How did you end up like this? And over the course of all these meetings, he started to understand that any child that grew up in the environment that I did would have had a very high tendency to accumulate these skills and strengths and apply them in a dysfunctional way, because that is what was presented to me on a platter. And over the course of 4 years, he was really one of the people who spoke a lot of encouragement, support, believed in me, reminded me of what I came from, and that wasn't me. That was a mutation of what I had become normalized to.
Right.
But when we finally get to the trial date and the judge sees what I've done over the 4 years, helping women, kind of being looked to as a mentor and an interventionist when things were getting wild, the corrections officer would look to me to kind of diffuse things because I just had a certain way. And the judge said, okay, your time is served, 4 years, and you're expected to go out into the world and continue to help people the way that you have here.
Wow.
And I was just floored, because
You were in there for 4 years, JoJo?
4 years.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then I had 4 years parole
Okay.
with 8 to 10 suspended sentence,
Okay.
which means within those 4 years after, if I violated, I would serve 8 to 10. Oh, my lawyer looks at me and he goes, "Don't fuck this up, kid."
Right.
And it was just, it was so perfect. He couldn't have said a better statement for our relationship and how it had developed over the years. And of course, my dad was behind me in the courtroom, teary-eyed, and it was just a miraculous day. I guess the spiritual part of it, or the phenomenon that happened for me in that courtroom, was the judge was sitting in front of these huge glass windows, and literally as he was assigning my sentence, the clouds just opened up and this incredible illumination of the sun poured into that courtroom onto my face. And if you read other chapters of my book, you will see how connected I am to the sun, and I crave the sun, and I connect to it daily. I take the time, whether it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes, to just connect. And I don't know if anyone else saw it in the courtroom. I was just so taken aback. When the judge was saying his words, it was almost in slow motion to me. It felt very surreal, and time had kind of just started to get very slow. And then he stopped talking and everything sped up. But it was just one of the many instances that I had felt God's grace and love, and that second chance that I was afforded.
Yeah, that's beautiful and so important. And obviously, Peter wasn't aware that you were in jail that long. But it feels like it didn't feel that long. It almost sounds as if you kind of enjoyed yourself.
Well, like I said before, at some point you do need to surrender and allow yourself to become institutionalized, because if you don't, you will literally go crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And
there comes a time you have to accept reality. As long as we resist anything, life will be very hard. If we can surrender and accept reality as it is, we show up, we do our best with what we can, but some things are not in our control to change. Some things need to be allowed to play out and unfold for us. But as long as there is that resistance, we are not allowing the universe to usher us into our next level of ascension.
yes. And this ascension is obviously the unifying concept. This is the unifying thematic of the book and a great deal of your life. And you're helping other people to ascend at this point in your life. And everyone, you have no idea how important it is to listen to this woman. When I think of poor Jordan Maxwell, who just died, who Peter Moon knows of as well, I notice that Our Lady JoJo referred to him as kind of like a friend of mine, and I'm not adverse to that at all. I had nothing against him, and always liked him. But he was a very sad man. It was just his life was an example of, I could feel that bitter because, it's remarkable how, in a sense, the only reason I don't manifest that is thanks to people like JoJo, really, honestly. And of course, Peter Moon, and but in his own way, is very helpful as well. And of course, through him, I met JoJo. And Peter is this wonderful human being, and he's Peter. And but
that was through you I met JoJo, because I went to New
right.
York
Yes.
to promote your book.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
That's why I met her. Otherwise, I might, Alan might have given her my contact information, but it wouldn't have happened the way it did.
Yeah, good point. Good point. With poor Jordan Maxwell, the horror was that he was an older man, older than even myself, and he tried to, keep up with the times by getting online And unfortunately, in his case, he had two young men in a row who offered to quote unquote help him, got him on computers, and then pretty much stole everything he had. One of them even went so far as to trademark his name so they could present themselves as him. It's just awful, and so
I can eulogize him.
yeah.
Vernon Maxwell was of course, he'd been around. I forget where he got his start, but he very much had the demeanor of an evangelist, and he could speak. He was a speaker, and he spoke like an evangelist, and he got audiences to come. Now, he was very good with phonetics and etymology, and he interviewed me one time, and one of his big ruins in life was he felt responsible and guilty for making David Icke what he was.
I would feel guilty too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm saying this is his thinking this, not me,
Right.
because he gave Icke a big audience. Now, David Icke had his own reputation as a soccer announcer and media person from his soccer days in England, but he became a big thing, and Jordan Maxwell felt very hurt by that. He felt hurt because he didn't, he just felt like he was kind of used, and that he gave him this stage, and he didn't like where he took it. But it kind of ruined him in his own, from his own assessment. He didn't feel good about himself for that. And it was really nothing he did wrong. He's just promoting somebody. But he, as Douglas and Lorian Ann Fenton, Douglas's former manager, explained some of this to me, but I think I spoke to him myself, if I recall. I mean, I was on his show. I spoke to him, but he had, he was also very upset with what happened with Richard Hoagland. He had met with Richard Hoagland, and they shared information, and he says, "Don't share this." The next thing he knows, Hoagland's out talking about it.
Yeah.
And he felt violated. He had a propensity to be violated.
Yeah.
And he'd take people at face value, I guess, and he gave a sort of a fulfilling prophecy about, he was talking about on a YouTube he did, how all these prophecies he made were coming true, how he was being ripped off. In other words, he would do all this etymology of phonetics, similar to what I do, but it was his own. He came up with it, pointing out how the name hours of the day are tied to Horus of the Egyptian religion. And as the days go by, each division is an hour, a day of Horus in the sun going by. He had all sorts of neat phonetics and etymologies figured out. And then people would come up to him, or particular people, and say, "Oh, we want to do a show. Oh, this is fantastic." And they'd rip off his stuff and do a movie, which would not do justice to either him or the data. And he was just talking about how used and how had he been. And then there was the case of these people who copyright or took his, say, "Okay, I'm going to handle all your problems, Jordan. I'm going to be your business manager, and you're not going to have to deal with this." And they, so he'd let them do it. He'd sign over, and they'd rip him off and steal everything. And he was living off a couch. And he trusted these people. And he was naive in this respect, although he shouldn't have been naive. But it was like, okay, I'm going to not have to work anymore. I'm going to give this over to somebody else. Big mistake for anybody.
Yeah.
To abdicate responsibility for your own immediate. Oh, I don't have to sign checks anymore. I don't have to pay my mortgage. They're going to do it for me. This is what people will do when you abdicate responsibility. You vacate responsibility. It's not something you ever want to do. People are very quick to abdicate responsibilities, and then they don't have to be responsible anymore. The ultimate irresponsible person is in an institution.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, it just doesn't take that much time of your day to pay your own mortgage, rent, or whatever your responsibility is, or go sign up at the welfare people if you don't have an income. You've got to, but still take care of your own Social Security check or whatever it is. So, in any case, but then he was given this YouTube of all of these things he predicted that were coming to roost, and his life was being emaciated. And I said, oh, this poor man. It's like he prophesized it so hard, it became true. Of course, I'm watching him and I'm saying, as L. Ron Hubbard used to say, what is true for you is true for you. And what was true for him was true for him, but it was not true for me.
Right.
I felt, his mind was too much into the conspiracy against him. And people will work against you. People will work against you.
Yeah.
I've had a cutting blow to me today.
What
I won't
happened?
talk about it.
Oh,
It was horrible what happened to me today.
sorry.
And it basically telling me my work is of no value. That's in effect what was said. Not said in those words. JoJo knows about it. Paula knows about it. But it was like, wow, it's existential. Of course, what that tells me more about them than it does me. But it came from a source that I would not have expected it to come from. But it says everything, and it's okay. I don't need judgments on my value. I have enough people who are interested and support my work, such as most of the listeners here. What was it, JoJo? You told me that the interview I did with Alan was like way in excess of what he normally gets, viewership.
Yeah, there's over 1,600 views as of today.
Whoa, cool.
Which is good. And I mean, I've been around so long, and I want to say something, JoJo. I might as well tell you this, and Douglas can hear this too. I tuned into a seminar today from my book distributor, and they're telling you how to market your books and all this, and go to this data, and they're saying do this and go to these websites where people are doing similar. I said this is a bunch of crap by people who are. I don't know if they can market a book to save their lives. Well, the thing is, they could say, okay, all of these books of the Dakini Code are selling on this website to these people, and these people like similar books, and you can go to Amazon, you can look at all these websites, and you can do this. Basically, what that makes you want to do is make a cookie cutter book and sell that cookie cutter book, because this is the way marketing works to suits. It's like, okay, we got a vampire movie. It went out the roof. Let's do another vampire movie.
Right.
Only we've also got, what else sells? We've got sitcoms. We've got Seinfeld. Let's put Seinfeld in a vampire scenario. I mean, not that they ever did that, but that's the kind of way they think. And this goes on in sports. It goes on in sports. We say, we have a guy doing this. He throws the ball standing on one hand. He's really good. So all of a sudden everybody else starts standing on one hand. I'm being facetious here. But they do this. They say, oh, it works for one team, so the other teams copycat it. And it usually doesn't work so well for the other teams. But it becomes, they copycat success. It's more notorious in the entertainment world. Let's rip it off and transmute it into a lower form because it was successful here at this point in time. And it's, instead of being original or good, and when something is really original or good, it's great. Not when you start, and this is what people do. It's a copycat world. So anyway, Jordan Maxwell was reduced. He was abused, and of course, he had a lot of interesting information. Most of it was just kind of logical, in your face. What I saw of it, I didn't pay a lot of attention to it, but it was good. Some of it was very good information, what I heard. But the problem was he was abused. He allowed himself to be abused, and then he became, when you're saying, see, I told you the world was going to end, and now it's ended. This is not a good state of mind. But he was a lot better than the people who took him down.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is some of the hard lessons of life that you can learn from him.
Yes.
I also want to acknowledge this is the anniversary of the passing of a very remarkable man, and I will say a little bit about him, Jose Arguelles. Jose Arguelles, I think, passed away in 1999, and he was the person who put together Whole Earth Day.
Oh, wow.
And,
yes. Go on.
Yes. And of course, I never heard his name, even though I attended his Whole Earth Festival in 1970 in Davis. I was there. Of course, I didn't know who he was. He was one of the originators of the Earth Day concept, founded the Whole Earth Festival, the first one in Davis, California. New Age author and artist, born in 1939, passed on March 23rd, 2011. That's 21 years ago. Now, I died at age 72. He was, I happened to know his disciple, Stephanie South, and she put together a book, which I have in my hand here, Time, Synchronicity, and Calendar Change. It's a biography, the visionary life and work of Jose Arguelles. And he put together the Dream Spell Kit, which looked kind of like a board game. It was colorful. It kind of came out in I think it was a delta T triangle. I mean, a octahedron. And it had all sorts of, colors and allegories. And I couldn't understand it. Dream Spell Calendar.
It's just inaccessible. I get it. Yeah, some of these things are just kind of inaccessible. It's like you have to be initiated into a certain headspace or something.
Well, exactly. Now, it says here, he is best known for his leading role in organizing the 1987 harmonic convergence, for inventing the perpetual dream spell calendar in 1990. That's what I'm talking about. And for the central role that he played in the emergence of the 2012 phenomena. Now, he was born in Mexico. He was an artist. First and foremost, he was an artist. Born in Guadalajara in Mexico. He was the twin brother of the poet Ivan Arguelles, and the uncle of linguist Alexander Arguelles. He held a PhD in art history and aesthetics from the University of Chicago and taught in numerous colleges. Stephanie told me that he had been fired from the University of California, Davis, not because he did the Whole Earth Festival, but because afterwards everybody wanted to sign up with him, and he became a distraction because of his celebrity, actually. She could maybe say it better. Maybe we can have her on sometime. She's going to come down from Oregon and attend my lecture.
Oh, wow.
In Shasta. And for those interested, JoJo and I will be going to Shasta to the Living Truth Summit.
Yes.
In beginning April 1st.
Yes.
April 1st through April 4th. And that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm scheduled to speak Saturday night. I will not be featured beyond speaking as a keynote speaker for about 2.25 or 2.5 hours. the evening of Saturday, April 2nd, because there will be other speakers, but I will be there. And so if you're coming to see Peter Moon, you'll only see Peter Moon for a short amount of time. You'll see everybody else. I think that because Shasta is such a spiritual locale, it's such an important location, I think it's going to be a very pivotal experience for me and for all of us who go there. JoJo has certainly, and I have talked about it. She's not, by the way, she's not going as a speaker. She's going as an attendee, and we're gonna drive up. We're gonna meet in the airport in San Francisco and drive up together with her friend. So, but she'll be, hanging out with me and stuff. So, anyway.
It's a pity
Jose,
she's not a speaker, but go on. Yes.
No, it's unfortunately she's not, but that's, there will be.
You guys are too sweet.
Yeah. Well, you're very good. You're very good.
Yeah.
And we're not just blowing smoke at you. We really believe in you. It did say that Jose, after experimenting with LSD in the mid-60s, Arguelles produced a series of psychedelic art paintings that Humphrey Osmond, who originally is the one who coined the word psychedelic, named Arguelles' work "The Doors of Perception," after Aldous Huxley's book of the same name. So he promoted an alternative calendar of 13 months of 28 days each, which he believed would help bring about world peace. It would put us on a different timeline. Of course, when on Long Island in 1987, I remember turning on the television and watching the news, and they basically were showing the harmonic convergence on the news and showing all these, baby boom type people out there on the beach in positions of the harmonic conversions. I didn't know what the hell it was. It was a globally synchronized meditation event, but Jose Arguelles was behind this. And all of that energy pumped what was to become the New Age independent bookstore movement of the late 80s. And all of this literature began to emerge that was spiritual literature, that metaphysical literature. And the publishing houses couldn't take it. They didn't know what it was. They didn't want it. They did Shirley MacLaine's book Out on a Limb, but she was already an author. She was already a celebrity. This forced a new bookstore movement because people began to publish themselves. A Sufi Muslim by the name of Halim Provo Thompson formed New Leaf Distributing. It became the New Age distributor for all of this stuff. They, years later, they signed my book up. They took my book on, which really helped, courtesy of Judith Hawkins, who approved their books. Judith Hawkins was a member of the OTO, a nice member of the OTO. She was very impressed with what I did, and okay, yeah, we'll do your book. There was Book People, which was of Berkeley, which was originally a kind of a gay lesbian press. And then it took on alternative stuff. But the backbone of it was gay lesbian out of the Bay Area. There was Moving Books in Seattle. And these were main distributors of alternative literature. But the bookstore movement was like, there are all these independent bookstores. And they would carry all this literature that you wouldn't get in a major bookstore. They didn't have it. And the publishers didn't understand it. And then I think along came maybe it was James Redfield, The Celestine Prophecy. There were some books that kind of mainstream, Whitley Strieber's Communion. And then the mainstream kind of got on board to a certain extent. But then eventually, so I rode the coattails of that. I joined into that, and they accepted my books. I would never have gotten in through the normal mainstream. I was finally brought into the mainstream when I had a numerous amount of book sales with the Montauk Project, but I also had when Borders Books began to capitalize on this, Barnes and Noble to a lesser extent, but Borders Books would start carrying all the same books and they would discount them. This drove the independent bookstores out of business.
Wow.
Which was a shame, because these independent bookstores had atmosphere. They had lectures, they had workshops, but Borders Books undercut them. So people would go to Borders and buy the book cheaper, and so went the bookstores. And it actually ruined that esprit de corps or whatever it was. It certainly hurt my sales, but it's okay. I got put on the map. But here you had Jose Arguelles organizing the harmonic convergence, and he was energizing this stuff. Now, Stephanie South, who as they say, wrote his biography, was very close to him, and is attending a ceremony right now for him, she has said to me, yeah, this stuff it's hard to understand. It's abstract. And I feel a part of me wants to break down this abstraction, to bring it into the understandable reference frame. I don't know. He's talking about time frequencies, mechanized time. This guy was an artist, and somehow he was able to paint his picture on humanity, and not in a negative way. Not in a negative way. So she said, it's a challenge to make his work understood. I don't know if I can, but I can certainly, I guess what you'd say, investigate it a bit more. It does say his principal teacher and mentor was the unconventional Tibetan Buddhist and former monk Chogyam Trungpa.
You've got it. This is as well as anyone can say it outside of Tibet. Go.
Yeah. With whom he studied at Naropa University. And it said in the Arguelles' significant intellectual influences included theosophy, the writings of Carl Jung, and this is what I was going to say, Mircea Eliade. Mircea Eliade was a Romanian, and he wrote a book about Zalmoxes. And I recognized when I was at a park in Deva with Paula, the first time I met her, I go, this park is Mircea Eliade Park. I knew who the author was. I recognized the name. She says, yes, it is. And he was also influenced by Dane Rudyard. Dane Rudyard is the one who put together the Sabian symbols, which are used by astrologers all the time. The Sabian symbols are symbols representing each degree of a circle. And this is based upon the, in Mecca, around the Kaaba at Mecca, prior to the Prophet Muhammad, there was said to be 360 pagan symbols around the Kaaba, representing each section of the circle, each degree of the circle. And it is said that he knocked them all down. Don't know if it's true, don't know if it's not true. But Sabia, the Sabian symbol, Sabia, was this area, was what it's known as. And, yeah. Sabia can also be translated as Shiva or Sheba.
Yes.
Sheba, as in the Queen of Sheba. She was from Sabia,
right.
This part of Arabia.
Thank you. And by the way, I just want to bring up the fact that it's Dane Rudyard that inspired myself in terms of my passion for geopolitics with his introduction of geomorphology, which I've been trying to explain to people. But I'll go into that later. But you go on, please, by all means.
Well, and I will say this in acknowledgement of Jose. Gee, I'm just looking at here. It talks about the places he lived, and it says in 1999. Oh no, I see. He met Stephanie in 1999. Oh, I thought he died in 2011. So he knew her for 12 years. But basically, it says here. What does it say here? He's I lost my.
Sorry about that. Basically.
Here it is. Here it is. It says later in his life, Arguelles adopted the banner of peace from a design created by the Russian painter, explorer, and mystic Nicholas Roerich to accompany the adoption of the Roerich Pact for protecting cultural properties during wartime. Now, of course, if you listen to this station, this channel, Roerich is not considered to be a good guy. Yeah, but nevertheless, it says here the Roerich Pact is the legal recognition that the defense of cultural objects is more important than the use or destruction of that culture for military purposes, and protection of culture always has precedence over any military necessity. It says he initiated the movement for the defense of cultural objects, for the idea of peace of civilizations. This was signed in 1935 by the representatives of American states in the Oval Office of the White House. It was the first international treaty signed in the Oval Office. This is, it probably has something to do with the deals he was making with Roosevelt. I just mention this because it's history. It's interesting. I don't know if there's any. And now, the Roerich Museum was founded in New York in 1923. In 1929, it moved to a new building, presently located at the corner of 107th Street and Riverside Drive in Manhattan. So I have been to that building, and I'd like to go back there again, preferably with Douglas.
Yeah, someday. We'll
but anyway, but anyway, this was in memory of Jose Arguelles, not Roerich, but I've kind of jumped off the train there. So we've Jordan Maxwell passing away, the anniversary of Jose Arguelles passing away. That was 11 years ago.
Right.
So I just wanted to acknowledge him, and maybe I can figure out some of the time viewpoints, because when you get outside of time, it's kind of all the same. It's just, what is the perspective that you have?
Yeah.
But does it all fit together? So anyway, back over to you and/or JoJo.
Oh, of course, the both of us, JoJo and I, will take it from here. Certainly, the first thing I want to say is that when it comes to Jordan Maxwell, yes, his life is very much an object lesson. Just a lot of bitterness there, and probably the thing that I would notice most is that, the person who said it best really was Lorian Ann Fenton, who basically said that Jordan Maxwell, if you don't direct him as the interviewer, as the host or hostess, and you just let him go on his own, all he's going to do is bitch and moan about how horrible his life has been. And honestly, I couldn't believe he lasted this long. With all of the health problems that he had and everything else that he had going on, it was really a miracle he made it this far. And it was probably due to the fact that a lot of people were projecting a lot of love on him. And it was, it's amazing he had that, considering the fact that when people are so self-pitying, they usually are pretty repulsive and don't get that. So he managed to kind of attain the impossible, a real paradox there. And he was, of course, someone who I thought was concentrating on a lot of things that I didn't feel were, I thought that they were really just dead ends, that he would, for instance, be obsessed with legality in the most obtuse and abstract sense, taking it from the realm of theory to something that was schizophrenic or in the realm of paranoia. He would say that basically we all come out of a birth canal, and that's why the British Empire, through maritime law, owns us all, because maritime law says that you pass through a canal, you're somehow subject to the British Empire. And this was obviously taking extraordinarily obtuse connections and just weaving them into patterns that if you never saw those patterns, you'd be a psychiatrically healthier person.
It's entrapping yourself. It's like so where your mind goes, your energy goes. So if you see everything as a trap,
Yeah.
it is a trap.
Yeah.
And this is, in other words, he thinks he's a genius, and in a sense he is. But when you look at life that way, it's
It's awful. Yeah. It's just awful. Yeah.
it's like this is a prison. I see that I'm a prison.
Yeah.
And an artist might look at it as, wow, this is where I'm going to grow and develop out of, or whatever. The canal, it's like, wow.
Thank you.
I know this from my Scientology experience. I see, wow, it's like I feel like I went through a metamorphosis there.
Yeah.
But then I see people that are, they're still crying.
Yes.
Crying. Well, I was never crying. I was never crying about my condition or experience. I never cried about it because I was never unhappy with it. And when I did become unhappy with it, I departed. But I was never unhappy with myself or what I'd learned.
Right.
And nor did the people I was unhappy with, did I, rail against them,
Right.
or create a forum for it. It's like, it's very sad. But, people, what they see, who they are, what they do, they become, you become what you think.
Yes.
And,
yes. We manifest our thoughts. So be very careful what you think. By the way, before I go back to JoJo with this, because I think what's, again, an object lesson for the positive with JoJo, when she went to jail, she just took this as like another adventure, which was incredible. It was like, God, she's going in there and was like, almost like, meeting new people. By the way, I do want to tell James and Reese, if you are with us, do note that the sex bots are back, and there you go. Jameson, so thank you. If you're with us, make certain to please attack them, and deeply appreciate your being here. Deeply appreciate it. And with that, we turn towards JoJo. And, aside from jail, of course, there were other situations in life where you got out of it by the skin of your teeth. Incredible. So if there's any chapters that, and I'm still reading the book, but, if there's any chapters you think people should particularly pay attention to, I mean, it's just coming out within days, apparently. In April's just next month. And are you free to tell us a little bit about the publishing details? Like, okay, who's publishing it and where we can get it? Pre-orders, maybe?
Yeah. So after thorough conversations with Peter, we decided that it was best if I self-publish. If I do print on demand through Amazon, because right now there's a number of different reasons, but Peter is experiencing a problem with his distributor just being out of paper.
not my distributor, my printer. People don't understand the difference. There's distributors, there's printers,
right?
And there's publishers. I'm a publisher, and you will be a publisher yourself when you do this book. But
how crazy is that this breakdown, the supply chain is all going all the way to affecting paper?
Yeah.
Yes, it's really messing things up. As I said, 3 to 4 months to reprint Inside the Earth, which is now out of print. You can still order it through the distributor. There's about 70 copies in stock there. But
so will Amazon ever be affected?
I don't know. I called my printer today, who's printing my newsletter, and they can get me paper, but they couldn't get me the color I wanted because I changed the color of the Montauk Pulse every issue, and then he couldn't get me buff paper, but he could get me ivory. I said, do it on ivory. So that's
Yeah, the point is, though, now we're being forced to go to these mega corporations. You know what I mean? Like, I have no choice but to go through Amazon because they own all the paper.
well, you hope they do, because it's at least they're there.
Yeah.
They're a way to do a book. We didn't have Amazon 30 years ago. You couldn't do a book independently. I'm trying to look right now about this paper shortage. Surging paper costs and supply chain issues could lead to ballot shortages ahead of the 2022 midterms.
Oh, of course.
Existential threat. I'm trying to think, what is, they're worried about balloting. They're worried about, this is really funny with all the balloting issues what we've had with the voting nonsense. But I'm trying to say, the Finnish paper worker, started a strike, followed by a transport workers union was shut down. And this is Finland. I don't know what Finland has to do with America. The largest U.S. manufacturers of release liner and face sheets have indicated growing issues with obtaining certain raw materials. It's a whole chain of things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
why it's a whole chain of things. Yeah. I still don't understand it. The paper covers, the cover stock that you use for laminate stuff is that's even more scarce than regular paper. I haven't really studied this, but I think it started with the Trump administration, actually, but it's gotten worse.
Yeah, it started with the trade wars. What I'll do tonight is I will try to put some of this in perspective, exactly how the basically the war in Ukraine has impacted the economy of the world in terms of its supply chain. So I'll put that into some perspective tonight. I'd actually like a vote while JoJo is here. JoJo, what would you prefer I talk about besides that later on tonight after you've and Peter have both retreated into the gentle night? Would you prefer personally that I speak aside from that to, say, for instance, either more about trying to put Putin in perspective so people can better understand the toxicity of his regime and the nature of his relation with the patriarch in Russia, with the kind of phobic environment they're producing? Or would you rather I speak about something like, say, for instance, just to veer ultimately towards geomorphology at some point in the near future? I
think, if people don't get the gist of Putin yet, after all of the processing and fleshing out you've done here, there's nothing else that can be said to profile this man. What we want to hear is new, fresh things like the
morphology.
Go ahead. Geomorphology, sure, okay. Which is something that I've never heard of before. It's very interesting what I've caught listening to recordings of past transmissions. But it's almost like when we're speaking about Putin now, if it hasn't sunk in, it's because they refuse to change or be open to new information, and they're so set on a certain mindset or they're so stubborn and resistant to allow the truth in that you don't even want to waste your time and breath on that anymore.
Yes.
For your energy's sake, Douglas, I'm saying
Thank you.
It is important. It's very important, and people need to have access to this information, but I feel like you've exhausted yourself on it.
Yeah, thank you.
I also think we're in a time right now when you can look at the animosity between the Democrats and the Republicans, or the left and the right, and I would say that the animosity between them is not as great as it was since Putin became a target. it's not as great. There is some synergy between the two, more than there has been
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
a long time.
Yes.
But
Yeah. Go on.
but it's like you see this caricature of positioning, and it's more about the positioning of this position versus that position rather than anything that amounts to a solution of any type. And when the positions are taken, they don't lead to solutions. They lead to polarization, and they lead to conflict.
Yeah.
And if you were standing back like you were God and these were your children, you'd say, this is really messed up. These people are really messed up. Without even blaming humanity, you'd look at these individuals that are pontificating and you'd say, this is really messed up. And it's very interesting when you see a portrayal of the Trojan War, and you see the gods sitting there on Olympus, and it's even in the Iliad by Homer, where the gods are, kind of making sport of it all, and they're feeding one side, feeding another side. Somebody's feeding another side. One god is feeding the Trojans, the other one's feeding the Greeks, and it's interesting. This is kind of and they don't necessarily seem to be helping the situation. They're competing. They're competing for sides. They're taking sides like they're rooting for their favorite team or wrestler. And this is what we're sitting in. And it's not very inspiring, any of it. And then these things are gonna maybe stumble into their own solutions. As I was saying, maybe, the hatred for Putin will bring the United States together so it can act in unison. I don't know. I'm not saying it will, but it'd be nice to think that. Of course, if it's acting in unison, you hope it's doing the right thing, which is highly questionable.
Well, not in this case. I think
General. They could set out and they could defeat Putin, but look what they might do with the spoils. That's what I'm saying.
I understand. Well, you have a kind of a natural, shall we say, caution. You're a naturally cautious person, but definitely, I think differently.
Suspicious.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I think, well, it can only get better once you're dealing with the situation as it is right now, because this has been the source of so many of our troubles for such a long time. But I will also speak a little bit to the nuances of how the Democrats and Republicans are standing together, and just what what the kind of the nuances of that are. But then I will aim to go towards global morphology, the kind of structure of the Earth that makes it so unique tonight. And so that's thanks to a vote from both Diane Buchberger as well as the JOJO MIKOLA̵ZYK. And both of these lovely ladies decided to turn me in that direction, and I thank the both of them for that. Like Diane said, Putin sucks no matter what is going on. So, and like JOJO is emphasizing, it just brings us all down. It just basically brings us down. And so
you're just so talented in so many areas that your life force comes forth in a light and a joy when you are talking about other things besides the destruction.
Thank you, honey.
Right?
And you're right. You're so right.
Yeah.
Bless you. And so with both of you will be retreating into the gentle night soon, I would take it. And I'm so glad both of you came tonight and were able to provide us all with such joy and the sense of balance that we need. It was really beautiful to have you both tonight. And I also appreciate the fact that when I bring up what I did about my son and of course your child, then but JoJo responded with a very constructive. She didn't respond with a sense of fear. She did not respond with, yes, you're right, the situation is dire. Rather, she is very much in a different space than that. So I appreciate that. That's great, and it is something that I think is. You manifest that in your book as well. So her book is highly recommended. Again, you can get that through Amazon if it has enough paper. Yeah.
They'll have enough paper.
Yes. And oh my God, I've just been given a link to a video by Diane Hillis Buchberger of Zelensky dancing in apparently high heels.
Zelensky,
yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Is that how you say it?
my understanding is.
Douglas is probably a deep fake, just like
Thank you, God.
Oh no, he did a lot of dancing and stuff. He was an entertainer. He did a lot of outrageous things. It's probably not fake.
Yeah, that's taken into account too. I mean, that's true as well. He is someone who was a comedian, and comedians oftentimes will get into drag as some kind of joke. Usually, they're not trying.
He would do that. It's definitely, but it's probably not fake. The question is, when was it done? I'm sure he didn't do it in the last, 6 weeks.
No. I doubt that. By the way, there was one Republican senator who was taken to task when he made a comment of, doesn't he own a suit? Because he hasn't appeared in a suit since the war started, of course. That was funny. That was so there we go. So Diane is emphasizing, yes, he was an actor. So this was probably one of his Seinfeld moments, and he was trying to look as stupid as possible. That was part of the comedic aspect. And so there we have.
He's an attorney. He was an attorney who became a comedian.
Why would anyone do that?
He has a natural knack for it. And his comedianship or his entertaining thing, it's kind of like Trump was in charge of this doing this show, The Apprentice. That helped make him a national figure. It's the same with this guy. Zelensky was put into power partly on his media celebrity.
It's true, and it is so frightening. I mean, what's so frightening about this is that it's like the Schwarzenegger syndrome. You've got Schwarzenegger still pretending he became president. He was giving his message to the Russian people, and the Russian people are shitting all over him. For anyone who doesn't know, by the way, Arnold Schwarzenegger had a very bizarre relationship with the Russian people that started when he filmed the movie Red Heat. And when he filmed the movie Red Heat and was all dressed up in the big Soviet police uniform, he grew very fond of the Russian people because they all mistook him, because he was filming on site, real areas, and they all mistook him for a real cop. And so he got all kinds of bizarre interactions based on the fact that everybody thought he was a real cop in the former Soviet Union. And then later on, they tried to make their own movies inspired by the Schwartz, as they referred to him as. And so there was like some Russian commando film that was based on kind of like a Schwarzenegger type of actor in Russia. And but then, of course, he's now trying to place himself as this influencer, and he was telling, going over Putin's head and trying to tell the Russian people to wake up and understand that this man is using you. And of course, they're shitting all over him in Russia now because of that. And so there you go. But the thing that infuriates me about Arnold Schwarzenegger was, of course, he was governor in my state. He was dying to become president. When he came to the United States, he was like, he was intending from the very beginning, he had this dream of becoming president, and you couldn't do that because of the present constitution that we have. And but he came close. as close as anybody could have. And he even paid enormous amounts of money so that they would run commercials where they where we would change the Constitution, where we would amend it so that he could run for president. I mean, this is how open he was about that objective. So he never hid it here. And but at the same time, he was lousy when he was governor here. He was completely inhumane. I was shredding documents for the state of California as a night job while taking care of my parents when he gave the order. The first thing he did as governor, he thought he'd save money by ordering all the animals in the shelter killed. So he gave the order to all the shelters in California, kill all the animals. And of course, nobody would obey him. And it got released, and the information was leaked, and it was a scandal. And then he had to change from there. And there was just all kinds of other things he did. It was just awful.
Well, he kept the light bulbs. He turned the light bulbs off in the governor's mansion to save electricity.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. He also had his own money-making scams. He had his own source of money-making with cemetery plots in California, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, both my parents were buried in upstate New York, and it was comparatively cheap. I mean, for me, it was expensive, but I still was able to afford it. And so the burial plots were like maybe a few $1,000s each or something in upstate New York. Of course, it was the middle of nowhere in Walcott. But when it came to the burial plots in California, it's like you buy a burial plot and it's $20,000, and it's like you're buying a house or something like that. It's beyond absurd. It's just offensive. But
that's why cremation is the only way to go these days. Even the Catholic Church allows cremation nowadays.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean. Yeah, they didn't used to. Yeah, I mean, it shows you how bad it's gotten. And
there's no choice. There's no choice.
Yeah, so sad. And that's, but he was making money off these burial plots. And what he was doing was, there was some scam he had going where people were leasing these plots because they couldn't afford to pay the whole thing down. And so they were leasing until maybe a final down payment could be made. And so the people who were behind on their payments, he had the bodies disinterred. I mean, this is the kind of son of a bitch you're talking about. So, he's a piece of shit, and everybody thinks he's this charismatic guy. Don't buy into it. The guy's a piece of shit, and it's just, thank God he didn't become president, or he'd disinter everybody all over the U.S. But there you go. So there we are. Some nuances to be shared in that regard.
Anyway, so thank you for the Arnold story. I'll sign off now and say good night. And I'll see you on Sunday.
Yes, bless you. We look forward to that. Share our love with Paula, and of course to dear JoJo. Have a blessed night, the sweetest of dreams. And
thanks for having me.
Yeah. Yes. It's an honor. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and share our love with the Bupa, and our best be unto all of your own. Okay. All right.
Good night.
Good night. And that was, of course, JOJO MIKOLA̵YK. And with that now, I want to let everyone know I'll be conducting our solicitation. Might as well get into that. And I believe our man Jameson should be back soon. We might even risk bringing on a few others. Let's see if we, for a few minutes here, just give myself a short break. Aaron Tice is, of course, always welcome. I suspect he may be the man who might have asked some of the questions. He's asked similar questions in the past about the Christianity and vampirism. And of course, I know that that's jarring for a lot of people, very hard for a lot of people to handle. I don't want to give away any secrets of anybody personally, but there are people among our listeners, of course, who listen because they do have bloodline connections, and they ask me about that. And this has been a big part of their lives. By the way, there is a sense of sadness with Jordan Maxwell, but at the same time, I've been told told that people have sensed a shift in energy with myself tonight. Diane Buchberger was saying how she feels that I've really kind of entered a space that seems a lot more positive. Hopefully that's the case. I mean, yes, it is the case. I feel a lot more positive. So, by the way, let me send this message out there. We have Maria Michaela Gregorich has been re-entering the human family. Hopefully she'll be coming on again sometime in the near future. And let's ask Sammy how he is right now. Right now. How are you right now? Before I start into something as invested. Once I start on that solicitation, that's it. I'm in for the night. That means I don't stop talking. Okay, so our man Jameson is back. Let's see if we can have him take the stage for a few minutes while I refresh myself and see if he can bring on Sammy Romero or anyone else who's willing to join. And so what I do want to say, Jameson, is that when you had to leave a little bit earlier, you missed out some of what I was saying about Griner, and hopefully you can review that later. Our man Sammy Romero and Daniel Rolla is with us, thank goodness. So Daniel and Sammy, both of you do come on. I'm so happy to have you both here.
Yo.
Give me a few minutes to refresh myself and before I invest fully into the night. And so Daniel, tell us a little bit about what's happened with you, and then we'll segue to Sammy for a minute while our friend Jameson does noises. Jameson, is that your cat sniffling, or is that you?
That's not me.
Oh, okay, it's our NSA agent. It's seriously, people, for those of you who don't know, we get people who come in on the calls who we have not invited, and they do this. You can hear that. I mean, it's that. What is that? It's like
let them listen.
Yeah. And
it sounds like someone's dealing with something electronic or something.
It's
just
weird.
Well,
that's what they're doing. Yeah, they're just idiots.
How's my sound? My sound good?
Your sound's good.
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty good. A little bit muffled, and I know Daniel and Sammy have introduced themselves. If I haven't introduced them formally to each other, I mean, both you gentlemen. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, I know that.
Wonderful. Well, I love you all. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. When I come back, I'll read solicitation and go directly into the night, take over with a monologue. But I'm hoping that both of you, by the way, so maybe both of you have something to say while I'm here. I'll gladly hang around for a few moments while both of you might tell me, was there anything in particular about the last transition before tonight's that stood out, or that you feel you might bring to my attention? Anything that came to your mind about it in particular that stood out?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. I just kind of emptied my cup for the evening.
Okay.
Just let myself open.
Sounds good. Thank you. And with Sammy, anything?
As far as me, I didn't get a chance to listen to the daylight standards. The subject you're talking about, switching times, I'm meaning to get on that, but what I did catch was, just the effect of switching to daylight saving times and how the effect can change on the human body. A lot of people don't understand that our biorhythms are very sensitive. For example, I work nights, and just an hour, it messes me up. So, it's just, to me, it's one of those things where the subject of that even coming up lets me know how ignorant our government is right now, how much of the past they've forgotten, or they just don't want to acknowledge. So, it's just one of those things where, like anything right now, what's going on, history's repeating itself. This is what you were talking about, a decade ago. This is just, it's what's going on. And, it's just, you got to take it day by day. And, like James Forsyth was talking about, you got to find something simple in life that, simple pleasures in life, like, for example, my relationship and my companionship, stuff that I can, work on that, haven't completely turned to shit, I don't mean to, at least not completely. I have my struggle with my relationship, like any man, but it's just you gotta see, the simple shit in life, because some stuff you just can't control. But no, I'm gonna catch up with the transmission, because that was very interesting to me. I wanted to hear more how you elaborated, because the way you put it, it's always a treat. Yeah.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate that. You're very kind. And I definitely want people to understand again just how this daylight saving time is so offensive. But most damning of all is when they're considering making it permanent, as they did in the 1970s for what was only a few years before that crashed and burned. It says everything that they cannot make standard time permanent, which is what all the sleep experts have been recommending, insisting on. That the sleep experts have told them, look, if you're going to make anything permanent, make standard time permanent, not daylight saving time. And yet the government says, oh, we can only make daylight saving time permanent. We can't make standard time permanent. And they never.
That's because this is a fucking stupid Wilsonian democracy.
Thank you.
The worst piece of shit to ever enter presidency.
So you did hear you heard the whole.
Fuck yes. I can drop shit on that piece of turd. I mean, he fucked this government to high hell. It's the reason why everything's so polarized and everything's so fucked.
Yes, thank you. It's
something that necessitates me to review again.
Thank you
for every detail.
Yes, thank you, and very important. And I want people to understand that I will be kind of finishing up. I'll start with kind of providing some kind of solution, or at least a direction from out of the Wilsonian trap that we were led into, and I will present that to kind of start off with tonight, one of the starting subjects. But in the meantime, these wonderful gentlemen will hold the stage. Do listen to them. They have much to offer and much experience all their own. As for James Forsyth, whatever he's found that it kind of is the simple pleasure that keeps him going in life, I can't imagine what that is. I guess I'll have to ask him personally one of these days. What is it that you found? I'm glad he's found something. Oh my God, what he was through. And yet, reminds me a lot of what Brendan Zogit went through, and a lot of these other strained lives that have enormous challenges. Comparatively speaking, I guess we've all been through them. I mean, our man Daniel Orola with his bout with homelessness for a while and overcoming that. Truly incredible. So there we have that, and I'm glad your parents got over that stupid idea about Virginia. I mean, just madness.
That's what keeps me calm is this Klipothic work, because it doesn't matter where I'm relocated, Tiamat will rise again.
Oh, there we are. Okay, on that happy note, I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you, everyone. I'll check into the chat room when I return with these wonderful gentlemen, and take it away. All yours.
So, gentlemen, what's been going on? What's up?
Oh, just been fucking around, just trolling on Twitter pretty much, just as of lately.
Oh man, yeah. Your combat videos though are always welcome. I mean, I've started to. I mean, I really am starting to see the strategic significance of staying lower to the ground rather than, because most dudes, they just start swinging, and it's just, well, yeah. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta have some grounding to your punch,
Yeah, because if your punch isn't grounded, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, because for an effective punch, besides the snap in the wrist, you got to have good grounding with your feet.
Yes, and that's something I'm starting to pay a lot more attention to, personally. Because although I don't intend on fighting anyone, I'm just saying it's information that's worth holding on to, though.
Well, my thing is, I love to practice fighting, so I don't have to, and hopefully I don't have to because at the same time, I also enjoy what the potential that could happen. If I were to do some of these techniques, but at the same time, I know that I better not do it, or in case I get caught by the police, that would really suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Also, every time when I go out somewhere, I always look out for places to run to or run through, just in case I end up getting in trouble or getting into a fight. Because the last thing you want is to stick around for the police to show up.
Yeah, you need an escape route, and that's why your feet are your most important tool in combat.
Yeah. And of course, nowadays, some of the bars that I'll go to, it's because I know the security guys. So that maybe they'll let me know, just in case somebody else I don't feel that's welcome near me would come around.
Gotcha. That always helps. That always helps.
Yeah.
And how things on your end, Sammy?
Hey, what's going on?
All right.
Well, let me give you guys a little, just what's going on here in Mad Max world, or Los Angeles. People are drilling now through people's gas tanks to get their gas.
Are you fucking serious?
Well, JMO,
Oh my God.
we're going to be seeing $7 a gallon about next week. We're going into that area now. I mean, I live in the city, okay? So here in LA, we're fucked because we really don't have no public transit system. I mean, we do, but it's not very efficient. So you have to drive. Either you drive or you take the public transit system, but that after COVID is not very efficient. And depending on what neighborhoods you go through, it can get kind of dicey. So
Yeah,
some of that
you got to have a car.
So yeah, some of that martial arts, teaching I might be able to need, because here's the thing, okay? I'm not Mr. Democrat or Republican, and I really don't care about politics, but there has to be an end game with this, because like what Doug was talking about, and I don't mean to bitch about this, but this is what we're living here in Southern California. Where is the max where they can put price on this liquid that, first off, it's killing the environment, but it's killing our wallets as well. And there has to be an end game to this, because I was telling my friend, if it gets up to $10 a gallon, and I mean, this is me, we're already halfway there. We're more than halfway there. So if we go at this rate, we're going to be seeing $12, $15 a gallon by the summer. Then this is going to have to trickle down to business. And this is where inflation might run out of control. And at this point, $400 rebate is more like $40 rebate, because $400 is not going to buy you not a lot of gas. So it's one of those things where it's the type of shit where you worry because you can't control it, but why are you going to worry if you can't control it? So it's one of those things where, like,
you worry because it's going to fuck you.
Oh, absolutely. So you have to adjust. I might have to buy a bike. Hell, I might have to sell my car. And I like my car, but it is what it is. I need to eat, and I'm not home. I'm not dirt poor, and I'm not filthy rich, but there's a certain point where I'm not going to pay $15 a gallon, $20 a gallon for a tank of gas. Like, I can ride a bike, and I have to sweat, and I have to smell a little funky. Then, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. There's has to be I have to turn on my survival instincts and do what I have to do. Everybody does it. I'm no different. It's just, where's the end game? And I'm not saying, obviously I'm talking about the extreme, but the way it looks like it,
we're in the extreme.
Exactly.
We are there. There is no moderation where we are at.
Right. So there, you always get these people that are talking about, well, I don't want government regulations. Well, in this case, we do need government regulations, okay? We do need some type of oversight where I need to go to the OPEC office and, it's going to get to that point where people are going to be taking the firearms and say, I want 100 on pump 1, or I'm going to blow your face off. Or even better, they're going to put 2 in your kneecap and say, give me gas, or else this is going, in your head. So people are going to be shooting first, as the question last. And this is the thing about it is, you don't want people in this type of frenzy. You don't want people in fear. People that are scared are more dangerous than people that are not. I'm more afraid of someone that's scared and desperate than someone who is not. And people do a lot of extreme things when, by the way, excuse the noise in the background. I'm near a tarmac. Okay.
Gotcha.
Anyways, so hold on. People tend to get to a level. So I mean, what's your take on the JMO and Daniel? What's your take on this?
Well,
on what part?
On the gas, the fuel, getting up to $15-$20 a gallon here in good old La La Land.
Well, I the best way I could think about it is hope that it's temporary.
Right.
Oh, I don't think it's temporary, and I think that because the oil giants can pretty much jack the prices up as much as they can, they don't care. They're going to gouge as much as they can get out of this time of pain and disaster, as big business does, because that's just the method of the beast. Yeah, it's going to get pretty fucked to be anywhere. Let alone some place where the only way you can get around is drive. Those are going to be worse places. Definitely going to see crime spiking.
No, absolutely. Crime is going to go up. And really, people are going to start looking at, well, why do I need a car then? If it's between, gasoline and my life, one thing that pandemic has taught me is you don't need a lot of shit to just live at least surviving,
Yeah.
Give me a second, okay? I'm gonna go on mute for a second, okay?
Gotcha. Yeah. Well. Yeah. It seems like we're entering that sort of breaking point, and it's going to be very interesting to see how people react. In fact, I would hazard to say that it wouldn't surprise me if people don't react. Yeah, because that's pretty much what we've seen. They'll react to whatever the media tells them to react to, but unfortunately, and the question also is, what can people do? When you have a system of governance where the ones who pull the strings are the ones who are, these. Well, basically, when everything's lobbied by what a bunch of rich, predominantly white males think, well, not even rich, wealthy, then things are gonna be shit. I mean,
that's provided that everybody actually that everybody would actually follow all the rules, which they don't.
Yeah, and if people can find a way around the rules, that will be great. Now would be a great time to be someone who makes electric cars, just not that Elon Musk piece of shit. This is a good time to introduce new technologies, which they won't introduce because they want to drain every last barrel of oil from this earth before they decide to utilize the technology we have that can be clean.
Mm-hmm.
It's just human greed. Yeah, this is more or less the reason why I have myself distracted by numerous things, because I don't want to care what goes on in the human world anymore. There's nothing here. It's literally like this is a black hole. This is a pit of despair. At least to me. I mean, I mean, I'm sure you probably see it differently, but
Well, well, my way of seeing it is that there's a lot of things that happen around the world where, you know, how they affect us. It's all on how we choose to feel about it. And I've worked hard as a martial artist my whole life, to work on managing and controlling the settings of my emotional makeup. At the same time, make discernment of, or make sure that I notice the difference between what I'm feeling and what I'm emoting. You know, so that I can make sense with my logical brain. You know, both of them. See, that's the challenge right there, where I need to be grounded in, so that, see, in order to have good control of my emotions and feelings, I have more. I guess you could say I have more respect around of the environment around me, for the environment around me, because because it can do me in for as long as I let it. But when I can condition the way I feel around it, I find life a whole lot easier to live.
I see that makes a lot of sense. Oh, I might have asked this question before, but I'm not. I still, it still eludes me. What is the difference between feeling and emoting, so to speak?
Okay, emoting. Okay, let's say, okay, emotions. Let's lead that to two primary emotions that are polar opposites, that would serve as polar opposite charges for a battery, which is fear and love. And there's all these feelings that belong under either category. You know.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see.
Yeah.
So emotions are like more primal, or rather, they would be higher on the hierarchy, and the feelings would come underneath those, like secondary traits.
Yes, and see, when you can make a difference between the two emotions, when you apply them in magic, then you have a better chance at controlling the steering wheel there, because because magic, when it involves emotion, you got to know which one you're using.
Yeah, you usually operate without any emotion or feeling. There, I mean, there are different approaches to sorcery. There are those who use a lot of emotion and a lot of feelings, and there are people like me who have to be absolutely stoic when we work.
Yeah. Well, see, because when you have a balance, when you have a balance of the three, see, that's like the Trinity. That also is what makes prayer work. When you have control, and you're able to monitor your emotional content, your feeling frequency, and then your thoughts. When they're integrated, they they generate what manifests your reality.
Interesting. I mean, I've personally never known prayer to work, but prayer is a sort of is a form of magic, though. You are correct on
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't found it useful at all. But that could be because it's just a question of style and preference, when it comes to these matters, when it comes to the arcane. But yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I usually tend to utilize a state of no feeling, thinking, just blank mind,
Yeah.
and that's been pretty effective, at least for ceremonies, but the idea of I mean, Yeah, prayer is a really complicated thing. Is is it like a meditation? I mean, what does one do when one prays? I mean, what are you basically doing?
It's basically they're basically components of a spell, of the process of a spell or a magical ritual. But when you have those three in your rituals and spells, you know, I mean that's how they work.
Okay, so just checking in. Is Sammy still with us?
He had to go on mute for a moment.
Oh, okay. Maybe his girlfriend came to visit him and they got involved with making out again. And last time that happened, of course, we had it all where everyone could hear it. And yeah, so probably best to avoid that again. Well, hopefully, if he hears us and decides to come back on, I mean, I may as well share that link that was sent to myself by John Warrington. And by the way, a shout out to John Warrington. And certainly hope he'll come on and speak with us soon about developments in the ongoing case. And oh, by the way, Our Lady Diane Hillis Buchberger has given me a link about Arnold Schwarzenegger's son, Joseph Baena. Oh, God, that spoiled son of a bitch. And and then she brought up that Vladimir Putin has allegedly ordered execution squads to kill his own men if they try to desert his Ukraine invasion. So she says, yipes. And of course, certainly, honey, that's no surprise. And what did you expect? So it's the kind of, I don't know how to respond to that. Put an angry face, I guess, and then a kind of yipes here, a kind of
honestly, I find it hilarious, morbidly hilarious, because again, it's one of those things where I say just let them kill themselves off. I don't care what happens.
Yeah, there's certainly, honestly, it's one of these, you really have to harden your heart for a certain period of time at least. And right now, this is one of those times. The next time on Sunday, remind me to bring it up while, Peter is with us, or maybe even wait till Wednesday when JoJo is with us, but probably more important just when Peter is with us, so that I can emphasize the fact that what makes me so incredibly angry is the continued rationalizations and all of these people providing excuses for the Russian military. It's kind of like there's a military article I reviewed where this idiot was saying, oh, it could be a lot worse. He's not sending in his bombers, and, he could be bombing all these places. And, how about the fact
he's been doing that since the beginning of the conflict.
Thank you.
How the fuck do they not realize that?
Well, it's more like what they're saying is there could be aerial bombardment, and the point is that what they're not realizing, it's not like Putin's holding back. They're convinced he's holding back his bombers, as in aerial platforms that bombard. He probably can't even get them off the fucking ground. That is probably what's going on. And these people are just consistently trying to make excuses for the Russian military as having some kind of backup that they just don't have. I mean, they're catastrophically incompetent. They are completely unable to meet the requirements of modern war. That's so these people are in denial of that because this is not the Russia they want to see. The Russia they want to see is the immortal, impervious, undefeatable Russia that they always fantasized about. Their great white hope. And this is
now you can grasp why, as a person of color, I'm indifferent to what goes on in Europe. I've just reached the point where it's like, can you guys just die off already and leave everyone else on the planet?
Now, like, I understand, but I hope you heard some of what I said earlier, and you'll review it later, where I talked about what's going on in Europe does impact us in the sense that this is beyond ethnicity at this point. They're attacking people just on the basis of what they perceive to be sexual promiscuity or some kind of sexual degeneracy. And
I am aware of that. That's why I am in favor of the entire human race going.
But you know, without going in that direction, it's one of those things where you know, by the way, Diane Buchberger says that she feels you've gotten a little better too in terms of positive, you know, outlook. So that's good. I think that the energy is certainly a lot better than when your parents were issuing that incredibly stupid threat of relocating to Virginia. I mean, that alone, it made me laugh in the sense of like, just, it would kill them to move. It would kill them to move.
Well, that's basically what they're saying. We're gonna die you to do something. It's just like I don't get it.
Yeah, it's honestly, they were just, it's almost just a taunt. So aside from that, what were you all talking about before I returned?
Oh, prayer, and I couldn't grasp the sort of magic components of prayer. It seemed like, because I'm my my craft is just familiar with using visual plus tactile plus voice, as a means of like linking three different sensations to get the thing done, and then entering that state of sort of a syncope where like all the blood just, and you're just gone.
And by the way, you might share with people what was brought up by that link that apparently the Japanese manga are killing the American comic book industry, or
Oh yeah. Well, this guy was just like, I didn't listen. I could, at some point I had to stop listening to the guy talking because he was just like drawing on about how he was one of those guys who like snowflakes.
Yeah, he's just one of, he's one of them. He's one of them. He's one of the white guys. Yeah. Thank you. He's one of the white guys who's full of grievance and feels that, liberal progressivism is what's, destroying manhood. Manhood. It's not even America anymore. It's manhood. It's masculine.
And he felt it was destroying Superman because Superman's facing an enemy where that's using that's using social media to destroy his image and false reporting. And I think that's kind of brilliant. Honestly speaking, because that's what happens in real life. That's the entire point. That's why people read manga, because manga has shit that happens in real life in it, and comics too often don't.
Yes, thank you.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, thank you.
That's quite true.
Yeah.
I never understood Superman. Superman to me is not even real. To me, how to say it? Superman to me is it's probably the worst, in my opinion, probably one of the worst superheroes, if not the worst. He's not relatable.
Right.
A white man in his gay outfit. I don't get me wrong. Batman has his quirks too, but at least Batman had his background with his parents. You can kind of, but to me, DC's villains are actually a lot better. DC's villains are better than their actual quote-unquote heroes. I love the Joker.
Yes.
The Joker's fascinating. I think he's hilarious. Obviously this rendition of Batman that I watched for 3 hours of my life, which I'm not getting back. Thank you to my nephew, but
I'm so sorry.
This was 3 hours, Doug. I was in Red, California. This was a very This theater is, no wonder it was $10. Okay, the seats were terrible. Okay, I felt like I was sitting on the Flintstones couch made of stone. Okay, the popcorn was shit. I'm used to. I go to the Chinese theater here in Hollywood. It's Hollywood. There's one of the things about LA that you get to experience is the industry. Hell, even the you go to the Valley and this, back in the day it was porn central, but it's still production,
Yeah.
But I went to this Red, I was in Red, California, and it was terrible. But my nephew loves Batman, and it is you do what you do, for family, I guess. But
is this the same nephew you were talking about before?
No, this was a different one. I have a big family, so you know, this is a younger one.
Okay.
He's about maybe 14. Bless his heart.
Okay.
I feel so sorry for him because and I'm sure to a certain degree, Doug, you feel sorry for us because you experienced at least the '80s and a much simpler and probably a better time.
Yes.
You know, the reason why I say that because look, I hope I don't go left here, okay? And my apologies. But to a certain extent, there has to be something that drew you to Aquino as far as something, whatever the hell that is. You explained it, but I think it was better at the time because I would imagine you know this social media now, Doug. If you would have met him in this time frame where Aquino was in his prime today, he was 50, 45, and you were 20, imagine that today, it'd be crazy.
Yeah.
It just
It'd be
wouldn't
crazy.
have worked. It would be possible.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? And I don't mean to bring up this bizarre world, but what I'm trying to say is, today it's some stuff just doesn't stick no more. So, even in certain entertainment doesn't stick. I used to love football. I don't watch football no more. It doesn't stick no more. I think maybe because I'm getting older and just you see the BS now where some stuff just doesn't stick to you, and you start looking around and you start realizing, well, it's because when you are debriefed and the stuff that Doug talks about, some stuff doesn't matter no more because this is how they get you. I was telling J-Mo about, the gas is going to be $7 here in Southern California pretty soon, pretty much next week, pretty much tomorrow. And I already made up my mind. I have a limit. If gas goes to $10, I'm riding a bike. I'm riding a bike. I am. And if I get jumped by a bunch of Crips or Bloods or some essays, I'm gonna say, hey man, I'm poor. Okay, I'm poor. I'm not gonna be riding a bike with a wallet. No, I'm gonna be. I'm talking about my survival mentality is already kicking in. I'm already planning it. At least until I can figure out how to get out of this Mad Max world that is going to start. Because the thing is, people are already noticing that, hey, especially with the pandemic, you don't need a lot of things. You don't. And, what's the point of having a car when it's a liability, it's me kind of already making up my mind that I'm not going to go past the line no more because one, as an adult, and when you realize I'm a fucking adult, no one gives a fuck. No one gives it. All the material shit, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't because no one gives a shit as far as that. Because what you have to do is survive and also understand that once you stop being plugged in to what this American society wants you to be plugged in, for example, watching football on Sundays, doing all this routine shit, that it doesn't matter because, this society, it's getting outdated already. It just is, even with the history, even with, people talking about Ukraine. Look, I don't want to hear about Ukraine no more. Now, do I want to hear what you got to say, Doug? Absolutely, because you make it make sense. It makes sense because it comes from the war that we're still fighting.
Yes.
We're still fighting this war. And it comes down to it. Now, do I have other YouTube channels that I do subscribe? Yes. But to a certain extent, because the only fire or the only burning pile of shit that I want to hear reporting on is you, Doug, because you were there. You are at Ground Zero. You've been at Ground Zero. I want to hear from the horse's mouth.
Yes.
I want to hear from the man that was right next to the devil.
Yes.
And it's very important because it gives me and I don't really have to worry about it because there's just a lot of stuff way out of control. Am I pissed off right now at Biden? Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not because Biden doesn't give a shit. Biden is a senile old white man.
Yeah.
He's an old white man. He's part of that aristocracy of political. Joe Biden, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he ever had a day job in his life. He's a politician.
Yeah.
For God's sake, he's an actor. It's like Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was old and senile. Bush
rode the train. He rode the train for 47 years as a senator to his office.
Absolutely.
He spent the morning with the people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. You know, you had Bush hand up Reagan's ass, telling him what to say.
Yes.
And then Cheney had his hand up Trump, not Trump, but Bush Jr.'s upside.
Yes.
He had his hand up his ass, telling him what to say. Yeah. So this is the one thing I gotta give to politics. Politics, it is bullshit. It is, when you're in politics, in my opinion, you have to be with the bullshit because it's tradition. Yeah. It is tradition, you know. I can't be in politics because I would want to rip Mitch McConnell's face and Lindsey Graham. I'll say, Lindsey, just come out of the closet.
Yeah,
bro, you're gay.
Yes,
just come out of it.
Yes.
Okay, all of you Republican assholes, just come out. It's okay if you're Southern fairies. It's okay. But and a lot has to do with even my religion, with my faith. Okay, I've had to battle this with my background because I've had to unplug myself from the indoctrination of this evangelical stuff, because at a certain point I can't be plugged into this because it's not healthy. Okay,
I'd like to share.
Go ahead.
I'd like to share an experience being a preacher's kid that grew up behind the curtain of the mechanics of how preachers work in this business, and being raised as a conservative. I'm a recovering conservative that voted Republican until 2016.
Wow.
And so the one thing that I learned about politics throughout my life is that you got to be careful about the temptations of being emotionally triggered to want to hate someone, because it doesn't matter who it is, and it doesn't matter what the reason is or how well thought out the rationale is. Whatever it is that you hate about someone, it's because you see it in them, in yourself. And what they're reflecting parts about yourself that you got to purge, you know. And in a way, see, I give some appreciation in a way towards Trump and Putin without liking them, because their presence in the world, you know, they trigger some impending changes that are inevitable in the future. Yes. You know, that makes life better in America and eventually throughout the world, starting with all these assholes. You know, and it takes some chaotic, narcissistic assholes that want to go nuclear because they're not getting their way, in order, you know, for people to really learn what's going on here, or to be able to get over their own bullshit. You know, because there is a lot of bullshit in politics, and you know, when we can relate with that, you know, a lot of that goes back to how we can clean that out of ourselves.
Right. By the way, in terms of what Daniel Arola is saying, to further contextualize this for our listeners, basically Putin and Trump have ushered in the change that will bring us all into a greater sense of equilibrium. In other words, the unbalance of the world that was generated by the Second World War is now striving towards rebalance. And basically, the American and Russian empires are collapsing, and it's Germany and Japan in particular that will fill in the void. But by the way, our man Jameson points out that one of these guys is an Alex Jones fag, or is it, do you actually have seen this guy talking with Alex Jones? Or? Yeah.
No, I'm looking at his video list.
Okay.
I'm looking at his. He has Alex Jones on his channel.
Okay. So this is what our man, Mr. John Warrington, brought to my attention, was this link. And, you know, obviously what John Warrington was saying was, you know, all publicity is good publicity. And that's what Peter Moon was saying as well. And, you know, that's true. And it's not like these people are attacking me per se, but it's just, first off, this guy is annoying as hell. He's shown up in my life unwelcome. him, this weird Chinese guy. He's a total fucking dork. It's like you're in a schoolyard, and this is the kind of like why I always was just so glad to be perceived as just the cool girl who was kind of like by herself and not really bothered, rather than being some guy who had to interact with dorks like this. And but he's this Chinese guy who would show himself in his Facebook pictures with a Darth Vader helmet that had Mickey Mouse ears on it. And it's just like, why would anyone want to talk to somebody like that? And he would like constantly try to contact me and say, oh, my dad worked at the Presidio, and it was around the same time that you... Oh, Sammy's got to step out. So, Sammy, thanks for being with us tonight. Love you dearly, and thank you so much for participating.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and
yes, thank you for giving me the time to my little rant. Okay.
Oh, definitely appreciate it. I want to talk to you privately sometime soon. We'll make it happen.
Yes,
and,
yes, Doug.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would too. Okay. Just keep in contact, and we'll try to make it happen again. Okay.
Yeah, we will. We will. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night for now.
Good night.
Yeah. And
All right, night, man.
yeah. So then this weird Chinese guy, he's coming up and he's like saying, hey, my dad used to work at the Presidio. And I'm like, well, tens of thousands of people work at the Presidio. So? And then he'd be like saying, oh, well, we were there around the same time you were. And then he'd be like, okay, so what is it you want? And then he'd have nothing to say. He had nothing to say. And then he would be like, and he even says it in the video. He actually says in the video, my dad worked at Letterman Army Medical Center around the time that Aquino was active at the Presidio, and this Douglas Dietrich guy was there. But when I would ask my dad about it years later, when I found out about Aquino, then my dad would say, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. Shut up and don't ever ask me about that again. So he pretty much admits that he's got nothing. He's got nothing to say on this subject. So why was he trying to contact me all these years when he has nothing to say? He's just fishing, It's like some guy who's lonely has got nothing going on in life. It's like there's nothing I want from this individual, and there's nothing, all you can do is leech time from me. And then so then they started talking about me. Now, again, in all fairness, it's not necessarily an attack, but it's just stupid shit. It's like, oh, have you heard about this Douglas Dietrich? And then this guy who claims he was born in Taiwan, plenty of people were born in Taiwan. It is a population that is like some 30 million people, right? And then oh yeah, my dad was at the Presidio. And then, so then he says and you can just see there's nothing to him in this video. It's like he gets on there and he says, yeah, I had a falling out with Douglas Dietrich. And I said, now that I find offensive, because I don't know this guy. It's not like
I've never seen the guy before.
Thank you. I mean, like I said, he's approached me, but it's not. I don't know him, so how could he say we had a falling out? That's offensive. I'm sorry. What were you guys?
I think if this guy can't hijack from you, he's gonna talk shit about you, then hijack from you.
Thank you. That's the usual stuff. So I'm seeing now what our man Jameson is showing us. He's taking a screenshot. Yeah, and this other guy says he was really into this Tartarus stuff, which is just an outgrowth of the Q crap. And so when it comes to this other individual he's talking to, then the Chinese guy or Taiwanese guy, however you want to refer to him as, the Chinese-born American or the Taiwanese-born American. This guy is so acculturated to American culture. He's just one of those Chinese-looking guys who, for all intents and purposes, talks like a white guy. And he says, "Oh yeah, Douglas Dietrich's mother is Chinese," and it's like, okay, what? Fuck, my mother's not Chinese. She's half Chinese and half Japanese. I mean, oh my God.
I remember some other cat saying that you're a Native American until he was corrected too.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And it's like, then, and honestly, it's understandable. People make mistakes sometimes, but it's like, then he goes on to say something about my speaking Chinese and how it's like, it just doesn't make any sense. Then they go on and just talk about me a little bit. And then they said, oh, he's handled. And it's like, well, where can you go from there? So basically they said, oh, he's handled and he's allowed to talk about Japan, but not about anything important. It's basically what they're saying, which is really offensive to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's offensive to anyone who values the truth,
Yes,
because
thank
basically, what the fuck is this asshole talking about?
Yeah, thank
And
you.
and if you look at the screenshot, he has some occult stuff from Michael Ford. It tells you all about who's running the channel
Thank
and
you.
what they're into.
And as a matter of fact, you can go there for us. You can tell us what that's all about. Thank you.
Well, for those who don't know, Michael Ford is a very prominent musician and magician in the occult scene, and I will say his works are quite. I was in the middle of reading one of his books, so his works are really good, but I'm not advertising for the guy. I don't care for what the guy's social agenda might be, and I don't even want to know what his social agenda is. Because these white guys who are into the occult, they're the people who should not be practicing.
There we are. Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's just like a lot of
wait. Actually, this isn't Michael Ford. This is Tartary Disney Epcot Ford. Rosicrucian Magic. Well, might as well be. These white guys are all the same anyway. Look. I'm only interested in what they have to say as far as what they revealed to me as far as information. I don't want to know them.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, that reminds me.
See them.
Yeah. By the way, if you think that what our man Jameson said is disrespectful just now, think about what Peter said earlier about this guy. Peter said earlier, this Chinese guy said, apparently Peter reviewed the video a little further, and he said this Chinese guy effectively was corrected and told my mother was half Japanese, and he pretty much said, oh, Japanese, Chinese, what's the fucking difference? I mean, this is the guy who makes the issue first about this whole Chinese thing, and just kind of like saying all gooks are the same. I mean, there you go. That's how Americanized this guy is. We're on different planets as far as...
He might as well be, what's the equivalent of an Oreo in food? Ho-ho
Yes.
or...
Oh, what they call them? What is it they call them? I forgot. It's a banana. Yeah, he's yellow on the outside but white on the inside. A banana.
There we go, a banana.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, this guy might be like another Charles Ng.
Yeah,
remember him?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, there you go. And so Charles Ng was together with this other white serial killer, and they were attracting victims with singles ads, and they would bring them up to this bunker they had built to prepare for the apocalypse and torture them to death. So it's just awful, and it's one of those things that there you go.
Well, there is some Darwinian selection there, though, because if you're really serious about preparing for the apocalypse, you're going to go in some guy's bunker.
Well,
maybe
they were attracting people for like orgies. They were like putting out ads for like singles ads for orgies, and so couples were going up there for like a couple swap, and then they'd wind up killing the men and keeping the women as sex slaves. It was just awful.
Okay, that honestly is awful.
Yes.
All right. I can't say the Darwinian thing there, because I guess some people have pleasure in orgies.
Well, there was a Darwinian selection, and kind of like
trusting them.
Yes, thank you. It's very it's to me it's incredible that people respond to such ads. It was just Yeah,
those things are sketch as fuck. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just. I would say with Craigslist, I at least got lucky.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. So okay, so everyone, I've finished my Coke. I'm going to rinse my mouth out, and then maybe even brush my teeth a little bit. I hate the taste that much. The aftertaste, and so
the aftertaste is horrible.
Yes,
and so is the carpet teeth.
Yes.
So, but I did notice something about Coke.
Yes, thank you.
It really does cure a hangover.
There you are. It helps. It does help. That's why I'm so addicted to it all the time, and participating in it all the time. So, important thing to remember. And aside from that, I'm going to leave these two gentlemen to kind of hold the stage. They've both now seen what I was irritated about earlier, and they both had, who was it who put the haha on the meme that I put up about the Ukrainian Nazi chick stomping the Russian.
It was me.
Oh, okay, cool. That was, yes, that's Daniel. Oh, that's cool. And thank you for your meme, Daniel, the one about, yes, there we are, the people who were entering Europe as refugees. They weren't from Ukraine. They were fleeing Texas because they have a trans kid. There you go. I mean, this is...
Oh, shit, that's rich. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, they're fleeing Texas.
Yes, that's right. And I'm just so glad we're bringing this to people's attention. This is like just awful. And it's...
Yeah, I mean, well, this just further drives home why no one cares about Ukraine, because shit's deteriorating here.
There we are. Or rather, the way you can express it is, this is why we're experiencing Ukraine fatigue in this particular circle, shall we say. I mean, obviously there are people who are inundated with Ukraine and they're not tired of it. And
I mean, yeah, it was really nice to see where they were when, the Haitian president was assassinated and America decided to hit Haiti with scalar weapons, because apparently black people aren't people. So for white America, fuck you.
Yeah, and I can make an argument for that too. Yes.
I'm actually getting a kick out of the Ukrainian war because of how optimistic it looks. Although on the side, I'm still waiting on if there's anything left of any genuine intelligence on the Russian side, that they might actually have some kind of a Joker's wild card to pull out eventually.
Oh,
I look out for shit like that.
No, I hear what you're saying. And
the only intelligence that Russia has exists in the United States.
That means they got nothing. Yeah, that means they've got nothing. It's yeah, that's but by the way, so when I come back, one of the things that I will do is ask a prayer request for a good friend of Selena Khan. Of course, this is an individual in all of her wonderful warmth. Selena Khan says she said at one point she might ask him to interview me or something like that. He's a columnist, but it's because Selena Khan is such a wonderful person. I'm asking a prayer request for this individual when I can return. Of course, I think he's probably more than anything else would hate me with a passion. He's a Jewish conservative, and he's like been a columnist for years, and he's worked with Epoch Times, which is a pro-Trump rag that is sponsored by Falun Gong. Yeah, so he's like, not quite sure that's, but not gonna, he's in ICU. He's in ICU. Gotta go easy on it, but it's and here's the other thing for his Twitter, and you can see just kind of like what his he's not really virulent about it, but I would just say he's just an older conservative type. He's probably old enough, and where his kind of politics is more Reagan-esque than Trump, but nevertheless, the fact that
Reagan was equally as toxic.
Thank you. Yeah. You're right. You're right. It's what am I even saying? Just that this Truth in America First as a trademark on the published reporter on his Twitter shows you, this guy, but he's had a stroke. He's in ICU. I'll talk about this when I get back just a little bit and ask for a prayer request, but definitely, hopefully he recovers.
I want to say, I'm not going to say anything because it's really, I am tempted to say, I hope that his stroke is transferred to other people who are Republicans, so that we could just be done with this shit.
I just now looked up this cat on Twitter, and I'm looking at, I'm just scrolling through posts here, and the impression so far that he's giving me is like It's like he's like an another version of Jordan Peterson, but just uglier and more perverted looking.
Oh God, that's awful. Oh, that's awful. Okay, we're gonna share screen. We're gonna share screen for just a little bit. And okay, I'm gonna have a little fun here, and this will be with a post. And okay, so you guys can see some of these posts that this guy's got up, and just to kind of like scroll down a little bit more. Okay, this guy, he was like, frightening forecasts in the futuristic novel Chains of Slavery that have already come true in America. This is obviously an anti-liberal diatribe in which, Lady Liberty is chained, and the author looks like a serial killer. This guy looks like an axe murderer. This is like
he looks like a fucking beluga whale with a blue shirt.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the man in ICU, okay? We're talking about the author of this Chains of Slavery, Brian Ridolfi. And Ridolfi looks like the face that you see after the axe breaks through the door. When the axe breaks through the door and the face comes through, kind of like Here's Johnny, then this is the face you kind of expect to see. That's the first thing I thought of. Other than that,
yeah, he looks like someone you would not want to babysit your kids.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And then here we have this is very, traditional reactionary wreaths across America, remembering, honoring, and teaching about our nation's military heroes. This is
what heroes? The heroes who fucking rape kids in Presidio?
Yes, I
mean, really, are you fucking shitting me? The heroes who put bullets in black men just for the fuck of it because they've decided to become cops when they get out?
Oh God!
What fucking heroes?
Yeah, yes. Or I could.
Oh my God! The vitriol I have for white America is just. It rises off of me like the fucking Castle Bravo. It's just horrific. I cannot wait to see when this turns into that nightmare that you saw in the Vox Arcana. I can't wait. I can only guess that I would probably become a Ravager and just go to town, or maybe one of the ones that can go either way. This sort of. Well, I just can't wait.
When he's being interviewed, the person who is in ICU right now is being interviewed by a black Muslim in this video. And I think it tells us everything we need to know. This is really sad. I feel really good about myself after looking at the fact that this went up in 2018 and they got 93 views since that time.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. And 3 upvotes. And 3 upvotes. 93 views and 3 upvotes since 2018. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
What a loser.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh, geez. We got to stop talking like this. I'm sorry.
I just scanned over this synopsis over this book by Brian Rodolfi.
Okay. Yeah.
Chains of Slavery.
And what do they say?
And it looks, it's giving me the impression of history revisionism, if anything.
Yeah. That I have no doubt.
And they're just they're just redirecting facts.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's like mentioned Muslim attack, Islamic terrorists, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy's definitely reactionary.
So it's the typical reactionary American fantasy that, they're here on our shores, they're gonna fuck us all up, and unless we reinstate the old America, the white male America,
we need to resurrect the fucking Wilson and FDR.
This just smells like the conspiracy theories about population and control and bullshit during the Obama administration. I think they started writing that shit around that time.
Thank you. Yeah, and honestly, it's one of those things that one advantage that America has. James Forsyth and James Reese were talking earlier about a demographic collapse that is happening in China and in Russia and in much of the world. But in America, we do have the advantage of immigration that no one else has, because they do have rather homogenous cultures that they're trying to preserve. So Japan in particular it's inviting more immigrants than it ever did before, but they still don't.
I hope are they inviting Americans?
Yeah, including Americans. Yeah, you can move there. You can move there, and actually, you know, the easiest way to move there, it would be kind of a paradox, would be they're trying to move people into the countryside because the countryside is emptying and everybody's moved into the cities. So they will let people rent for cheap. Comparatively speaking, for Japan, it would be like a place in the United States. Really, it would be really cheap to live out in the countryside. But I don't know how you would work. You'd have to telecommute. You'd have to find something you would be doing online. But
yeah, I'm not even employable, so I could scrap that idea. I'm stuck here dying with the rest of the white trash that can't fucking work just like me, and the fucking incels and all the other fucking pieces of shit who I can't wait to just. Oh, please let the anti-gods wake up so we can just do this. Let's do this, man. Come on, this aggression has been boiling for decades.
Well, we do have to vent. We do have to vent at times, yes. And honestly, it does need to be said. There's just a lot of people who deserve a kind of negative, shall we say, just to get dumped on. It helps us relieve ourselves. God knows they do it enough to us. I mean, like Daniel Arola said, just looking through the back of that book, and this Ridolfi guy is just vomiting bile about, you know, Muslims and, you know, and of course, you know, he's going to fault America's vulnerability on the snowflakes and everyone, just like Jameson Reese saw in that video with this guy who's basically saying, you know, the Japanese manga is kicking America's ass in terms of sales. And yet, if you probably confronted that guy about what I expose about the Japanese winning World War II, he would probably go into denial, you know, because of the kind of, you know, where he's coming from. I mean, I don't know if you got that impression, Jameson, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that impression. That's the first. It's like it's an automatic defense for white males to do that. I don't know what it is. It could be a genetic thing.
And yet he's reading all the Japanese comics.
yeah, he's reading all the Japanese comics.
You know, the one thing in common that I've noticed with all these ideological writings of the reactionary right is that a lot of them, the ones that read this stuff, they eventually form this fantasy of becoming a hero, and they think, okay, that if they're heroes, that all their troubles will be gone, even their bills might get paid, you know, and all this bullshit.
And they might get laid. Yeah.
Yes. You know, which none of that's going to happen. See what happened to those guys that, you know, were insurrectionists on January 6th.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, beyond...
Well, in that case, they should keep reading manga so they can delude themselves to death.
Yeah. If they were to take that particular kind of fantasy, what Daniel's talking about is they have their own fantasies. Daniel's dad used to read them. They were all that fucking Executioner, and what was the name of the press that produced the Executioner franchise of books? They had their own fucking publishing house.
Mac. Who wrote the Mac Bolan books?
Yeah, it was. It was called Eagle Press or something. It was rather generic. It had a rather generic kind of, you know, title, but it was a publishing house that specialized in just churning.
Gold Eagle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How did you remember that?
I just remember the logo in my memory, in my head, and then I saw the words.
Oh my God. I wonder if they're still producing the Harlequin romances your mom used to read. I mean, that was so funny. Daniel Arola's dad and mom, they read the mass publication franchise house books, and it was like, that was like the perfect couple. You know, one read the macho toxic male shit, and the other one was reading the syrupy romance stuff. And but you know, I consider the Harlequin romances to be infinitely healthier than that toxic male bullshit his dad was reading, because it didn't lead people. You know, go on. My dad
also had the communion books, the Whitley Strieber stories. Also,
You're kidding.
Along with the Behold a Pale Horse. in those stacks of books.
Oh my God. Oh my
I,
God.
Yeah.
I could see Behold a Pale Horse, but communion, ugh.
Yeah. And honestly, from my own opinion, Behold a Pale Horse is bad enough. It was like, that was, of course, fuck, I'm forgetting his name now. What the hell was his
William
name?
Cooper.
Thank you. It was like William Cooper before he wised up, before he was speaking to me. I'm sorry I forget his name, but I've dealt with so many
Honestly,
people.
that's why they killed him off, because he spoke to you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
he
you.
had just that much influence. If he got together with you and decided he would write a book with you, could you imagine what would fucking happen?
That's an interesting point. That's actually, that might have happened had he not been killed. That's true. That's an excellent point. We
I'm
had
fairly
talked about it.
certain Aquino saw that possibility.
Yes, thank you, and I think it's important. That's important. So okay, my love to both you gentlemen. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, and then get started for the night. I'm going to brush my teeth quickly and get this Coke taste out of my mouth, and we'll take it from there. I'll count on you lovely gentlemen to hold the show, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So everyone, do listen to these men, and I'll check in with the chat room when I return as well. Diane is messaging us before I take off. Let's see what. So she's bringing up that her mom read Harlequin too. So let me give her.
I gotta take care of these chat bots. I'm sorry I haven't been on it. It's just I'm trying to, while doing the show, I'm trying to do this research with the Kleepoth, really, really getting in depth, and these diagrams are just.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, that came out of nowhere. By the way, so Diane Hillis Buchberger is saying that Chinese guy, is he the guy that sent me a message and I sent it to you after you mentioned my name on the show? Laugh out loud. He sent me some weird shit. So let me give her this link and see if she recognizes these guys. And
I wonder if she could take a screenshot of what weird shit he sent, because that then we can really rip on him.
Yeah, that would be funny. So yeah, Diane's heard that. Let's see if she's inspired to do that. Let me give her this, and before I take off for a few minutes. And so Diane, I'm going to enter this into your message box now. And here we go. And by the way, that weird ass drawing, which that's his art. I mean, that's the guy's art. I'm sorry. I never try to make fun of what people draw because I want people to continue drawing.
Wait, what drawing?
Oh, let me do the screen. Well, it's in the text box where you got the weird monk-looking guys pointing.
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, all the guys who draw the faces like that are using that Q style.
Thank you.
Which is that racist as fuck style.
Yes, thank you.
So that's how you spot the white supremacists. So there you go. That explains why that banana was so fucked up.
Yeah. Also, he misspelled synchronous. Synchronous is misspelled. Just
synchronous.
Yeah, synchronous. Yes.
Yeah. Well, obviously, there you have it. It's even worse.
Okay. So at any rate, Mr. Daniel Arola and Jameson Reese will keep everyone entertained and informed for the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back soon and check into the chat room when I return. And thank you, both of you, for being here. And I'll go mute.
Yeah. So let's see. These guys are like these toxic masculine pencil necks who just have never worked out a day in their life, and they expect women to just fall before them. And when they don't get what they want, they decide to use their dad's AR-15 and shoot everyone up and then commit suicide.
Yeah, they say everything they can, to complain while they're in the friend zone, and they still can't get out of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like the woman only has them in the friend zone because they feel sorry for them, not because they actually want them as a friend.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty bad. And so these are the kind of guys who just, they just troll Reddit and all these other, oh my gosh, these platforms, these social media platforms have really more or less become like magnets to these guys.
Yeah. Now, in the past, I mean, incels, mama's boys, friend zoners, they've existed also, except back in the day, like up to the 90s, before 2000s, they some of them were actually willing to follow through with buying a book and actually reading it and learning how to, be better with chicks. They'll actually bother to learn. You know, some of these people even invest in seminars just to attend on learning how to pick up chicks or seduce them and things like that. There are classes out there for it. I don't know whether they work or not. I mean, I'm sure maybe for good-looking guys, but I'm sure, I don't know. Maybe there'll be some other ways for the ugly guys to get around besides selling drugs. But yeah, it's but these days a lot of these guys they just want a quick, easy way out. The faster they get it, the better. And well, they just don't know it doesn't make them happy.
Yeah, it
It
doesn't.
doesn't keep them happy.
Yeah, that's why, it's a relationship. A relationship. That's a very wow. That's a very complicated thing. I for it's easy for someone who hasn't had one to want it, but then when you learn what it takes to go into it, then one has to do a sort of double take and say, do I really want to commit to that?
Well, one of the easiest lessons I learned about relationships with women is that you never want to even bother trying to understand them, even if they say they want you to, because we never will. We just have to acknowledge the fact that they have a lot of feelings that even they can't explain why they have them or why they go through them or why they even snap at us for whatever reason they have.
Well, given how limited the Y chromosome is, given that the Y chromosome is smaller than the X chromosome, it's quite possible that they have emotions that we men can't comprehend. They could have emotions that we don't even have language for.
We never will, and we never do. I think the best thing we can do is to avoid fixing them, and all we have to do is just shut up and listen. I think we have easier chances of getting the pussy that way. just shut up and listen to them.
Good point.
Yep. Because then if you're going to try to fix them, you're going to find yourself in the friend zone.
But then, how do you approach it if let's say you're like you meet an attractive woman but she's shy too, and you're shy? How does that work?
No,
that doesn't work, does it?
You have to be willing to take the risk there. I mean, because me, I mean, I knew that if I'm going to get the woman I want, I got to be crazy enough and bold enough to show her that I'm bold enough. I mean, to show her that I'm interested in her and that I want her. And when she can feel my confidence about it, then of course, then it's possible a connection may be established from there.
Wait, feel confidence. Explain how that works.
Well, she has a sense that you're confident in the way you want her, but if she senses that you need her, then she's gonna find you as friend zone material. There's a difference between wanting and needing a woman, and those two things mean a lot to them, because it's one thing to say that you do, but it's another thing for them to sense the difference. If they feel that you're needy, usually they'll procrastinate on you. But if they can tell that you're a man that knows what you want, especially when they know what you want from them, then they find themselves more comfortable with that sort of confidence.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because at the same time, I mean, okay. Another way to, I guess, to make an impression with this is that that when you're able to look at a woman without exactly really telling her, but when you can look at her and where she senses the words that tells her, look, I want you, but I don't need you. Okay, you can always say no to me anytime, but someone else is going to say yes to me later. It's that kind of thing. Because then when she senses that you don't need her, then yeah, she's going to want you. And women will always usually go for the man that don't want her.
Interesting.
Yep.
That's very interesting. That's actually very useful. I could see how I could sort of maneuver that with the way you explained it. I could really see. One of the things I've been told is that if you like a woman, you just glance at her and then look at some other woman.
Yeah, well, yeah. When you can show them that you're interested in other forms of beauty, yeah, they see competition.
Oh man, that's interesting. So that'll be useful in the summer when
yes.
Well,
and women are instinctively motivated by a challenge. Especially when you are a man that wants her and that wants to bang the shit out of her, but at the same time you can still say no to her when you know it's right to say no. That also sinks in a deeper impression on her.
Interesting.
Because they're comfortable with men that know what they want.
Yeah, because that shows that the man's secure. That shows that he's and if he's secure, he's more likely to be resourceful.
Yep, and women find their security in relationships. Not just with men, but with people in general or as a whole.
Yeah. Whereas we men, what the hell do men find security in?
We just want some pussy, or we want to win.
Oh,
yeah, or
yes.
we want to win. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, okay. I could relate to the wanting to win because I literally go into nuclear meltdown when I lose a game of like Magic the Gathering or something. So yeah, you pretty much nailed it.
Well, I think you'd probably be better off being a bad sport at the game you're playing than being a bad sport arguing with a woman, because that nothing good always ends with that.
Yeah. I've been there. Yes, I can attest to that. I'd rather lose a game of Magic the Gathering than be in a disagreement or dispute with a woman. It's like being it's like being crushed by the rivers of the abyss versus just getting angry and throwing something across the room. I'd rather just get angry and throw something across the room. That's a good point.
Now, if you could get a girl, or if you know a girl that gets turned on by arguing, that usually ends up leading to some damn good sex. Now, there are some of those that exist.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
And so, how do you spot those types of women?
Well, sometimes, men usually attract them when they're also those kinds of men too.
I see.
Yeah.
So I guess you have to be one of those people where like attracts like.
That's usually the mechanics.
Yeah, because I say that because there are some individuals for some reason, and this is why I've started to chronologue like two different classes of human beings. There are human beings who seem to attract the opposite, and I don't know what to make of that. I just know that there are people with two different polarities, I guess. It's
Well, I sure would like to come across a girl that would like to see humanity die too, and introduce her to you.
oh my gosh, yeah, that would be great. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty out there. I'm sure. Listen,
Oh yeah, they exist.
there's plenty of humans out there who feel the same way I do. I'm just the one who voices what they all feel because somehow I'm psychically sensitive like that to negative shit.
Usually you could find them at death metal shows.
Ah,
Oh yeah, those chicks are wicked.
yeah, I've got to consider that. I mean, it doesn't seem like I mean, now that COVID has just basically become Omicron, I don't think I'd have much to worry about going to a concert. That might be something new.
Yeah. Because, well, see, a lot of these black metal shows now, when I used to go to them back in the 90s, I mean, maybe it might have changed. Maybe some things might have colored up a bit, but for the most part, I mean, most of these people that attend these shows are always usually the quiet, weird ones in class that never talk. You know, and so you know, when you're in a room with a whole bunch of them, then it just becomes a lot easier to approach them.
Okay.
That's a good point.
So, if everyone has benefited from more advice from the Lovelorn, we now return to the chat room. All right, so Creative Virgo says, I heard emotions are electrical and feelings are magnetic. Cool. All right, I guess that has something to do with what was under discussion here. And basically, I guess Chris Collins was, pointing out that, Jordan Maxwell's Maritime Admiralty Law thing was going too far. And that was always depressing because he'd usually start off with that when he was on Coast to Coast AM. That was like his...
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
that
I remember
that was his shtick. And I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, I can see how it applies to a courtroom, but, you know, life.
Well, it wouldn't even apply to a courtroom. That's the point.
No.
This is like, that's at that point you're beyond a law. You're entering the realm of just abstract. You're really just entering the realm of psychiatric paranoia. That's like, that's nobody is going to. Yeah, it's not applicable. Yeah, in any way.
You tell someone that they'll instantly say this guy has psychosis.
Unfortunately, maybe a professional would say that, you know, in terms of counseling, but, you know, your average just human being, they fall sucker for that, and they think, oh, this is deep, and oh my God, it's so there we have that. By the way, the prosecutor says Trump is guilty of numerous felonies. This is from the Washington Examiner. The noise you just heard was that incoming little news flash. So I normally would not even read something like that out loud, but I do want to bring that to people's attention because I will be talking a little bit about politics before I go into geomorphology. Now, in the time we have remaining, which is a good amount of time, actually, I'm going to just go headlong into the subject, and of course, I will segue by some history from our last transmission, and then go into a little bit of current events to talk about the supply chains, because, you know, everybody was bringing that up, and I think it's relevant. And then take into the more, shall we say, abstract, well, not abstract at all, but rather deeper aspects of things that I haven't had a chance to go into, that I'm very passionate about. And it was interesting that our man Peter brought up Dane Rudyard. Now, just to put that in context, Dane Rudyard was, of course, he was at his peak around World War II in terms of his career. And what he is known for is, like Peter Moon was saying, was astrology. He was actually known for being an astrologer. And so the fact that an astrologer introduced me to geomorphology through his writings is pretty out there. But I would say that he was, you know, you have to know your sources, and you have to know what not to take from your sources. from someone like Jordan Maxwell, for instance. The only thing I really got out of him was he was a decent human being who was taken terribly. Just a lot of people took terrible advantage of him, and the horrible thing was it's like this is like poor people who have no toys. Their parents buy them no toys, so they just wind up playing with whatever's available. You know, he had no toys, so he wound up playing with symbols. That was all he had to play with. He would go to the library and play with symbols. You say this symbol really means this means that. It was like, you know, he had no car, he had no yacht, he had nothing, so he had that. And that's, you know, that's what I got out of his life. It's really just, you know, and
that's very sad.
it is. It's horrible. It is, but it's hideously funny. It is hideously funny, but it's just horribly sad. You know, so he had that element of his life where, you know, it was hard not to laugh at some of the shit this poor bastard went through. It was like, you know, like I said, when, you know, here's Daryl Neely telling us the guy just died. And, you know, obviously, you know, if I could, I would have helped him. But what can you do with a guy like that? Is you know, at that point, there's nothing you can do with somebody like that. He's so damaged. And, you know, there's nothing you can do for him. He's too old and too fucked over. And he's just awful. There was some, you know, when you heard about various parts of his life, it was like there was no rebound. It was like with Daniel Arola, he was homeless and then he got out of it. But with, you know, our man Jordan Maxwell, he was like sleeping with his brother on the floor in some apartment that had no furniture. And, you know, it's like when you get past a certain age, there's no getting out of that.
Your neurology becomes like really just stuck.
Yeah. It's not just physical. It's everything. You're stuck then at that point, being like, the world has fucked me, and like Lorian Ann Fenton said, if whoever was interviewing him didn't guide him, that's where he would go. The world has fucked me, and I'm fucked, and it's just awful. But so there we have that. Yeah. Go on.
He had this thing about telling people to do their homework, while at the same time he was slamming the educational system. You know. Thank you. And
I found some of the things he, you know, I never paid attention to his symbol bullshit, because I found that most of it was, at least when it came to like occult symbols, some of these things were inaccurate.
Yeah, and you know, again, we're not downing on the guy. I mean, the poor guy's dead, but it was like he had psychiatric issues, and he had psychiatric issues that prevented him from succeeding. And it was like maybe at one point in his life he was like full of himself. Maybe there were some delusional aspects there too. I barely remember. Maybe at one point he was saying that, you know, all the girls wanted to sleep with him at a party or something like that. But I might be conflating him or confusing him with that stupid reverse speech guy. Would anybody remember that Australian guy's name? The reverse speech guy who was on Coast to Coast AM and got in so much trouble with Art Bell.
No, but I could see Jordan Maxwell that way when Zachariah Sitchin was still alive.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Because they were buddies.
I didn't know that.
God, that explains it all. There we go. All respect for the guy.
Vanishes after that. Yes, thank you. I hate to say it, it's true. Yes, that's awful. Yeah. And you know, who was that young lady who was on my show a few times a long time ago? By the way, Veronica Barrera has joined us. She says, buenas noches, D. Yes, buenas noches a todos, my lovely Senora Veronica. And what was her name again? It was
Aldana.
There was that chick who was born in Taiwan who was like on with my shows a few times in the past, and I brought her brother on a few times. The guy who like was in jail. Do you remember that guy? He wrote a book. He was in jail for a while. Her brother.
Yeah, I remember
Saldana.
Saldana.
Carmen Saldana.
Oh yeah,
like
Michelle Carmela Saldana.
Yeah.
She was born in Taiwan. So here's this white chick. She was born in Taiwan, and that's why, I was so nonplussed when, this Chinese guy came out of nowhere and was like going, I was born in Taiwan. And I'm like, okay, along with maybe millions and millions of other people, including Michelle Carmela Saldana, who's not even Chinese. So, that alone doesn't make you something special. What the fuck?
My ancestors come from Taiwan, but, I don't have to brag about it.
Thank you. I didn't even know that. So could you just give us a little short summary there?
Okay. I'm a full-blooded Filipino, and my indigenous roots as a Filipino. See, we come from our ancestors are Austronesians. Austronesians are the people where the Polynesians come from. See, they're known for being sea mariners, and they had huge sea empires throughout the Southeast Pacific. That went from Taiwan south down to the Philippines, and then it spread throughout, like down to Indonesia, and eastward on towards where Hawaii is at, Tahiti, all the way out to Rapa Nui, which is Easter Island. See, which they all became Polynesians. So the Austronesians are where the Polynesians come from, and the Filipinos, the indigenous Filipinos, most of them are from our Austronesian roots.
Thank you. Excellent. Yep. Excellent. So what?
And the Austronesians are they're native to Taiwan and some ancient Han Dynasty Chinese that escaped to Taiwan.
Yes. Thank you. And very, very important. And so what Daniel Arola is speaking of is truly in the ancestral sense. So very important and deeply appreciated. So love you dearly, Daniel. Say goodnight to our audience, and you have a blessed morning. Actually, say good morning to our audience, because I think it's already morning where you're at as well, technically.
Yep.
So yes, and
okay. Good morning and good night, everybody. And I actually have a family member that I'm going to meet up with tomorrow night at some bar where my student Doug is a bouncer at. So that way I have some security just in case some other unwelcome elements come around.
Wonderful. Good.
So this should be a fun one.
It should be. We want to hear about that on Sunday night, if possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell y'all then.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Hugs.
All right. Night.
Good night. And that was Daniel Arola. And of course, now Jameson Reese will say good morning to everyone and assure us all that he will be keeping my back.
Yeah, for a little bit.
For a little bit.
I have an appointment tomorrow.
Oh my God! What time?
1 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah. My time. It's 1:40 a.m. now. So yeah. I'll probably. Well, this is why I kept everything on the bed, so rather than going at the desk, so I could take a little nap in between and while purging the sex bots.
Okay. Well, hopefully they die down. We can only pray, right? I'll do my best to handle them. If you wind up taking a nap, it won't be life or death. So, if you have to go to sleep, get your sleep. I don't want you to be deprived in that regard. So, thank you. And love you dearly, like a son. Let me know if you can before you fade out. And
will do.
Yeah, there we are. Okay, then I'll know when to be more on the lookout in the chat room. And with that, just a little trip. Oh my God. Okay, so Creative Virgo 12 said they spracketh to Jordan after his stroke, gave him some money. So thank you, Creative Virgo 12. So sorry about that. And so in terms of that, HD was saying, eat the food of your ancestors, meat and fat of animals, eat with a certain set of hours and not at night. And of course, Creative Virgo 12 was saying, golly, now I'm picturing Kramer of Seinfeld with vampire fangs. Yes, it's because we were talking about Seinfeld and vampires and all that was being brought up by our man Peter, and of course our lovely lady Diane Buchberger said she lives near a Coptic church. Thank you, honey, for sharing that. That's in Her Name is Pi, her avatar. And so Creative Virgo 12 was very active tonight. And I would like to know, it's up to Creative Virgo 12 to share it or not, whether or not Creative Virgo 12 is male or female. Just curious. And so aside from that, everybody's been pretty much active and behaving themselves. Everyone's welcome to participate more in the chat room. And all right, let's get started. Now, we have a massed prayer request for the nationally and internationally syndicated Republican columnist, Dr. Robert Golomb, surname spelled Golomb, Golomb, or Golomb. Probably Golomb is fine. I would presume that that's their pronunciation. And Dr. Robert Golomb is now in Manhasset, Long Island Hospital in the intensive care unit. So the Grand Mistress, Selena Khan, my manageress, is requesting everyone's prayer for him. So much love from all of us to Dr. Robert Golomb. And hopefully you get well and overcome the impact of the stroke. And there we have that. And so everyone do keep him in mind. You can find him on Twitter at twitter.com/Robert Golomb, Golomb, twitter.com/Robert Golomb. And there you can find out how he looks. He was also on some YouTube videos, as we pointed out, with the effectively the Muslim something. They had their own studio even. I mean, they're in their own studio and they still effectively got no play. Muslim Community Report is what he was interviewed on. And host Sheikh Musa Drama interviews columnist Robert Golomb. And like I said, I'm clicking on that now so I can give you a few more details on that. This was published by, let's see if that even comes up on my screen, the Muslim Media Corporation, with 20 subscribers. Oh my God. Oh God, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Oh God. Oh my God. Anyhow, so Diane Hillis Buchberger says, no, it was a different Chinese guy who was basically harassing her, sending her a bunch of weird stuff. But yeah, so regardless, these are all weird Chinese guys. These are kind of like the dorks that you don't want to hang out with in the schoolyard. And all right, so shout outs, of course, to Stephen Myers, who provided 70 United States dollars on February 27th. From Anonymous. He's the Canadian who sent me some recent links that I thought were nice. Let's take a look at this individual so he knows that I'm talking about him. He sent me a link recently on, oh yes, Earl Nightingale and the right way to take risks. And Earl Nightingale was like one of the early motivational speakers, like probably the first on earth and shit, in his own right. And he was the guy who basically taught salesmen everything they knew about how to impose sales on your victims. Well, I mean clients, but you know, for a salesman, that's kind of a predatory position to be in. You're really looking for victims. And so there you have that. Earl Nightingale would be the teacher in that regard. Link on that sent from the donor who provided 85 United States dollars on March 3rd. That same day, Todd Zayuski provided 100 United States dollars March 3rd. On March 12th, received $222 from Ethan Anderson. And finally, on March 13th, received $50 United States dollars from Rosie Sanchez. So my shout out to all these wonderful people. kiss to Rosie, hugs to Ethan Anderson, and of course to Todd Sayuski, our friend in Canada who sent the Earl Nightingale link, and Stephen Myers in New York City. All these wonderful individuals, hopefully that will inspire others to contribute. And with that, the solicitation, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America, is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com or telephone 1-520-323-3406. In other words, the website, thetucsonmurders.com, use the word Tucson, Tucson, pronounce Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or call the Baron Ben Astenius privately to personally guide your tour at 1520-323-3406. And with that, we're going to go live. Oh, Creative Virgo 12 is female. She says, I identify as someone who is most grateful Menzies halted some years ago, not wanting to add another duh to list. I am self-absorbed on improvement. Love you dearly, honey. Thank you very much for your courage in sharing that. Goddess bless you. And with that, we'll dive deep into everything else tonight in the 6 hours we have remaining. Oh my God, that's a lot of time, comparatively speaking. So I do appreciate everyone being here. And with that, let's see if we can get started. I've been asked about what we can do about all the damage Thomas Woodrow Wilson did. And we now have a chance to correct a historic injustice. As a matter of fact, the process towards that started a few years ago. I just found out. Replace everything, of course, Woodrow Wilson, with Warren Harding, the man who actually succeeded him, if I remember correctly. Yes. And I am now happy to report on follow-up that the year before yesteryear, Princeton University announced circa 2020, the year 2020, I think, or 2021, that it planned to remove the name of former President Woodrow Wilson from its public policy school because of his segregationist views. Other institutions with Wilson's name would likely be pressured to follow suit. So, good riddance, Woodrow. Wilson was one of the most despicable characters in 20th century American politics, a national embarrassment. That Virginian, can't believe that's the state Jameson Reese's parents were threatening to move to, didn't merely hold racist views, he resegregated the federal civil service. He didn't merely involve the United States in a catastrophic war in Europa after promising not to do so, he threw political opponents and anti-war activists into prison. Wilson, the first president to show open contempt for the Constitution and the founding, was a vainglorious man unworthy of honor. Fortunately, we have the perfect replacement for Woodrow Wilson, Warren Gamaliel Harding, the nation's 29th president from 1921 to 1923, the year my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born. The most underappreciated president in American history, a joyful champion of civil rights and republicanism in the most positive sense. Warren G. Harding deserves to be reinserted into our nation's consciousness on the merits of his presidency alone. But considering that he also negated much of Woodrow Wilson's calamitous legacy, we have an even better reason to honor him. Perhaps not a household name, Warren Harding is rated by the pseudo-intelligentsia of elitist academics as the worst president in American history. He has the ignominy of being ranked America's least intelligent president. Although the Siena study, as sourcing from the SCRI or the SCRI, which is the Siena College Research Institute's acronym, that being the preeminent academically situated polling institute in New York State, does not specify how it reaches its conclusions. A consideration of Harding's conduct during his term, however, yields much insight into him as somewhat of an Einstein. That's a term for non-Einsteins. Neinstein, nine meaning no in the German. Neinstein. His presidential term was rocked by scandals greater than either Lewinsky or Watergate. Nepotism ran free, and many of his friends, thus appointed, known as the Ohio Gang, were involved in bribery and embezzlement scandals. Although the White House was not subject to the same scrutiny and transparency of today, these shady dealings were so brazen and gormless that they quickly came to light. However, the only thing dumber than these peccadillos, and it's not his middle name, Gamaliel, which, as an aside, in the Talmud, the biblical Gamaliel is described as bearing the titles Nazi, or prince, and Rabban, or master, as president of the great Sanhedrin in Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. But, as I said, just taking a look at Warren Gamaliel Harding's barely hidden consumption of alcohol at private parties in the White House would give you the idea he just wasn't paying attention. Why is this dumb, you might ask? Well, Harding's presidency coincided with the national prohibition. Also, being deemed as ruggedly handsome by the norms of the day, Harding was nominated to try to secure the vote of the woman in the 1920 election, the first time woman voted in America. When it became apparent that his wife was treated as a waitress at these parties, and that he engaged in what was perceived to be multiple extramarital affairs, he disenfranchised and isolated his key demographic. All such being qualified, Harding was undeniably a product of the meritocracy, rising from poverty in Ohio to become editor of his local paper, the Marion Star, and the director of a bank, a lumber interest, and a telephone company. That's quite a lot of accomplishments for an uneducated man, which is why the academia hated him. Harding would win a Senate seat as well, and then become one of the most popular presidents in American history. while today considered one of the worst of the first men, out of nothing less than a rogues gallery of some of the worst men to plague our planet who have occupied the Oval Office, the Republican President Warren Gamaliel Harding, a murdered man, murdered during my own late and sainted mother's birth year, who would tragically serve the shortest term in office of any 20e siècle, or 20th century U.S. president, assassinated in San Francisco, location of mine own Department of Defense employment and residence, all his presidential papers destroyed, incinerated in toto, won the presidential campaign of 1920 on basis his opponent Franklin Delano Roosevelt's murderous infamy, himself so stating, or Harding so stating. Practically all we know is that thousands of native Haitians have been killed by American Marines, and that many of our own gallant men have sacrificed their lives at the behest of an executive department in order to establish laws drafted by the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. I will not empower an Assistant Secretary of the Navy to draft a constitution for helpless neighbors in the West Indies and jam it down their throats at the point of bayonets borne by United States Marines. Here he was addressing the fact that every president was deemed as having to have military experience in order to qualify for the office of the executive as executive commander-in-chief. Therefore, he could command the armed forces with military experience. Harding did not have that, and the only way that Roosevelt got it was as a bureaucrat personally leading in a highly unorthodox, in fact downright maniacal and lunatic maneuver, U.S. Marines into Haiti on the American front in World War I. This is what gained Roosevelt, quote-unquote, combat experience, and therefore qualified him in the eyes of many Americans the experience needed for the job of executive commander-in-chief. But Warren Gamaliel Harding, himself a card-carrying member of the Ku Klux Klan, pointed out that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a genocidal negrophobe, meaning a person who hated blacks. And in 1920, on the basis of 60% of the black vote captured by his exposing the anti-black massacres of his enemy, his rival, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Harding captured a huge majority, as I said, inclusive of 60% of the black vote, winning 404 to 127 in the Electoral College, helping him win the office, the Oval Office of the presidency, by a landslide. Now, Harding, unlike Woodrow Wilson, and most of today's political class, for that matter, did not believe politics should play an outsized role in the everyday lives of American citizens. He once said, "America's present need is not heroics, but healing. Not nostrums, but normalcy. Not revolution, but restoration. Not agitation, but adjustment. Not surgery, but serenity. Not the dramatic, but the dispassionate. Not experiment, but equipoise. Not submergence in internationality, but sustainment in triumphant nationality." Now imagine such wisdom emerging from the heart, the soul, the lips of an uneducated man, and you can understand why he was such a threat to the academic world and why they felt he needed to be destroyed. He made them look stupid. Where Woodrow Wilson, a product of America's Ivy League, was insufferably puritanical and sanctimonious, Warren Harding was genial and self-deprecating. He drank whiskey, chewed tobacco, and ran a poker game out of the White House, among other less innocent extracurricular activities that tended to involve a lot of flappers, famously quipping, "I am not fit for this office and should never have been here." The accessible Harding, who often answered the door of the White House himself, was deceptively intelligent, fluent on policy matters, and the first president to hold regular news conferences. No one, alas, being perfect. Where Wilson had expanded the federal government in historic ways, creating supermassive new agencies such as the War Industries Board, Harding's shortened term did not include any big new bureaucracies, or any new wars, or any new takeovers of industry. Just lots of peace and prosperity. Wilson left the country in a terrible recession. Warren Harding turned it around, becoming the last president to end a downturn by cutting taxes and slashing spending and regulations. Harding cut spending from $6.3 billion United States dollars in 1920 to $3.3 billion by 1923, the year my own late and sainted mother was delivered into this world, halving the spending of the U.S. government. The gross domestic product consequentially grew from 687 billion United States dollars to 802 billion US dollars during that time. Calvin Coolidge gets a lot of credit for continuing Harding's policies. All these reasons make Harding an exceptional president. But the reason he deserves to replace Woodrow Wilson on the front of buildings and everywhere else is that he was a great champion of liberalism. Against the urging of his attorney general and political advisors, Warren Harding released dozens of political activists who had been imprisoned by Woodrow Wilson under the Sedition Act, including socialist presidential candidate Eugene Debs, whom Harding personally viewed as a dangerous extremist. Wilson, a racist in the purest sense of the word, had resegregated the federal government, laying off 15 out of 17 black supervisors in the federal service and replacing them with white men. Harding re-desegregated those agencies and put black African Americans in several high positions throughout his administration. Wilson made The Birth of a Nation the first movie screened in the White House, and never objected when Jim Crow laws began being implemented in Washington, D.C. itself, the capital of our nation. In contrast, even while he himself was a card-carrying member of the KKK, Warren Harding instead screened The Covered Wagon and became the first president to agitate for civil rights on Southern soil. In October of 1921, speaking to a huge, segregated crowd in the booming city of Birmingham, Alabama, Harding championed an end to prejudice, praised the Southern blacks who had migrated north for enriching their communities, and applauded the black soldiers for bravely serving during the Great War, World War I. Harding told the stunned crowd that because of the inequities of the modern South, it took a bloody conflict for the black African American soldier to have his, in Harding's own words, first real conception of citizenship, the first full realization that the flag was their flag, to fight for, to be protected by them, and also to protect them in turn. It is imperative to emphasize that Harding did not campaign for equality, but rather for equal opportunity and a uniformity of ideals. He so told the crowd that in a truly free nation, the black man could compete with anyone. Success would never be guaranteed for either white or black because, in Harding's words, the providence that endowed men with widely unequal capacities and capabilities and energies did not intend any such thing. The president framed the cause of the black African American as a manifestation of the proper constitutional order. To quote his T, "Let the black man vote when he be fit to vote, and prohibit the white man voting when he be unfit to vote." The black sections of the park cheered wildly. It was probably one of the bravest speeches ever delivered by any president in the entire 20th century. The fact that Harding delivered it in the newly minted Woodrow Wilson Park made it all the better. These days, Harding is largely remembered for his alleged depravity and corruption, and he was definitely a flawed individual, far too trusting of crooked subordinates, most famously those who participated in the Teapot Dome, a scandal surrounding the leasing of federal oil reserves. From my perspective, Harding's views on tariffs and immigration and his failed effort to poison pill prohibition leave something to be desired as well, but those are political, not moral or constitutional objections. But there is no evidence that Harding ever benefited or ever even knew about the corruption that was unfolding all around him. By all accounts, he was deeply wounded by the betrayals of his friends, all of it no doubt generating the considerable stress that helped contribute to what was posthumously coroner misdiagnosed as his heart attack in August of 1923 after his wife fatally poisoned him. Had he not been murdered, Harding would surely have won re-election. After his assassination, a member of his cabinet, Interior Secretary Albert Fall, was tried, convicted, and served 9 months. It wasn't until the Nixon presidency, when the second cabinet member to go to prison, John Mitchell, the former Attorney General, ended up serving 19 months, a long sentence for someone who was once the highest-ranking law enforcement figure in the country. Now, with the possibility of jail time hanging over Donald Trump's head, Harding's shenanigans might one day look positively quaint. Also to be counted against him is his long-term affair with Carrie Fulton Phillips, which was made famous by a series of highly energetic and evocative love letters, the rationale behind his wife ordering the complete and total destruction by incineration of all his records on site the Presidio military base of San Francisco immediately after she murdered him in the city and county of mine own Golden Gated Barbary Coast. The act of character assassination, which denied him any materials by which to establish a presidential library in defense of his good name. Yet most rumors of debauchery in the Harding White House, which were fueled by dozens of tawdry and conspiratorial books in the 1920s and 1930s, were complete fiction. Those and other revisionist histories have unjustly destroyed the Harding legacy. As the historian Paul Johnson once noted, and here I shall read a paragraph writ by he, "The deconstruction of the real Harding and his reconstruction as a crook, philanderer, and a sleazy no-good was an exemplary exercise in false historiography. It began in 1924 with a series of articles in the New Republic by its unimaginative and violently anti-business editor Bruce Bliven. He created the myth that the Ohio Gang, run by the confidant Harry M. Doherty, had deliberately recruited Harding in 1912 as a frontman as part of a long-term conspiracy to hand over Andrew Mellon and big business. It now seems there was no evidence whatsoever for this invention, and it is not surprising that Bliven went on, in the 1930s, to become a credulous propagandist for the communist-run Popular Front. You know, when I myself was a child, Woodrow Wilson was portrayed as the progressive icon. Little, if anything, was ever said about his bigotry, his absentee second term, or his attacks on liberalism, much in the same way FDR was celebrated as if he never signed an executive order instituting internment camps or persistently backed failed economic policies. As for Harding, I doubt we spent more than 5 minutes on the man. In the latest C-SPAN ranking of presidents, Wilson places 11th overall, ahead of James Madison, John Adams, and Ulysses S. Grant, while Warren Harding is at number 40. Too many modern historians value technocrats and government expansion over liberalism and peace, exposing these lists as completely useless. By every genuine measure, Warren Harding was a better president than Woodrow Wilson. Luckily, we now have a chance to correct a historic injustice. As I said, replace everything Wilsonian with the Harding way. The Gamaliel approach, if you will. And standing with Ukraine won't fix the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgency Party. Caring about democracy at home might help. When Donald Trump occasionally read a speech directly from a teleprompter, a speech filled with sentences and sentiments that sounded nothing like him, some in the pundit corps would declare that this is the moment Donald Trump became president. The moment always passed, and the line quickly became a running joke. Let's not make the same mistake with the Red Republican Party and the Ukraine. It is, of course, a good thing that Democrats, Republicans, and Independents are largely united in condemning Russia's brutal, unprovoked war on Ukraine and in their support for imposing economic sanctions against the Russian Empire and sending military aid to Ukraine. But let's get real. Republican politicians are taking no risks. This is, by enormous margin, what Americans want them to do. They can get credit for siding with good over evil and at the same time blame setbacks, missteps, tragedies, and high gas prices on President Joe Biden. It's a no-brainer. This is not the moment Republicans once again became a party of patriots guided by America's highest ideals. They fall far short of any redemption. Congressional Republicans first had a chance to do that 2 years ago, when Ukraine badly needed help in its long-running struggle against Russian aggression. House Democrats and then Republican Representative Justin Amash of Michigan impeached Donald Trump for pressuring Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate political rival Biden while illegally withholding military aid. Trump also denied Zelensky a White House meeting that would have signaled strength to Russia and floated absurd conspiracy theories about Ukrainians hacking our 2016 American election. But instead of convicting and removing Trump in a Senate trial, every Senate Republican excepting Mitt Romney let him off. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called the impeachment a thoroughly political exercise. Republicans had another chance to redeem themselves after Trump supporters stormed the Capitol in an attack that left 5 dead and scores of others critically injured, traumatized, and fatally suicidal. Their goal was to stop Vice President Mike Pence and Congress from finalizing Joe Biden's win in the 2020 election and keep Trump in office. It was all rooted in Trump's big lie that massive fraud invalidated the 2020 election. The claim was utterly false, as dozens of expensive and pointless lawsuits, recounts, reviews, and investigations proved. But that didn't stop the attempted coup d'etat on January 6th, 2021. The House once again impeached Donald Trump, this time for incitement of insurrection, including his false claims of fraud and victory and his attempt to get the Georgia Secretary of State to find votes for him. 7 Senate Republicans voted against him yesteryear, but it wasn't enough to reach the 2/3 majority needed to convict and remove him from office. Findings in the sprawling House probe of the January 6th attack and the lies that led up to it, from the White House on down, will be aired at public hearings in coming weeks and months. Don't expect Republicans to take them seriously. Many are more concerned about democracy in Ukraine than here in America itself. Some haven't even come that far. The outliers include 8 House members who opposed suspending trade relations with Russia, North Carolina Representative Madison Cawthorn calling the heroic Zelensky a thug, Fox News host Tucker Carlson, whose pro-Russia rhetoric is turning up on Russian television as regular programming approved by the state of Vladimir Putin itself, and to some extent Donald Trump himself. He has called Putin a savvy genius after all. McConnell and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy have made clear that they disagree with Trump's assessment of Putin and that the party stands with Zelensky. But Trump continues to shape the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party in his own image. His allies in the states are trying to win control of elections. They're passing and introducing dozens of restrictive voting bills, spreading the myth of widespread voter fraud, and adding law enforcement units to police this problem that barely exists. Beyond that, the party is still infected by Trump's affinity for white nationalists. January 6th of 2021 was the first time a Confederate battle flag had ever been carried inside the United States Capitol. Yestermencies, but last month, Representatives Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia and Paul Gosar of Arizona appeared at a white nationalist conference hosted by a white supremacist. Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent leaders said it wrong, or rather they said it was wrong, but there have been no consequences. Then there's Trump's approach to endorsements. His last round resulted in 2 Georgia Republicans losing their Senate runoff elections in January of yesteryear, handing Biden a hair's breadth Democratic majority. But that hasn't stopped Trump from meddling again. He recruited one of the losers, former Senator David Perdue, to challenge Governor Brian Kemp in a Republican primary this year. Why? Because Biden won Georgia in 2020 and Kemp stood by that result. It's all about loyalty tests and wrong choices. Trump continues to apply his unique criteria to make his picks. Are they loyal unto him and he alone? Can they win a primary? All while ignoring what any normal political handicapper would see as major general election flaws. Thus, Trump endorsed former football star Herschel Walker in a Georgia Senate primary, despite reports that Walker had threatened several women. Trump endorsed Sean Parnell in a Pennsylvania a Senate primary. Then Parnell dropped out after losing a custody battle to an ex-wife who had proven him guilty of domestic abuse. Trump endorsed Representative Mo Brooks in the Alabama Senate primary, but now is considering unendorsing him because Brooks doesn't look like a winner and may be insufficiently committed to overturning the 2020 election. The black heart of it all is this: when there's a clash of values, when the stakes are no less than the character and future of their own nation, Republicans cannot be trusted to make the right choice. On the Ukraine-Russia, or the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, the starkest moral choice in decades, most of them are finally siding with democracy, humanity, and their own better angels. But standing with Ukraine and against Vladimir Putin is far from the most the Republican Party can do to correct course. It's but the very least. Which brings us to Trump and Putin. After Donald Trump called Vladimir Putin a genius, reporters called Republican senators to see if they agreed. Only one of them offered a statement against Vladimir Putin. Elected Republicans across our country are either agreeing with Trump's celebration of Vladimir Putin or staying silent about the Russian dictator who launched a bloody, costly, and unnecessary war. And it's not just Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson has abused his platform on Fox News to praise Vladimir Putin ceaselessly, endlessly upholding Putin as the savior of civilization. Stephen Bannon has celebrated Vladimir Putin. And more right-wing Republicans are either agreeing or staying silent out of fear of Trump and his Russo collaborationist allies. This isn't hard. Vladimir Putin is an authoritarian who has trampled the rights of the Russian people for decades. And now his war in Ukraine is killing masses of people, devastating the country and destabilizing the global economy. Any Republican in Congress who is too cowardly, craven, or wrong-headed to denounce Vladimir Putin needs to hear from us and be shamed. Putin's attacks on Ukraine are displacing and killing Ukrainians, while Ukraine's brave defenders fight back. Russians are also protesting the attack, proving that there are many people within Putin's authoritarian reach who have the courage to speak up, more so than Republicans here in our own American empire ever have displayed. Yet Republicans in the safety of America are too scared to denounce Vladimir Putin because Trump, Carlson, and Bannon have decided to praise and celebrate him as the savior of the white race. As a country, we need to urge our leaders to find a resolution to this conflict that is rooted in international diplomacy and to support the refugees from this crisis. We don't need Putin apologists, loyalists, and sycophants polluting our discourse. And we don't need Republicans in Congress too cowardly to denounce Vladimir Putin and his war of aggression. Yes, it's Republicans' fault Congress is so polarized. The technical term is asymmetric polarization. It means that one political party is getting more partisan or polarized than the other, or that one side is moving closer to its ideological pole than the other. It's what has happened in Congress over the last 100 years. According to a report from the Pew Research Center examining roll call votes of lawmakers beginning in the early 1970s, when I first became conscious of politics myself. As a child, of Watergate. Using a system that ranks members of Congress from -1, most liberal, to 1 as most conservative, Pew found that the average Senate Democrat at -0.06 and House Democrat at -0.07 have grown only marginally more liberal between the 1970s and today, blowing to hell that Republican canard that the Democrats have radicalized towards some form of communized socialism. The average Senate at plus 0.28 and House Republican at plus 0.25 have, however, grown significantly more reactionary over that same period. As Pew's Drew De Silver wrote of the findings, both parties have moved further away from the ideological center since the early 1970s. Democrats, on average, have become somewhat more liberal, while Republicans, on average, have become radically much more conservative. This is not a new trend. As far back as 2012, while I was still working with a genuine handler assigned to myself, Lori and Ann Fenton, political scientists Norm Ornstein and Thomas Mann identified the drastic rightward lurch of the Russo-collaborationist Republican Party in Congress. The duo wrote at that time, "The Grand Ole Party has become an insurgent outlier in American politics. It is ideologically extreme, scornful of compromise, unmoved by conventional understanding of facts, evidence, and science, and dismissive of the legitimacy of its political opposition. When one party moves this far from the mainstream, it makes it nearly impossible for the political system to deal constructively with the country's challenges." And that was written a decade ago, long before there was a President Donald Trump, a Senator Joss Hawley, or a Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Not surprisingly, the ideology of Congress as a whole has also moved rightward. The House at a plus 0.13 and Senate at plus 0.14 are both demonstrably more reactionary than they were in the 92nd Congress back in 1971 through 1972. What those findings mean is that not only have Republicans moved faster and further to the ideological right than Democrats have ever gone to the left, but also that they have made the entirety of the House and Senate more reactionary over the past 500 years. The point being that it is true that Democrats have grown slightly more liberal over the past 5 decades. It is also true that Republicans have grown far more conservative over that same period of time, and in so doing have moved the overall ideological center of the House to the right as well. Well, we always knew the end of history wasn't the final act for tyrants like Vladimir Putin. I am, unwillingly, a member of Generation Fukuyama. Well, how could I not be? I turned 22 years old in 1989, the year that the Berlin Wall fell, triggering the implosion of the Soviet bloc and the end of the Cold War. It was an astonishing moment of emancipation, a colossal release of human energy, and a real-time drama of geopolitical realignment on a grand scale. In the summer of that year, a U.S. State Department official, Francis Fukuyama, published an article in policy journal The National Interest, entitled The End of History, expanded in 1992 into the book The End of History and the Last Man. Liberal democracy, he argued, had revealed itself as the final form of human government, In this transformative phase, we were seeing the end point of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy. Serendipitously, this unassuming scholar and policy analyst had provided a historic moment with its key text. I would hazard that a great many people, or a great many more people, quoted Fukuyama than had ever read his work, with all its nuances and subtleties. Indeed, when he was interviewed in Washington, D.C. in 1995 about his second book, A Study of the Importance of Trust to Successful Societies, he was still bemused by the whole business. The truth is that if Fukuyama had not existed, someone would have had to invent him. Without really meaning to, he had provided a slogan for a mood, a moment, and as the millennium approached, a spirit of hope about the prospects for global peace and prosperity. Well, a couple of years ago, he published his latest book, that I know of, Liberalism and Its Discontents, a fine extended essay on the various contemporary critiques leveled at liberal democracy and the need, in particular, for a positive vision of liberal national identity. In 1989, could Fukuyama have possibly imagined that 33 years later, he would be advancing a defensive thesis of this sort against the bloody backdrop of an authoritarian Russian leader wreaking mayhem in Ukraine? Actually, yes. First, he was never the triumphalist of caricature, and certainly never claimed that the end of history meant the end of struggle or conflict. Those who claimed that his argument was rendered null and void by the war in the Balkans, 9/11, the crash, or the rise of right-wing populism, were simply not really paying attention. From the start, he fretted that there was an emptiness at the core of liberalism that did not address the higher ends of man. There was always a risk of backsliding to authoritarianism, as charismatic leaders offered mythic dreams of religious, nationalist, or moral redemption. For those who actually read his original book, the figure of Vladimir Putin should be no surprise. There would always be such human wrecking balls. He warned, driven by boredom, narcissism, or tribal fervor, to struggle against peace and prosperity, and against democracy. Second, Fukuyama's argument in 1989 was not limited to the desirability of liberal democracy. In homage to Hegel, it is also focused on the fundamental human need for status and recognition, a biologically rooted craving that, he so warned, could have terrible consequences. Again, it is hard to think of a clearer example of that basic impulse distorted into a horrific pathology than the war leadership of Vladimir Putin. As it happens, Fukuyama is cautiously optimistic about the likely repercussions of the conflict. He told the Sunday Times, "It may turn out to be a blessing in disguise for the West. It could be that the Ukrainians, by their bravery, are going to kind of save the idea of liberal democracy by resisting the Russians and showing everybody what the cost of dictatorship is." With the help of their Nazis, of course. He doesn't mention that. I say that as a positive, not a negative, myself. But for that idea to flourish, that Fukuyama speaks of course, it needs to be nurtured and strengthened, valued as a hard-won system of social, economic, and political organization that, for all its flaws, has yet to be bettered. As Fukuyama observes in his new book, well, there may have been one after that I'll refer to in a moment, liberalism is the worst form of government, except for all the others. But it needs to be more than that. To be fair to the scholar himself, that was always his point. He saw the so-called end of history as a moment of huge risk, as well as a cause of thoughtful optimism. Of course, back in the heady days of 1989, there was a strictly limited appetite for the nuance, the caution, and the tone of warning. Maybe now, as Europe sees its most brutal war since 1945, we are ready to heed what Fukuyama was trying to tell us all along. To recontextualize, in 1992, political scientist Francis Fukuyama published his work entitled The End of History and the Last Man. He argued that the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall had brought the end of ideological conflict and the beginning of a post-political era. Fukuyama declared that the West had won. Western-style liberal democracy would be the final stage of humanity's social development. You can't see me now, but I'm rolling my eyes. The book was criticized, especially by Samuel Huntington, in his 1993 book entitled The Clash of Civilizations. Unlike Fukuyama, Huntington argued that there are no universal values, and that the world is divided into distinctive cultures and civilizations. Huntington wrote that the Islamic civilization is the most troublesome. People in the Arab world, in Huntington's words, do not share the general suppositions of the Western world. America and the West have taken Huntington's words to heart in the last 3 decades, especially after the 9/11 tragedy, and declared war on terrorism and Islam. America and its allies invaded Afghanistan and Iraq and destroyed Libya and Syria. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed things. Changed everything. Putin did not read either Huntington's or Fukuyama's books. His war in Ukraine is neither a clash of civilizations nor of ideologies. It is based on Putin's old-fashioned Russian nationalism and pride. And now Putin's denazification campaign has hit the Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial to 33,000 murdered Jews. In late September of 1941, tens of thousands of Jews from the city of Kiev were rounded up by the Germans with the help of Ukrainian militia. They were taken to a place called Babin Yar, meaning Old Hag's Ravine in Ukrainian. Here they were forced to strip before being shot by members of Einsatzgruppe C, Sonderkommando 4, a Nazi death squad. More than 33,000 Jews were murdered in a single day. Following the slaughter, a few older Jews managed to return to Kiev, where they sat for days and nights by the synagogue, traumatized, till they too were killed by a German guard. The Babin Yar massacre has come to represent what is known as the Holocaust by bullets. Around 1.5 million Ukrainian Jews were murdered between 1941 and 1944, the majority by gunfire. But it was not only Jews who were slaughtered at Babin Yar. By the time the Soviets reached Kiev in late 1943, the Nazis had utilized the ravine for killing operations, to which Roma, Soviet prisoners of war, Ukrainian rebels or resistors, and priests, among others, fell victim. All in all, some 100,000 people met their deaths at Babin Yar. Babin Yar continued to bring death. In March of 1961, an enormous landslide known as the Kurenivka mudslide resulted in mud and water pouring onto the streets of Kiev. Amongst the mud were human remains from Babin Yar. The Soviet authorities had tried to bury Babin Yar beneath a landfill. Then it was filled with liquid waste from nearby brick factories. The resultant mudslide, according to official figures, caused at least 145 deaths. But the actual number was far higher and exceeded 1,500, according to historian Alexander Anisimov. These were not to be the last deaths at the site. On March 1st this year, a Russian missile targeted at a TV tower at Babin Yar killed at least 5 people and reportedly caused damage to the memorial park now located there. The Russians are out to destroy memory itself. By the way, Aquila Svietines says, love you, Douglas. I love you in return, honey. And Bizarre HD, who is George Knight, says, much love unto you, Douglas. Much love in return, my dear Sir Knight. Now, in terms of all this contested memory, the first official memorial at the site was erected circa 1976, during the bicentennial of America's 200th year as a constitutional republic. It was dedicated to Soviet citizens. There was no mention of European Jews. Then, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, new memorials were placed at Babin Yar, recalling the various victim groups. Particularly well known now is the memorial to the Jews in the form of a menorah. Only yesteryear, a memorial center was finally opened at Babin Yar. That Putin's forces should attack and intend, as they have, damage to the memorial site has been widely condemned, albeit most people assume it collateral. In the context of the Soviet Union's long history of failing to acknowledge Jewish victimhood during the Holocaust, hiding it under the rubric of Soviet citizens, this seemed like yet another attempt to wipe out memory of the annihilation of the Jews to me. The irony of this situation is palpable. Vladimir Putin has spoken of the need to defend Russia against the humiliation and genocide emanating from Ukraine, and hence to demilitarize it and denazify it. Yet here are his troops doing violence to the sanctity of a memorial site commemorating Jews. The real threat of genocide comes not from Ukraine, but from Vladimir Putin. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in The Hague has recently announced he will start an investigation into possible crimes against humanity committed during Russia's assault on Ukraine. The absurdity of Putin's claims is, of course, borne out by the fact that Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is openly Jewish. But this is no contradiction in Putin's eyes. United States philosopher Jason Stanley has pointed out that Vlad Putin sees himself as the global leader of Christian nationalism, which is hard, according to Stanley, to distinguish from totalitarianism. In such a scenario, Jews appear as a threat and are perceived as having seized the victimhood narrative from the real victims, namely Russian Christians. Following this argument, we might say that any attack on Holocaust memory is also an attack on what is imagined as a source of Jewish power in the present. In the Soviet Union, and in the Eastern Bloc more generally, especially in the 1950s, campaigns were carried out against Jewish cosmopolitanism. Jews living in Eastern Europe stood accused of being purveyors of corrupt Western influences and of lacking patriotism. In Putin's eyes, Ukraine's government, in supposedly denying the right of those living in Crimea and the Donbas region to return to Mother Russia, are acting like neo-Nazis. But now the threat is not Hitler, but Western NATO-driven imperialism, which Putin clearly sees as the new fascism. The West, so says Putin, is seeking to force values on Russia which would erode us from within. Such attitudes lead to degradation and degeneration. Now, this actually sounds a lot like my biological father Adolf Hitler talking about Jews. And at the heart of what Putin sees as this Western conspiracy of infiltration, in Ukraine stands a Jew, Zelensky, 3 of whose great uncles were murdered in the Holocaust. If Putin really sees Holocaust memory as a tool of Western imperialism, then what has happened at Babin Yar should be no surprise to you. It certainly is not to me. There have been reports suggesting that the memorial was not, or was only very slightly damaged. But Zelensky, in asking the world in a tweet what the point is of saying never again when bombs drop at Babin Yar, has already used the situation to point to the Judeophobia implicit, and surely, in his own view, also now explicit, in the Russian campaign against Ukraine. The Babin Yar Memorial Park can be added to any time. In 2006, a memorial to the victims of the 1961 Kurenivka mudslide was installed. When this war ends and peace returns to Babin Yar and its memorial park, we can hope a memorial wall will be dedicated there to the 5 people who died in the Russian attack, in commemoration for all the victims of the current war. In interim, Francis Fukuyama has postponed the end of history. The political scientist argues that the desire of identity groups for recognition is essentially the key threat to liberalism. It was February of 1989 when Francis Fukuyama gave his talk on international relations at the University of Chicago. Fukuyama was 36 years old and on his way from a job at the Rand Corporation, where I myself someday had hoped to start a career as a think tanker. Rand, of course, being an acronym, RAND, for Research and Development, in Santa Monica, California, where Fukuyama had worked as an expert on Soviet foreign policy, to a post as, well, he was en route to his post as the Deputy Director of Policy Planning at the State Department in Washington, D.C. itself. It was a good moment for talking about international relations, and a good moment for Soviet experts especially, because 12 months earlier, on December 7th, 1988, Mikhail Gorbachev had announced on Pearl Harbor Day, in a speech at the United Nations, that the Soviet Union would no longer intervene in the affairs of its Eastern European satellite states. Those nations could now become democratic. Pearl Harbor Memorial Day was the beginning of the end of the Cold War, the Third World War by any other name, in 1988. At Rand, Fukuyama had produced focused analyses of Soviet policy. In Chicago, he permitted himself to think big. His talk came to the attention of Owen Harries, an editor at a Washington journal called The National Interest, and Harries offered to publish it. The article was titled, "The End of History?" with a question mark. It came out in the summer of 1989, and it turned the foreign policy world on its ear. Fukuyama's argument was that with the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union, the last ideological alternative to liberalism had been eliminated. He claimed fascism had been killed off in the Second World War, and now communism was imploding. In states like Red China, that called themselves communist, political and economic reforms were heading in the direction of a liberal order. Oh my God, how wrong he was on that. So, if you imagined history as the process by which liberal institutions, representative government, free markets, and consumerist culture becomest universal, it might be possible to say that history had reached its goal. Stuff would still happen, obviously, and smaller states, could be expected to experience ethnic and religious tensions and becomest home to illiberal ideas. But Fukuyama qualified that it matters very little what strange thoughts occur to people in Albania or Burkina Faso, for we are interested in what one could, in some sense, call the common ideological heritage of mankind. Now, thank you. Jameson Reese says that Bobbin Yar is cursed and who the hell is paying these guys to write this bullshit? Yes, believe me, I'm as frustrated as you are, but honestly, I really have to go through this dark passage before we go to the geomorphology that I'm far more fascinated by, just as the segue, because this is why we're in the situation we're in now, is because of so-called thinkers like this producing the shit that misled our world. And why everyone let Putin get to the point where he got to today is because we're relying on Jap trash house niggers like this. Well, one of the great thinkers of history, whom Fukuyama was trying to dignify himself by falling back on, Hegel, Fukuyama said, had written of a moment when a perfectly rational form of society and the state would become as victorious. Of course, Hegel was thinking of the Third Reich, mind you. Now, with communism apparently vanquished and the major powers converging on a single political and economical model of the American empire, the unipolar ultra-power of the time, Fukuyama felt that Hegel's prediction had finally been fulfilled in the form of liberal democracy. There would be a common marketization of international relations, and the world would achieve homeostasis. You know, even among little magazines, the national interest was little, which this was published in, and launched as it was in 1985 by Irving Kristol, the leading figure in neoconservatism. It had by 1989 a circulation of 6,000. And Fukuyama himself was virtually unknown to the, outside the world of professional Sovietologists, people not given to eschatological reflection. But the end of history claim was picked up in the mainstream press. Fukuyama was profiled by James Atlas in the New York Times magazine, and his article was debated in Britain and in France and translated into many languages, from Japanese to Icelandic. Some of the responses to the end of history were dismissive. Almost all of them were skeptical, but somehow the phrase found its way into post-World War III or post-Cold War thought, and it stuck. One of the reasons for the stickiness was that Fukuyama was lucky. He got out about 6 months ahead of the curve, his article appearing before the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia, which no longer exists, and before the dismantling of the Berlin Wall in November of 1989. Fukuyama was betting on present trends continuing, always a high-risk gamble in the international relations business. And as Jameson Reese says, this explains our current paper crisis today. They wasted paper on this shit. Thank you. That's that's delightful. Thank you. That's rich. Now, any number of things might have happened for Gorbachev's promise not to cash out. Political resistance within the Soviet Union itself, the refusal of the Eastern European puppet regimes to cede power, the United States misplaying its hand. But events in Europe unfolded more or less according to Fukuyama's prediction. And on December 26th of 1991, the Soviet Union voted itself out of existence. World War III, the so-called Cold War, really was over. Events in Asia were not so obliging. Fukuyama missed completely the suppression of the pro-democracy movement in the Communist Chinese Empire. There be no mention of the massacre in Tiananmen Square in The End of History, presumably because the piece was in production when it happened, in June of 1989. This does not seem to have made a difference to the article's reception, however. Almost none of the initial responses to the piece mentioned Tiananmen Square either, even though many people already believed that Red China, not Russia, was the power that liberal democracies would have to reckon with in the future. The End of History, in its questioning tone, was a little Eurocentric, because, Fukuyama's a Jap trash piece of shit who wants to be white so bad he can taste it. There was also a seductive twist to Fukuyama's argument. At the end of the article, he suggested that life after history might be sad. When all political efforts were committed to the endless solving of technical problems, environmental concerns, and the satisfaction of sophisticated consumer demands, which, might sound like heaven to some, we might feel nostalgia for the courage, imagination, and idealism that animated the old struggles for liberalism and democracy. This speculative flourish recalled the famous question that John Stuart Mill said he asked himself as a young man. If all the political and social reforms you believe in came as to pass, would it make you a happier human being? That is always an interesting question. Another reason that Fukuyama's article got noticed may have had to do with his new job title. The Office of Policy Planning at State had been created in 1947 by George Kennan, who was its first chief. In July of that year, Kennan published the so-called X article, The Sources of Soviet Conduct, in Foreign Affairs magazine. It appeared anonymously, signed only with an X. But once the press learned his identity, the article was received as an official statement of American World War III policy, or the policy of the Cold War. The sources of Soviet conduct defined the containment doctrine, according to which the aim of American policy was to keep the Soviet Union inside its box. The United States did not need to intervene in Soviet affairs, or so Kennan believed, because communism was bound to collapse from its own inefficiency. 4 decades later, when the end of history appeared, that is exactly what seemed to be happening. That April, Kennan, then 85 years of age, appeared before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to declare that World War III was over, or that the Cold War had come to its end. He received a standing ovation. Fukuyama's article could thus be seen as a bookend to Kennan's. It was not the bookend Kennan would have written himself. Containment is a realist doctrine. Realists think that a nation's foreign policy should be guided by dispassionate consideration of its own interests, not by moral principles, or by a belief that nations share a harmony of interests. To Kennan, it was of no concern that, to the United States, what the Soviets did inside their own box. The only thing that mattered was that communism not be allowed to expand. The national interest, as the name proclaims, is a realist foreign policy journal. But Fukuyama's premise was that nations do share a harmony of interests, and that their convergence on liberal political and economic models was mutually beneficial. Realism imagines nations to be in perpetual competition with one another. Fukuyama was saying that this was no longer going to be the case. He offered World War III realists are cold warriors, a kind of valediction. Their mission, though philosophically misconceived, had been accomplished. Now they were out of a job. Now, Harries later said, Frank thought that what was happening spelled the end of the realpolitik world, or the realpolitik world. It must have tickled him to have published Fukuyama's article. 29 years later, it seems that the realists haven't gone anywhere, and that history has a few more tricks up its sleeve. It turns out that liberal democracy and free trade may actually be rather fragile achievements. Consumerism appears safe for now. There is something out there that doesn't like liberalism and is making trouble for the survival of its institutions. Fukuyama thinks he knows what that something is, and his answer is summed up in the title of his 2018 book, titled Identity, and subtitled The Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment, as published by Farrer, Strauss, and Giroux. The demand for recognition, or so Fukuyama says, is the master concept that explains all the contemporary dissatisfactions with the global liberal order. Vladimir Putin, Osama bin Laden, Xi Jinping, Black Lives Matter, #MeToo, gay marriage, ISIS, Brexit, resurgent European nationalisms, anti-immigration political movements, campus identity politics, and the election of Donald Trump. It also explains the Protestant Reformation, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, Chinese communism, the Civil Rights Movement, the Women's Movement, multiculturalism, and the thought of Luther, Rousseau, Kant, Nietzsche, Freud, and Simone de Beauvoir. Oh, and the whole business begins with Plato's Republic. Fukuyama covers all of this in less than 200 pages. How does he do it? Well, not well. Some of the problem comes from misunderstanding figures like Beauvoir and Freud. Some comes from reducing the work of complex writers like Rousseau and Nietzsche to a single philosophical bullet point. A lot comes from the astonishingly blasé assumption, which was also the astonishingly blasé assumption of the end of history, that Western thought is universal thought, which, of course, Huntington deconstructed quite fatally. But the whole project, trying to fit Vladimir Putin into the same analytic paradigm as Black Lives Matter and tracing them both back to Martin Luther, is far-fetched. It's a case of great booksism. History as a chain of paper dolls cut out of books that only a tiny fraction of human beings have ever even heard of. Fukuyama is a smart man, but no one could have made this argument work. Why is the desire for recognition, or identity politics, as Fukuyama also calls it, a threat to liberalism? Because it cannot be satisfied by economic or procedural reforms. Having the same amount of wealth as everyone else or the same opportunity to acquire it is not a substitute for respect. Fukuyama thinks that political movements that appear to be about legal and economic equality, gay marriage, for example, or #MeToo, are really about recognition and respect. Women who are sexually harassed in the workplace feel that their dignity has been violated, that they are being treated as less than fully human. Fukuyama gives this desire for recognition a Greek name taken from Plato's Republic, Thymos, Thymos. He says that Thymos is a universal aspect of human nature that has always existed. In the Republic, Thymos is distinct from the 3 other parts of the soul that Socrates names: reason and appetite. Appetites we share with animals. Reason is what makes us human. Timos is in between. The term has been defined in various ways. Passion is one translation. Spirit, as in spiritedness, is another. Fukuyama defines Timos as the seat of judgments of worth. This seems a semantic overreach to me. In the Republic, Socrates associates Timos with children and dogs, beings whose reactions need to be controlled by reason. The term is generally taken to refer to our instinctive response when we feel we're being disrespected. We bristle. We swell with amour propre. We honk the horn. We overreact. Plato had Socrates divide the psyche, the soul, into three parts in order to assign roles to the citizens of his imaginary republic. Appetite is the principal attribute of the plebes, passion of the warriors, and reason of the philosopher kings. The republic is philosophy. It is not cognitive science. Yet Fukuyama adopts Plato's heuristic and biologizes it. He says, "Today we know that feelings of pride and self-esteem are related to levels of the neurotransmitter serotonin in the brain." And he points to studies done with chimps, which Socrates would have counted as animals, but never mind. But so what? Lots of feelings are related to changes in serotonin levels. In fact, every feeling we experience, lust, anger, depression, exasperation, has a corollary in brain chemistry. That's how consciousness works. To say, as Fukuyama does, that the desire for status, megalothymia, is rooted in human biology, as he does, is the academic equivalent of palmistry. You're just making it up. Fukuyama resorts to this tactic because he wants to do with the desire for recognition what he did with liberalism in The End of History. He wants to universalize it. This allows him to argue, for example, that the feelings that led to the rise of Vladimir Putin are exactly the same, albeit on a larger scale, as the feelings of a woman who complains that her potential is limited by gender discrimination. The woman can't help it. She needs the serotonin, just like the Russians. Hegel thought that the end of history would arrive when humans achieved perfect self-knowledge and self-mastery, when life itself was rational and transparent. Rationality and transparency and self-mastery, let me rephrase that. Rationality and transparency are the values of classical liberalism. Rationality and transparency are supposed to be what make free markets and democratic elections work. People understand how the system functions, and that allows them to make rational choices. The trouble with Timos is that it is not rational. People not only sacrifice worldly goods for recognition, they die for recognition. The choice to die is not rational. Human psychology is much more complex than the rather simple-minded economic model suggests, or so Fukuyama concludes. But how was that model of the rational economic actor ever plausible? I ask you. It's not just that human beings are neurotic. It's that on the list of things human beings are neurotic about, money is close to the top. People hoard money. They squander it. They marry for it. They kill for it. Don't economists ever read novels? Practically every realist novel, from Austen and Balzac to James and Horton, is about people behaving badly around money. free markets didn't change that. They arguably made people even crazier. And as with money, so with most of life. The notion that we have some mental faculty called reason that functions independently of our needs, desires, anxieties, and superstitions, not to mention our greed, is, well, Platonic. Which, if you've ever heard that applied to romance, means you're basically friends with no romance between you whatsoever. That you're stuck in the friend zone where no man ever wants to be. Right now, you are trying to decide whether to finish listening to me or turn to the cartoon channel on the Adult Entertainment Network. Which mental faculty are you using to make that decision? Which is responsible for your opinion of Donald Trump? And how can you even tell? Identity can be read as a corrective to the position that Fukuyama staked out in The End of History. Universal liberalism isn't impeded by ideology, like fascism or communism, but by passion. Liberalism remains the ideal political and economic system, but it needs to find ways to accommodate and neutralize this pesky desire for recognition. What is odd about Fukuyama's dilemma is that, in the philosophical source for his original theory about the end of history, recognition was not a problem. Recognition was, in fact, the means to get there. That source was not Hegel. As Fukuyama stated explicitly in The End of History, he was adopting an interpretation of Hegel made in the 1930s by a semi-obscure intellectual adventurer named Alexandre Koyevy. How, 100 years later, Koyevy's ideas got into the pages of a Washington policy journal is an unusual story of intellectual musical chairs. Koyevy was born in 1902 into a well-off Moscow family, and he was raised in a cultivated atmosphere. The painter Wasily Kandinsky was an uncle. Koyevy was a prodigious intellect. By the time he was 18, he was fluent in Russian, German, French, and English, and read Latin. Later, he learned Sanskrit, Chinese, and Tibetan in order to study Buddhism. In 1918, he went to prison for some sort of black market transaction. After he got out, he and a friend managed to cross the closed Soviet border into Poland, where they were briefly jailed on suspicion of espionage. With the pointed encouragement of Polish authorities, Koyevy left for Germany. He studied philosophy with Karl Jaspers at Heidelberg and lived as a bon vivant in Weimar, Berlin. In 1926, he moved to Paris, where he continued to live the high life while writing a dissertation that dealt with quantum physics. Koyevy had invested his inheritance in the French company that made La Vache qui rit cheese, but he lost everything in the stock market crash. In 1933, as both my biological father Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt ascended to power, in need of income, he accepted a friend's offer to take over a seminar on Hegel at the École Pratique des Hautes Études. He ended up running the course for 6 years. People who were around Koyevy seem to have regarded him as a kind of magician. In the Hegel seminar, he taught just one text, the Phenomenology of Spirit, first published in 1807. He would read a passage aloud in German, the book had not been translated into French, and then extemporaneously and in perfect French, with an enchanting Slavic accent, provide his own commentary. People found him eloquent, brilliant, mesmerizing. Enrollment was small, around 20, but a number of future intellectual luminaries like Hannah Arendt, the authoress of The Origins of Totalitarianism, and Jacques Lacan either took the class or sat in on it. For Koyevi, the key concept in Hegel's phenomenology was recognition. Human beings want the recognition of other human beings in order to become self-conscious, to know themselves as autonomous individuals. As Koyevi put it, humans desire, and what they desire is either something that other humans desire or the desire of other humans. To quote his T, human history is the history of desired desires. What makest this complicated is that in the struggle for recognition, there are winners and losers. The terms Hegel used for these can be translated as lords and servants. By the way, Jameson Reese is going to drift off for a bit. A blessed night and sweet dreams, son. So, as I said, the terms that Hegel used for these winners and losers in the game of desired desires can be translated as lords and servants, but also as masters and slaves, which are the terms Koyevi used. The master wins the recognition of the slave, but his satisfaction is empty, since he does not recognize the slave as human in turn. The slave, lacking recognition from the master, must seek it in some other way. Koyevi thought that the other way was through labor. The slave achieves his sense of self by work that transforms the natural world into a human world. But the slave is driven to labor in the first because of the master's refusal to recognize him at all. This master-slave dialectic is the motor of human history, and human history comes to an end when there are no more masters or slaves, and all are recognized equally. This is the idea that Karl Marx had adopted to describe history as the history of class struggle. That struggle also has winners and losers, and its penultimate phase was the struggle between property owners, the bourgeois, and workers, the proletariat. The struggle would come as to an end with the overthrow of capitalism and the arrival of a classless society, communism. Koyevi called himself, mischievously or not, a communist, and people listening to him in the 1930s would have understood this to be the subtext of his commentary. Equality of recognition was history's goal, whether that meant communist equality or liberal equality. People would stop killing one another in the name of dignity and self-respect, and life would probably be quite boring. After the war, Koyevi's lectures were published as Introduction to the Reading of Hegel, a book that went through many printings in France. By then, he had stopped teaching and had become an official in the French Ministry of Economic Affairs, where he played an influential behind-the-scenes role in establishing the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and the European Economic Community, the forerunner of the European Union. In other words, common marketization. He liked to say that he was presiding over the end of history. In 1953, the end of the Korean War, or the year the Korean War ended in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities and continues to this day in a state of ceasefire between North and South Korea, Alan Bloom, then a graduate student at the University of Chicago, met Koyevi in Paris at his office in the Ministry of the GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. The connection was presumably made through the émigré political theorist Leo Strauss, who was teaching at Chicago and who carried on a long correspondence with Koyevi. Bloom later said, "I was seduced." He began studying with Koyevi, and their meetings continued until Koyevi's death in 1968. In 1969, Bloom arranged for the publication of the first English translation of the Hegel lectures and contributed an introduction. He was then a professor at Cornell. Fukuyama entered Cornell as a freshman in 1970. And, incoming news. Biden forces out Dr. Oz. Herschel Walker from the Fitness Council has, taken that individual's place, who has a dual citizenship in Turkey, which he was finally forced to rescind. So Dr. Oz is now strictly a United States citizen and no longer someone who can defect to Turkey at a moment's notice. Anyhow, back to the task at hand of trying to remember where I was on this thread of thought. Basically, let me see now. Fukuyama. He entered Cornell as a freshman circa 1970 and lived in Kelleride House, which is... Jameson Reese came on to say Turkey can fucking keep Doc Oz. Yeah. Oh, God. Come on, this is hard enough for me to get through in terms of trying to articulate something I intensely dislike, because I feel it's necessary people learn of this, where Fukuyama was coming from. You might just say, fuck Fukuyama, and, why do we need to know anything? Well, this fucker's he's the Jap trash house nigger of the American intellect. This is why I've got to expose where his thoughts, were inseminated. So there we go. Anyhow, as I said, when Fukuyama was living in Cornell, he was in Kelleride House, a selective academic society for students and faculty where Bloom was a resident himself, like a kind of multi-level dorm. Fukuyama enrolled in Bloom's freshman course on Greek philosophy, and according to Atlas, the biographer publishers, he and Bloom shared meals and taught philosophy until all hours. Now, as it happened, that was Bloom's last year at Cornell. He resigned in disgust at the way the administration had handled the occupation of a university building by armed students from the Afro-American Society. Fukuyama graduated in 1974 with a degree in classics. Following an excursus into the world of post-structuralist theory at Yale and in Paris, he switched his field to political science and received his Ph.D., his Philosophiae Doctor, or piled higher and deeper, whichever you prefer, from Harvard's government department. He graduated circa 1979 and went to RAND, Research and Development, the very think tank I myself had once sought to become a part of. By then, Bloom was back at the University of Chicago as a professor in the Committee on Social Thought. In 1982, he published an article on the condition of higher education in William F. Buckley's National Review. He did not think the condition was good. Encouraged by his friend Saul Bellow, he decided to turn the article into a book entitled The Closing of the American Mind, which Simon & Schuster brought out in February of 1987, launching a campaign of criticism of American higher education that has taken little time off since. Now, The Closing of the American Mind is a great Booksist attempt to account for the rise of cultural relativism, which Bloom thought was the bane of American higher education. Almost no one at Simon & Schuster had great hopes for sales. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, that when the editor who signed the book, Irvin Galikis, left the firm to run the Free Press, he was invited to take Bloom's book, not yet published, with him, and he declined. If so, he missed out on one of the publishing phenomena of the decade. After a slow start, The Closing of the American Mind went to number 1 on the Times bestseller list and stayed there for 2.5 months. By March of 1988, it had sold 1 million hardcover copies in the United States alone. It made Bloom a rich man. It was Bloom, along with another professor at Chicago, Nathan Tarkov, who invited Fukuyama to give his February 1989 talk on international relations. If Fukuyama had not already been thinking about it, it is easy to imagine him deciding that, under the circumstances, it might be interesting to say something Koyevian. When The End of History ran in the national interest that summer, Bloom had become a star in the neoconservative firmament, and his was the first of 6 responses that the magazine printed to accompany the article. Bloom called it bold and brilliant. Possibly seeing the way the wind was blowing, Gilkes offered Fukuyama $600,000 to turn his article into a book. The End of History and the Last Man was published by the Free Press in 1992. The book was a bestseller, but not a huge one. Maybe because the excitement about the end of the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, had cooled. Fukuyama had taken his time writing it. The End of History and the Last Man is not a journal article on steroids. It is a thoughtful examination of the questions raised by the piece in the national interest, and one of those questions is the problem of thymos, which occupies much of the book. A lot of identity, his book that I'm trying to address right now, is a recap of what Fukuyama had already said there. The importance of recognition has been emphasized by writers other than Koyevi. The Canadian philosopher Charles Taylor, for example, whose book titled The Sources of the Self, published in 1989, that was the same year as The End of History, arguing that the modern idea of the self involved a cultural shift from the concept of honor, which is something for the few, to dignity, which is aspired to by all. In 1992, in the essay entitled The Politics of Recognition, Taylor analyzed the advent of multiculturalism in terms similar to the ones Fukuyama uses in Identity. And Taylor, too, does this because he also is a Hegelian scholar. So we're beginning to see where all of this traces to. Fukuyama acknowledges that identity politics has done some good, and he says that people on the right exaggerate the prevalence of political correctness and the effects of affirmative action. He also thinks that people on the left have become obsessed with cultural and identitarian politics and have abandoned social policy. But he has surprisingly few policy suggestions himself. He has no interest in the solution that liberals typically adopt to accommodate diversity, pluralism, and multiculturalism. Taylor, for example, has championed the right of the Québécois to pass laws preserving French language culture in their province. Fukuyama concedes that people need a sense of national identity, whether ethnic or creedal, but otherwise he remains an assimilationist and a universalist. He wants to iron out differences, not protect them. He suggests measures like a mandatory national service requirement and a more meaningful path to citizenship for immigrants. It's unfortunate that Fukuyama has hung his authorial hat on meta-historical claims. In other books, notably The Great Disruption, published circa 1999, and a 12-volume world history entitled The Origins of Political Order, published the year my mother was murdered, 2011, or his other work entitled The Political Order and Political Decay, released circa 2014, if I remember. Fukuyama distinguishes civilizational differences and actually uses empirical data to explain social trends. But thymos is too clumsy an instrument to be much help in understanding contemporary politics. Wouldn't it be important to distinguish people who ultimately don't want differences to matter, like the people involved in #MeToo and Black Lives Matter, from people who ultimately do want them to matter, like, ISIS militants, Brexit voters who are just white ISIS militants, in effect, or separatist nationalists, like the Quebecois, one could argue? And what about people who are neither Mexican nor immigrants and who feel indignation at the treatment of Mexican immigrants? Black Americans risked their lives for civil rights, but so did white Americans. How would Socrates classify that behavior? Borrowed thymos? It might also be good to replace the linear, if present trends continue, conception of history as a steady progression toward some stable state with the dialectical conception of history that Hegel and Koyevi in fact used. Present trends don't continue. They produce backlashes and reshufflings of the social deck. The identities that people embrace today are the identities their children will want to escape from tomorrow. History is somersaults, all the way to the end. That's why it's so hard to write and so hard to predict. Unless you're lucky. So, that brings us now to the end of globalization, with a question mark. What Russia's war in Ukraine means for our world economy. Over the last 3 weeks, 4 by now, right? The Russian economy has been overwhelmed by sanctions. Soon after the Kremlin invaded Ukraine, the West began seizing the assets of the wealthiest individuals close to Russian dictator for life, Vladimir Putin, prohibited Russian flights in its airspace, and restricted the Russian economy's access to imported technology. Most dramatically, the United States and its allies froze the reserve assets of Russia's central bank and cut Russia out of not just the SWIFT financial payment system, but of the basic institutions of international finance, including all foreign banks and the International Monetary Fund. As a result of the West's actions, the value of the ruble has crashed. Shortages have cropped up throughout the Russian economy, and the government appears to be close to defaulting on its foreign currency debt. Public opinion, and the fear of being hit by sanctions, has compelled Western businesses to flee the country en masse. Soon, Russia will be unable to produce necessities either for defense or for consumers because it will lack all critical components. The democratic world's response to Moscow's aggression and war crimes is right, both ethically and on national security grounds. This is more important than economic efficiency. But these actions do have negative economic consequences that will go far beyond Russia's financial collapse, that will persist, and that are not pretty. Over the last 20 years, twa trends have already been corroding globalization in the face of its supposedly relentless onward march. First, populists and nationalists have erected barriers to free trade, investment, immigration, and even the spread of ideas, especially in these United States. Second, Beijing's challenge to the rules-based international economic system and to long-standing security arrangements in Asia has encouraged the West to erect barriers to communist Chinese economic integration. The Russian invasion and resulting sanctions will now make this corrosion even worse. There are several reasons why. First, the Communist Chinese Empire is attempting to navigate a non-confrontational response to the Russian invasion. Both its financial system and its real economy are observing the sanctions because of the potential economic retaliation if they finance or supply Russia, let alone bail Moscow out. But anything short of fully joining the blockade will feed anti-Chinese policies in the West, reducing the country's economic integration. Second, countries fear being subject to the whims of Washington's economic might, now that it is re-enamored with its apparent power. Right now, the American empire's economic actions may be just, and there may be little risk of countries not invading Ukraine ending up on the wrong side of American policies. But the next time, the United States may be more selfish or capricious. Finally, the damage sanctions are doing to the Russian economy and the substantial costs to Central Europe if Russia cuts off its access to natural gas and oil in response may make governments pursue self-reliance and disentangle themselves from economic connections. Ironically, this will be self-defeating. Russia's current sharp economic contraction shows just how difficult it is for states to thrive without economic interdependence, even when they try to minimize their perceived vulnerability. In addition, Russia's attempts to make itself economically independent actually made it more likely to be subject to sanctions, because the West did not have to risk as much to impose them. But that will not stop many governments from trying to retreat into separate corners, looking to protect themselves by withdrawing from the global economy. Pundits, of course, have cried wolf about such divisions for years, and the smaller countries that attempt to self-isolate will be unable to succeed. But it now seems likely that the world economy really will split into blocks, one oriented around the Communist Chinese Empire and one around these United States, with the European Union mostly, but not wholly, in the latter camp, each attempting to insulate itself from and then diminish the influence of the other. The economic consequences for the world will be immense, and policymakers need to recognize and then offset them as much as possible. But the dollar endures. For all the talk about the weaponization of finance, the sanctions employed against Russia have been effective only because the international reliance imposing them has been broad and committed. Freezing the Russian central bank's reserves, for instance, works only if the majority of the world's financial system is on board with doing so. It is the alliance, not the finance, that has mattered. Since the anti-Russian alliance contains all the major financial institutions except the red Chinese banks, and since Communist Chinese banks do not want to be shut out of that system, the financial sanctions will not lead to any fundamental changes in the world's monetary or financial order. Economies that feel threatened by Washington do now have an incentive to shift their reserves out of holdings in these United States. In theory, this has always been a check on Washington's overuse of financial power. If the country sanctions too frequently, it might induce other states to come up with better alternatives to the dollar and to the payment system around it. And over the very long term, a divided world economy under the threat of sanction will bend in that direction. But in the meantime, what Russia demonstrates is that diversifying into euros, yuan, and even gold will not help states if other market participants are themselves afraid of being shut out of the dollar system, because there will be no other party for them to sell their reserves to. Cryptocurrencies are going to have to decide whether they will observe sanctions and thus lose some of their users, who treat the currencies as a refuge, or whether they will facilitate attempts to elude sanctions, in which case governments are likely to shut down or marginalize them. The Chinese yuan will struggle to become a major alternative to the dollar, even for economies in Beijing's bloc. As long as China prevents people from freely taking assets out of its domestic financial system, investors and even central banks that adopt it would just be trading Washington's sanction threats for Beijing's. Beijing could work around this problem by making the yuan freely convertible rather than tightly controlled. But if that happened, the value of the yuan would likely decline sharply for an extended period, as it did from 2015 through 2016, when Red China temporarily opened its capital account because billions of people who hold their savings in the Communist Chinese Empire are desperate to diversify their portfolios by moving their assets elsewhere in pursuit of higher returns. Red China could, of course, become the reserve currency for the small economies it dominates and for pariah states, countries with no real alternative. But this would do little to diversify or create preferential returns for Communist Chinese savings, and it could backfire by entangling Red China's financial system in other states' financial instability. That does not mean nothing will change financially. The more that economic divisions are amplified by hard power divisions, the more that governments will align their financial systems with their primary military protector. Exchange rate pegs tend to follow military alliances, as I established circa 2008 when the stock market crashed. The world saw this throughout Africa, Latin America, and South Asia during the Third World War that we essentially misnomer as the Cold War. And by the way, just getting a message in. Okay. Yes. Okay. It's our man saying he can join in if I want it. And I will tell him, do not foresee it yet tonight. But thank you. I do not foresee the need for such yet tonight. But thank you. Hugs. Okay, that's our man George Knight there. Good man. And I may yet need him, but not right now. By the way, oh wow. Create Virgo 12 said someone get some iced tea and a ventilator fan on high for these so-called hot girls and boys. Cool them down. She's referencing all the sex bots that attack my chat room en masse because, of course, they're trying to interfere with what we have to offer. And let me say to George Knight, maybe towards morning, maybe towards last 2 hours of the program, last hour or so of transmission. I will bear you in mind. Okay, there we are. Bear thee in mind. There we are. In mind. Okay, and okay, so there we go. With that, as I was saying, in terms of where we're at now. Now, when we had what happened with the collapse to a great degree of the world economy in 2008, and a lot of what I said then was the exchange rate pegs were following military alliances, essentially. The world saw this throughout Africa, Latin America, and South Asia throughout the Third World War that we misnomer as the Cold War, as governments switched the focus of their exchange rate targets or currency pegs when realigning between the Soviet Union and the United States. But although that may mean some countries move in and out of the de facto dollar zone, it will not create an alternative currency that is attractive on its own terms. Yet, what we have is coming undone. The invasion and sanctions, then, will not result in enormous financial changes to the global economy per se, but they will speed up the corrosion of globalization already underway, a process that will have broad impacts in and of itself. With less economic interconnectedness, the world will see lower trend growth and less innovation. Domestic incumbent companies and industries will have more power to demand special protections. Altogether, the real return on investments made by households and corporations will go down. To understand why this is, consider what may happen to supply chains. Currently, most industrial companies and retailers source each key input or step in their production processes from a single or handful of separate places. There was a powerful economic logic to setting up global supply chains this way, with relatively few redundancies. Not only did they save on costs by encouraging firms and factories to specialize, they also increased the scale of production and provided local marketing and information advantages. But given the current geopolitical and pandemic realities, these global value chains may no longer be worth the risk of relying on specific choke points, particularly if those points are in politically unstable or undependable countries. Multinational companies, with government encouragement, will rationally insure against problems by building redundant supply chains in safer locations. Like any form of insurance, this will protect against some downside risk, but it will be a direct cost that yields no immediate economic returns. Meanwhile, if Commu-Chinese and American companies no longer face competition from each other, or from companies outside their economic bloc, they are more likely to be inefficient, and consumers are less likely to get as much variety and reliability as they currently do. When that consumer is the government, protected domestic firms are even more likely to engage in waste and fraud because there will be less competition for government procurement contracts. Throw in nationalism and fears of national security threats, and it will be easy for such companies to cloak themselves in patriotism and take it all the way to the bank, knowing that they are politically too big to fail. There is a reason why closed economies are more likely to experience corruption. So the world will see lower growth and less innovation. Analysts can already see this at work in seemingly patriotic commitments by President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump about onshoring manufacturing, relocating the supply chains that make American goods so they take place in these United States. They are using national security and pride to justify policies that shortchange both national defense and the 85+% of American workers not employed in heavy industry. The fetishizing of domestic manufacturing over advancing cross-border trade in services and networks is especially ironic, given that the latter sectors are what has truly advantaged the West over Russia in implementing effective sanctions, and what has deterred communist Chinese businesses from bailing Russia out. Similarly, the corrosion of globalization will have negative consequences for technology. Innovation is faster and more common when the global pool of scientific talent is engaged and can exchange ideas and share proof or disproof of concepts. but there is a politically compelling reason for states to try to make sure that only allies have access to their technology, even if restrictions are of dubious military relevance. In a world of cyber espionage, it is easy to acquire technological designs. The likely result will be a decline in innovation, as American and other Western research institutions deprive themselves of many talented Chinese and Russian students and scientists. The intensified corrosion of globalization will further diminish the return on capital in the world economy, and it will do so on every side of the economic divide. There will be new limits on where people can invest their savings, driving them down the range of diversification and average returns. Fear and nationalism will likely increase people's desire for safe investments at home in government or publicly backed securities. Governments will also combine national security arguments with fiscal and financial stability measures designed to strongly encourage investment in their own public debt, as they do during wars, which is what we will be in a permanent state of engagement in. That brings us to the continental connection. You see, there is one beneficial economic side effect to the increasing global divisions. The European Union is being galvanized to unify more of its economic policies. The Eurobloc is putting up joint resources to share the financial burden of the massive Ukrainian refugee inflow coming into Poland and other Eastern members. European bonds are being issued to pay for these measures rather than individual member state debts. The European zone, or Eurozone, may issue more European public debt in the future, which would further help the global economy. The Russian invasion reinforces the fact that this is a world of low returns, and many investors have a high desire for safety. By creating more safe assets for them, the EU and Eurozone can absorb some risk-averse savings, improving financial stability. Stronger EU unity will also create new opportunities for growth, led by United Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Almost every EU member has made a multi-year commitment to increased defense spending and a greater public investment in rapidly reducing the continent's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. Both of these investments will go a long way toward ending Europe's free riding on the United States and Red China for growth. Giving the global economy another engine will help balance out the ups and downs of the business cycle, stabilizing the world against recessions. It will also prevent the faster-growing economies from running up foreign debt as they have when Dy+28, Deutschland, the new United Germany, and other European surplus economies exported products but failed to consume. These initiatives will, in particular, help the Eurozone itself. One of the primary causes of the Euro crisis a decade ago were the imbalances among Euro economies caused by United German austerity. By increasing United German domestic demand, southern members of the Eurozone will be able to work off some of their debt through increased exports rather than having to cut back wages and imports to make their payments. This should strengthen the long-term viability of the euro, as well as increase its attractiveness to potential new members in Eastern Europe and reserve managers around the world. A euro that is less subject to internal tensions and worries will also be of higher, more stable value, which in turn will reduce trade tensions with these United States. But that brings us to an inconvenient truth, because, unfortunately, the Russian invasion will prove to be far less kind to the developing world. Food and energy prices hikes are already hurting the citizens of poorer states, and the economic impact of corroding globalization will be even worse. If lower-income countries are forced to choose sides when deciding where they get their aid and foreign direct investment, the opportunities for their private sectors will narrow. Companies within these countries will grow more dependent on government gatekeepers at home and abroad. And as these United States and other countries increase their use of sanctions, firms will be less likely to invest in these economies. Anxious multinational companies want to avoid American opprobrium, and so they will forego investing in places that they see as having undependable transparency. The saddest part of this is that it comes on top of the world's unequal response to COVID-19, in which high-income countries did not provide enough vaccines and medical supplies to the developing world. This political disregard for the well-being of low-income populations globally, materially changes the economic conditions on the ground. That in turn provides a commercial justification for the private sector not to invest in these economies. The only way out of this cycle is through public investment and enforced fair treatment. Division among the major economies, however, is likely to make such investment in the developing world insufficient, unreliable, and arbitrarily dispersed. Helping poor economies is not the only long-term development goal that Russia's invasion puts at risk. To survive, societies around the world will need to mitigate and adapt to climate change. But the pivotal role of Russia and Ukraine in global energy supplies sends out contradictory forces that will make the energy transmission more challenging. Simultaneously, Western politicians are calling for moving away from greenhouse gases and advocating increased fossil fuel exploration outside the Russian Empire. States want to prevent price gouging, cut energy taxes, and compensate households for higher gas prices. But they also want to increase incentives to expand greener energy production and decrease consumption, which require higher prices. The trade-offs extend beyond climate change. Democracies want to build alliances around liberal values and freer markets, but to cut energy costs, they are going to autocratic governments such as Saudi Arabia and Venezuela, offering to legitimize their regimes in exchange for increased oil supply. Underlying all this is an inconvenient reality. Slow rising temperatures, or rather, to slow the temperatures which are rising, the world needs international collective action, including from the Communist Chinese Empire itself. The alliance of democracies cannot do it alone. The Red Chinese and the American governments have, at times, been able to make joint progress on climate initiatives, even while being in conflict on other issues. And both Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and Joe Biden have said they want to do so again. But it will get harder as each empire retreats into a separate bloc. Meanwhile, as the corrosion of globalization reduces the pace of innovation by restricting research collaboration, it will also become more challenging for scientists to come up with a deus ex machina that can save our planet. Deus ex machina in the proper Latin. God of the machine. It is unilateral intervention. Now, in terms of picking up the pieces, stopping the corrosion of globalization was already difficult, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine makes it harder. As politicians in the United States and elsewhere spin false narratives about how economic openness is bad for workers, the Russian invasion and the resulting sanctions push the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States further apart. But policymakers are not helpless. The financial sanctions on Russia were so powerful because they were imposed by a strong alliance of higher income democracies. If Australia, Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, these United States, the European Union, and other important market economies can channel the same might they use to punish Russia toward helping the economy, they can repair the erosion, perhaps encouraging the Communist Chinese Empire to stay connected as well. To do so, officials must pursue a wide range of policies. They can start by making a common market among democracies that is as broad and deep as possible, including for goods, services, and even labor opportunities. They must create common standards for screening cross-border private investment for national security and human rights reasons. They should create a relatively even playing field among allies that can foster healthy competition, which would diminish the worst side effects of economic nationalism, corruption, the entrenchment of incumbents, and waste. Policymakers must also set up a sustained multi-year public investment front across the Western Alliance, which would reduce imbalances between between economies, and raise overall returns on investment. The world's democracies cannot reverse every corrosive division in the global economy caused by Russian aggression and the Communist Chinese Empire's tacit approval thereof. They should not want to. Some forms of violence must be met with economic isolation, but they can make up for many of the losses, steadying our planet in the process. In interim, the Communist Chinese Empire's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine could upend the world order. Now, when I saw Joseph Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, looking all flushed and clenching his jaw over a row of ferns at a matching table draped in blue cloth that was occupied by China's senior foreign affairs official Yang Jiechi, sitting down with his smile frozen in a sanguine Cheshire cat shit-eating grin. That official photograph released by China's state-run news agency of those two men sitting face-to-face on March 14th in Rome is but a snapshot of how Beijing wants to be seen at this moment as China's sometime ally Russia continues its deadly invasion of Ukraine as a confident emerging power facing a frustrated and worried United States. The reality is more complicated. Russia's lifetime dictator Vladimir Putin is hoping Red China's Communist dictator Xi Jinping will see Russia's invasion of Ukraine as but another step forward for the Twa empires' broader effort to push back against the world's democracies. Russia is courting Red China's support of its assault on Ukraine and hopes the Communist Chinese Empire will prop up Moscow's faltering economy battered by sanctions. But if the Communist Chinese Empire further backs Russia's aggression with significant monetary help or, even more unsettling, weapons, the blowback from the United States and European countries could threaten Red China's long-term effort to rise as the dominant global power. What the Communist Chinese Empire decides to do about Russia's needs could mark a turning point in both the war in Ukraine and Sino-American relations, and the outcome of Red China's choice will define what a new global order looks like. Will the Communist Chinese Empire continue to try to reshape the current global economy in its image by participating in it? Or will Red China join Russia behind a new iron curtain of sanctions, cut off from the American empire and United Europe, and left to navigate a new monetary system and trading framework? Now, while I was reading a Kremlin memo in the original Russian naming Tucker Carlson as essential to its propaganda strategy, the Communist Chinese Empire and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire have had an occasionally strained relationship over the past several decades, whatever Tucker Carlson might say on their behalf. Moscow and Beijing fought a border war in 1969 along the edge of China's northeast territory, and the two countries have never developed strong person-to-person ties across their shared 2,500 miles of border. As Red China has risen in global influence, Russia's dictatorship has resented the prospect of becoming a client state of Beijing. But China's leaders are now leaning toward Moscow much more heavily than they did when trying to appear neutral following Putin's seizure of Crimea in 2014. When Xi and Putin met at the opening of the Beijing Olympics on February 4th, the two agreed their empires' relationship would have no limits and no wavering, according to a Communist Chinese government description of that very meeting. That was a fortnight, 14 nights or 12 weeks before Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine. Now, while I center myself with that all-important breathing, this has presented the Biden administration with a delicate and growing challenge in how to talk Red China, talk to the Communist Chinese Empire about its assistance to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, rather the rogue Russian petrostate loose upon the world. The 7 hours of talks between Sullivan and Yang inside the Rome Cavalieri Hotel were intense and reflecting the gravity of the moment, as described by a senior administration official who added that those two officials had an extensive conversation about Russia's war in Ukraine. Sullivan made it clear that the American and European allies would consider cutting off Communist Chinese financial institutions involved in backing Russia's war financially, and a person familiar with these discussions noted that the Communist Chinese response was tense and terse indeed, bordering on threat of war. Broadly, Xi Jinping has calculated that the American empire is in decline and Western democracies have failed, and that the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is one ally that can work alongside, or at least beneath Red China's ride, so to speak, to create a different international system that be more favorable to autocracy, authoritarian totalitarianism in effect. But with Russia's violent effort to take us to Ukraine, that assessment cometh with considerable risk for the Red Chinese on the mainland. If Russia emerges weaker from its war in Ukraine, and Red China has backed it, the Communist Chinese could suffer major economic backlash. Red China relies heavily on its trading relationships with European countries and has worked hard to prevent Europa from restricting trade, let alone sanctioning it. To quote is Bonnie Glaser, directress of the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, she says, that would be huge if China ends up with a vast amount of countries around the world that are aligned against it because it has sided with Russia. This is really a crucial moment and potentially a turning point. They really are siding with the Russians. They are more closely aligned with the Russians than they've ever been. Now, convincing European powers to punish Red China could be a tall order for President Biden, who's had to work hard to convince Europe to limit its financial and energy ties to Russia alone. Biden is set to travel to Europe next week to meet with NATO allies, and Red China's degree of support for Russia will surely come up in those meetings. U.S. officials want to prepare allies for how to respond if Red China begins contributing more financially or militarily to the revanchist, Russian Empire. Meanwhile, dictator Xi showed the importance he puts on keeping lines of communication open with European powers when he joined a video call with French President Emmanuel Macron and Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, on March 8th to talk about the war in Ukraine. This moment has put on a collision course two competing objectives of Red China's foreign policy. The Communist Chinese Empire wants Russia to be its partner in building a new global order, but it also wants to be viewed as a responsible power that can someday lead the current one, or at least be at the center of a new system of global governance and connectivity. David Shulman, a former senior U.S. intelligence analyst on East Asia, warns that if Red China provides Russia with drones, surface-to-air missiles, which are acronyms as SAMs, S-A-M, surface-to-air missiles, or other weapons, it would be, in his words, very clearly demonstrate that we have a break in what we expected out of the world order itself. It would be clear that Red China had very firmly sided with Russia against the democratic world and against developed democracies. So it's up to us to be countering the Anti-America Alliance, the AAA of Anti-America Alliance, as manifest in the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, the SSS. Now, the AAA would encompass Iran, North Korea, and all those other chicken shit shithole countries that the Sino-Slavic Synaxis would gather around itself by gravity, per their geosynchronous orbit, and some out of their immediate hemispherical dominance like Venezuela, which the Americans might grab back into our hemispherical dominance by reopening the contacts that we have with that dictatorship in our own hemisphere. Regardless, over the past 3 weeks, the Russian military invasion of Ukraine has shown the world Vladimir Putin's willingness to violently challenge the international system, where American strength has guaranteed peace and guided the world for more than 100 years. And in doing so, Putin seeks to establish a new a totalitarian-centric, authoritarian-centric world order, beneficial to his corrupt regime and the Chinese Communist Party. Not since the communist powers in World War III has the world faced such an existential threat. What you would all remember as our Cold War experience. Well, if you're old enough to have lived through it. Many of you youngsters are not. Plans for this new Sino-Slavic Synaxis are already being put into place. Just yesterday, last month, Putin and the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping convened a summit aimed at uniting the two empires against the free world. That summit, held only weeks before the invasion, made evident the magnitude of the threat that the two empires pose as a united front. While Ukrainians are fighting for democracy halfway across the globe, Americans at home are feeling the strain of increased oil prices from cutting off Russian oil imports, compounding the effects of the Biden administration reversing years of increased domestic oil production. Meanwhile, the possibility of a greater economic challenge looms from a conflict with the Communist Chinese Empire itself. Imports from Red China of materials used in manufacturing of American-made products could put the American Empire into a tough situation. If Red China on the mainland were to become involved in the Russia conflict or invade my own Taiwan, the strength of United States economic sanctions on Russia will have an influence on how an actor like Red China might move forward in a future invasion of my Taiwan. With a joint statement from Putin and Xi touting that their friendship between their two empires has no limits and that there be no forbidden areas of cooperation, it is safe to say their partnership will continue amid the Russian invasion. The two empires have struck fresh new deals in oil imports with agreements worth $117.5 billion United States dollars in new exports from Russia to Red China. Red China, however, is in a dilemma of their own, having felt the pressures of American sanctions in the recent past. During the Trump administration, the U.S.-sanctioned Red Chinese technology conglomerate Huawei, who at the time was the largest producer of smartphones in the world. Since then, Huawei has become significantly less influential in the tech arena, and new competitors have grown. If Red China decided to act in the future against my Taiwan or attempt to assist Russia in evading American sanctions or export controls, the United States could respond with swift sanctions. Red Chinese trade retaliation could also drive up the prices of Communist Chinese imports used by American businesses and manufacturers, causing greater economic strain than is currently being experienced from restricting Russian energy imports. The two most evident conclusions taken from the behavior of both Russia and Red China are clear. The American empire must not rely on imports of essential materials from adversaries, and it be paramount that we ramp up defense spending for the sake of our own nation and for the sake of the free world. The first step is increasing American energy independence by having President Biden remove the freeze on new oil and gas projects and expedite American pipeline construction and operation. The Keystone XL pipeline alone would move 830,000 barrels of oil per day, which would reduce reliance on Russian oil. Recent figures have indicated we import over 600,000 barrels per day from the Russian Empire. Becoming energy independent must be a top-line priority if we are to see oil prices decrease and prevent another energy crisis from occurring in the future. In light of the Russian Empire's aggression and their renewed alliance with the Communist Chinese Empire, a strong defense budget is a necessity in the current era of warfare. Ensuring a solid defense industrial base is a priority to meet our defensive needs, especially for future conflicts involving the cyber and spatial arenas. America faces threats unlike any we have seen in the past, and we must be prepared to counter them at a moment's notice. We must also increase our funding and development of future weapons, akin to the edge that the United States held at the end of the Cold War, the Third World War, as prosecuted under misnomer. Strengthening our research, development, and procurement abilities are not the only investments we should be making. We must aid our allies and NATO to prevent another Ukraine-like situation. This includes taking a stronger stance with our friends in my Taiwan. While the American empire has been heightening cohesion with the island nation in recent years, island China in effect, we cannot make the same mistake in waiting until the final hour to prepare for a defense of my Taiwan as we did with Ukraine. Having strong, prepared allies ensures not only their safety on the world stage, but acts as a deterrent against forces that seek to harm their liberty as sovereign nations. With every innovation cometh a potential new threat, and with every threat cometh the responsibility to protect freedom and liberty. The United States has always stood as a high beacon of freedom and hope, along with a living example of liberty in action. Although The communist Chinese and revanchist revisionist Russian empires have their own unique ideologies. They share 12 specific commonalities: authoritarianism on their home soil and unbridled hostility towards the United States of America. The late President Reagan once said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same." As we look to the future, I firmly believe we must not waver in the face of the authoritarian regimes who seek to destroy freedom-loving countries. It is time to reassert American strength to guarantee peace and freedom, here at home and for our allies. In his 1919 book, published the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was born, the book entitled Democratic Ideals and Reality, the geography professor and occasional member of Parliament, Halford Mackinder, wrote, "He who rules the heartland rules the world island. He who rules the world island commands the world." Mackinder's heartland was vaguely defined to include the Eurasian landmass from Central Europe eastward across Siberia and the Himalayas to eastern China. And while it hasn't dominated the world since, it glaringly excludes these United States. It still has great weight in what Mackinder called the lands of outer or insular crescent, all the European and Japanese archipelago landmasses, along with Britannia and, of course, well, just everything that is on the fringes of what was once the great Mongolian landmass. And it seemed to have great weight suddenly on February 24th, when, just days after a conference between Russia's Vladimir Putin and the Communist Chinese Empire Xi Jinping at the Beijing Winter Olympics, Russian troops suddenly invaded Ukraine. It's true that the Sino-Slavic synaxis solemnified then has not proven to be an axis of steel. Red China has been rather skittish about supporting Putin's aggression, abstaining rather than opposing United Nations resolutions condemning it. On the other hand, it has also spurned American efforts at mediation. Nonetheless, the apparent alliance of Russia and Red China, however strained, and their friendly ties with Iran raise dangers for the United States and its friends, shall I say, and allies that American leaders have been ignoring until recently. The heartland axis of unfreedom is reminiscent of that alliance of aggressors that dominated Mackinder's heartland from August of 1941 through the closing months of 1945. An alliance of totalitarian colonialism that was the closest thing to what George Orwell described in 1984. The Atlantic Conference and Charter of 1941. The Atlantic Charter was a joint declaration released by U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill on August 14th of 1941, following a meeting of the two heads of government in Newfoundland. The Atlantic Charter provided a broad statement of Anglo-American war aims. The Americans were proving themselves the heartland of a new global order, and the Brits were aligning their island nation as an insular satellite thereof. But it included their vast empire, which subordinated at the time the British Raj of 1 billion citizens, and all the British colonial possessions in geosynchronous orbit of the Raj itself, dominating the Indian Ocean, dominating the Atlantic, and where America hoped to turn the Pacific into an American Ocean, and thereby the twain would render the heartland itself obviated as moot. Their meeting had been called in response to the geopolitical situation in Europe by mid-1941. Although Grand Britannia had been spared from a German invasion in the fall of 1940, and with the passage of the U.S. Lend-Lease Act in March of 1941 was assured all American material support, and endless infinitude thereof, by the end of May, German forces had inflicted humiliating defeats upon British, Greek, and Yugoslav forces in the Balkans and were threatening to overrun Egypt and close off the Suez Canal, thereby restricting British access to its possessions in India. When the Germans invaded the Soviet Union on June 22nd of 1941, few policymakers in Washington or London believed that the Soviets would be able to resist the united Nazi onslaught for more than 6 weeks. While the British government focused its efforts on dealing with the Germans in Europe, they were also concerned that the Japanese Empire might take advantage of the situation to seize British, French, and Dutch territories in Southeast Asia. Churchill and Roosevelt met on August 9th and 10th, 1941, aboard the USS Augusta in Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, to discuss their respective war aims for the Second World War and to outline a post-war international system. The charter they drafted included 8 common principles that the United States and Great Britain would be committed to supporting in the post-war world. Both countries agreed not to seek territorial expansion because they already owned the majority of the surface of the earth, and instead to seek liberalization of international trade, to establish freedom of the seas, and international labor, economic, and welfare standards. Most importantly, both the United States and Grand Britannia were committed to supporting the restoration of self-governments for all countries that had been occupied during the war, and thus allow all peoples to choose their own form of government under Anglo-American auspice. While the meeting was successful in drafting these aims, it failed to produce the desired results for either leader. President Roosevelt had hoped that the charter might encourage the American people to back American intervention in World War II on behalf of the Allies. However, public opinion remained adamantly opposed to such a policy until the Japanese preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor in December of 1941. Churchill's primary goal in attending the Atlantic Conference was to get the Americans into the war. Barring that, he hoped that the United States would increase its amount of military aid to Great Britain and warn the Japanese Empire against taking any aggressive actions in the Pacific. Roosevelt, on the other hand, wanted the British government to affirm publicly that it was not involved in any secret treaties, particularly ones concerning territorial questions, such as those concluded by the Allies during the First World War concerning the division of enemy territory at war's end. Roosevelt also wished to arrange the terms by which Grand Britannia would repay the United States for its Lend-Lease assistance. Roosevelt wanted the British to pay compensation by dismantling their system of imperial preference, which had been established by the British government during the Great Depression and was designed to encourage trade within the British Empire by lowering tariff rates between members, whilst maintaining discriminatory tariff rates against outsiders. Churchill was extremely disappointed by Roosevelt's refusal to discuss American entry into the war. Furthermore, Churchill understood that several aspects of the proposed joint declaration might be politically damaging for the Prime Minister himself. Churchill worried that the abandonment of imperial preference would anger the protectionist wing of his Conservative Party. The Americans also proved unwilling to warn the Japanese Empire too strongly against any future military action against British possessions in Southeast Asia. Finally, both Churchill and many members of his cabinet were alarmed by the third point of the Charter, which mentions the rights of all peoples to choose their own government. An anathema to Anglo-imperialism. Churchill was concerned that this clause acknowledged the right of colonial subjects to agitate for decolonization, including those in Great Britain's empire. Nevertheless, Churchill realized that the joint declaration was the most he could accomplish during the conference. While the United States would remain neutral, the declaration would raise the morale of the British public and, most importantly, bind the United States closer to the Greater British Empire. Therefore, when Churchill forwarded the text to the declaration of, the text of the declaration to his cabinet on August 11th, he warned them that it would be imprudent to raise unnecessary difficulties. The cabinet followed Churchill's recommendation and approved the charter. While the Atlantic Charter of August 1941 was not a binding treaty, it was nonetheless significant for several reasons. First, it publicly affirmed the sense of solidarity between the United States and the Greater British Empire against the Axis war effort. Second, it laid out President Roosevelt's Wilsonian vision of the post-war world, one that would be characterized by freer exchanges of trade, self-determination, disarmament, and collective security. Now, finally, the Charter ultimately did serve as an inspiration for colonial subjects throughout the Third World, from Algeria to Vietnam, as they fought for independence. This was something that Roosevelt felt would benefit the United States, that would step in to pick up the pieces from the British Empire for themselves. By the way, yes, our dear man George Knight assures us he will definitely come on if he's invited. He's working with another colleague today. And of course, thank God he's on the job. I'm very appreciative of what he does in terms of his services for the Greater British Empire today. And Britain will, of course, be an empire again of necessity. It's forced itself into that corner, as a matter of fact, where it has no other option. At the time that it was allied with America, these were the two aggressors that needed to be countered by the combined axis of nations for the future of the world. Now, after this Atlantic Charter of 1941, the leaders and peoples of Europa were basically tossed out the window as if they were garbage thrown from the window, the open window of a moving car. The Third Reich dominated Europe, and the realm of Europa was Festung Europa, Fortress Europe, in which my biological father, Adolf Hitler, had his way. Free reign for over a decade, and which he used as his base of operations to plan his exodus, his Aryan exodus, into Unterland. Now today, the leaders and peoples of Europa, suddenly alert to the need to strengthen their militaries, will take on responsibilities borne by the United States from the 1940s to the 1990s based on old Anglo-American aggression conducted in the Second World War, as first textualized by the Atlantic Charter of August 1941. Perhaps the West will set aside stringent climate policies based on models of the distant future that may prove no more valid than virologists' COVID models of the recent past. And perhaps Xi Jinping, having observed the foundering of Putin's military strategy, based on optimistic assumptions that proved completely unwarranted, may decline to risk the uncertainties of an amphibious invasion of my Taiwan. Or so we may hope. But Ukraine and the ghost of Halford Mackinder prove we should ponder on happier possibilities as well. Hence the importance of all the elements of global morphology. Now, to all who are listening to me this night, this may seem to be a somewhat obscure topic, concerning everything that I've covered so far being so topically relevant. But believe me, this is what led to my passion in geopolitics in the first and ultimately enabled me to perform the analyses by which I've enlightened and educated all of you until this point in time. So it is imperative that I explain to you, to the best of my ability, what the morphology of our global planet, and it most certainly isn't flat, is all about. So let us look at the Earth globe. We should have learned to see it as a globe pivoting around the polar axis. Its continental masses of land and oceans, dotted with islands, large and small, spreading over its surface in characteristic shapes. Here, humanity lives. Within the global field, humans produce, or rather consume, and strive to reach harmony within themselves and equilibrium with one another. Strive, alas, so far, most unsuccessfully, as a rule. How can they hope to reach equilibrium as humanity if they do not understand the equilibrium that chords all lands and seas as a dynamic whole, as an integral field of operation? The Earth's surface is a whole, and it is dynamic inasmuch as it is constantly in motion and in a state of morphological change. The Earth whirls in space, in a complex combination of motions, which constantly modify the geomorphic and geostatic equilibrium of its lands, seas, and air currents. Mountains and continents rise and fall. Ice ages come in waves. There may be even greater changes in the polarization and axial inclination of our globe as a whole, whence vast cataclysms that imprint deep-seated remembrances in the collective unconsciousness of all civilizations transcend. Now, the Earth itself is, broadly speaking, alive. So this is what I shall articulate to you to the best of my ability now. It's time to take JIA seriously. JIA. This is what brings us into the elements of global morphology in its most personalized sense. Yere Giaiatalis, Mater, or Sacred Mother Giaiatalis. That's component our biplanetary satellite, the Moon, in disambiguation from the many moons of other planets within our solar system, in composition of the Giae, actually pronounced probably most euphonically as Gia, anglicized as Geo. The term itself indicative of our primary planetary rind, as studied via the field of geology and chartered per the field of geography. The full and proper name for Earth and Moon in coupledom being Giatalus, pronounced Giatalus. The very vocalization suggestive, appropriately enough, of the voice of Mother Yerj, or Earth, speaking unto us. Yerj being the original Germanic, ancient Germanic word for Erda, or modern Germanic earth, named after the Germanic Titan goddess, the only planet in our solar system to be named from the German pantheon as opposed to the Greco-Roman, because it is Mannheim, the home on which we all dwell. Whilst we both source from the conjoinment of she and her sister Moon, without which whom life as we know it on Yerj, or Earth, would be impossible, because of the tides that make our oceans alive, in motion, so that they oxygenate and all land derives from the sea. This binary planetary system, this binary planet, this twin world, is most properly referenced as Giatalus, and we who live upon it, all we who dwell upon her bosom, are Giatalurians, pronounced Giatalurians. Giatalus being mythically the great mother of all, the primal Elleniki, or Grecian people's mother goddess, creator and giver of birth to Holy Terra and all the universe, the heavenly gods, the Titans, and the giants having been born unto her, the sea gods being born from her union with Hopontus, literally the waterway, implying all the seas by which the majority of Mediterranean intercourses and conflicts were conducted. Can a planet be alive? Lynn Margulis, a giant of late 20th century biology, who had an incandescent intellect that veered toward the unorthodox, thought so. She and the chemist James Lovelock together theorized that life must be a planet-altering phenomenon, and the distinction between the living and non-living parts of Earth is not as clear-cut as we think. Many members of the scientific community derided their theory, called the Gia hypothesis, or Giae, as pseudoscience, and questioned their scientific integrity. But now Margulis and Lovelock will have their revenge. Recent scientific discoveries are giving us every reason to take this hypothesis seriously. At its core is an insight about the relationship between planets and life that has changed our understanding of both and is shaping how we look for life on other worlds. Studying Earth's global biosphere together, Margulis and Lovelock realized that it has some of the properties of a life form in and of itself. It displays homeostasis, or self-regulation. Many of Earth's life-sustaining qualities exhibit remarkable stability. The temperature range of the climate, the oxygen content of the atmosphere, the pH, chemistry, and salinity of the ocean, all these are biologically mediated. All have, for hundreds of millions of years, stayed within a range where life can thrive. Lovelock and Margulis surmised that the totality of life is interacting with its environments in ways that regulate these global qualities. They recognized that Earth is a living organism. Lovelock named this creature Giae, or mispronounced quite vulgarly as Gaia. Life and Earth have been co-evolving in a continuing dance. Margulis and Lovelock proved that the Darwinian picture of biological evolution is incomplete. Darwin identified the mechanism by which life adapts due to changes in the environment, and thus allowed us to see that all life on Earth is a continuum, a proliferation, a genetic diaspora from a common root. In the Darwinian view, Earth was essentially a stage with a series of changing backdrops to which life had to adjust. Yet, what or who was changing the sets? Margulis and Lovelock proposed that the drama of life does not unfold on the stage of a dead Earth, but that rather the stage itself is animated, part of a larger living entity. Gaia, composed of the biosphere together with the non-living components that shape, respond to, and cycle through the biota of Earth itself. Yes, life adapts to environmental change, shaping itself through natural selection. Yet life also pushes back and changes the environment, alters the very planet. This is now as obvious as the air that ye be breathing, which has been oxygenated by life itself. So evolution is not a series of adaptations to inanimate events, but a system of feedbacks, an exchange. Life has not simply molded itself to the shifting contours of a dynamic Earth. Rather, life and Earth have shaped each other as they have co-evolved. When you start looking at the planet in this way, then you see coral reefs, limestone cliffs, deltas, bogs, and islands of bat guano as parts of this larger animated entity. You realize that the entire skin of Earth, and its depths as well, are indeed alive. The acceptance of the JOJO hypothesis was and remains slow, halting, and incomplete. There be several reasons for this. One is just the usual inertia, the standard conservative reluctance to accept new ways of thinking. Yet, JOJO was also accused of being vague and shifting. Some complained that the JNs had failed to present an original, well-defined, testable scientific proposition. How can you evaluate, oppose, or embrace an idea that is not clearly stated or that seems to mean different things to different people? There was certainly some truth to this. JOJO has been stated many different ways. Also, it didn't help that Margulis and Lovelock were more than willing to mix science with philosophy and poetry, and they didn't mind controversy. In fact, I'd say they enjoyed and courted it. The truth is, despite its widespread moniker, JOJO is not really a hypothesis. It's a perspective, an approach from within which to pursue the science of life on a planet, a living planet, which is not the same as a planet with life on it. That's really the point. Simple but profound. Because life is not a minor afterthought on an already functioning Earth, but an integral part of our planet's evolution and behavior. Over the last few decades, the JNs have pretty much won the battle. The opposition never actually surrendered or admitted defeat, but mainstream Earth science has dropped its disciplinary shields and joined forces with chemistry, climatology, theoretical biology, and several other ologies, and renamed itself Earth System Science. The GIA approach, GIA, prompted by the space-age comparison of Earth, JOJO, with its apparently lifeless neighbors, has led to a deepening realization of how thoroughly altered our planet is by its inhabitants. When we compare the life story of Earth to that of its siblings, we see that very early on in its development, as soon as the sterilizing impact rain subsided so that life could get a toehold, Yerj, or Earth, started down a different path. Ever since that juncture, life and Earth have been co-evolving in a continuing dance. As we've studied Earth with space-age tools, seen her whole from a distance, drilled the depths of the ocean floor, and with the magic glasses of multispectral imaging, mapped the global biogeochemical cycles of elements, nutrients, and energy, we've learned that life's influence is more profound and pervasive than we've ever suspected. All this oxygen we take for granted is the byproduct of life itself intervening in our planet's geochemical cycles, harvesting solar energy to split water molecules, keeping the hydrogen atoms and reacting them with CO2 to make organic food and body parts, but spitting the oxygen back out. In Earth's upper atmosphere, some of this oxygen, under the influence of ultraviolet light, is transformed into ozone, O3, which shields Earth's surface from deadly ultraviolet, making the land surface habitable. When it appeared, this shield allowed life to leave the ocean and the continents to become green with forests. That's right, it was life that rendered the once deadly continents habitable for life. The more we look through a Jayan lens, the more we see that nearly every aspect of our planet has been biologically distorted beyond recognition. Earth's rocks contain more than 4,000 different minerals, the crystalline molecules that make up rocks. This is a much more varied smorgasbord of mineral types than we have seen on any other world. Geochemists studying the mineral history of Earth have concluded that by far the majority of these would not exist without the experience, the presence of life on our planet. So on Earth's life-altered surface, the very rocks themselves are biological byproducts. A big leap in this mineral diversity occurred after life oxygenated Earth's atmosphere, leading to a plethora of new oxidized minerals that sprinkled colorful rocks throughout Earth's sediments. Observed on a distant planet, such vast and varied mineral diversity could be a sign of a living world. So this is a potential biosignature or a Jaya signature. We can add to the more commonly cited Lovelock criterion of searching for atmospheric gases that have been knocked out of equilibrium by life. In fact, minerals and life seem to have fed off each other, going all the way back to the beginning. Evidence has increased that minerals were vital catalysts and physical substrates for the origin of life on Earth. Is it really a huge leap, then, to regard the mineral surface of Earth as part of a global living system, part of the body of Jaya? What about plate tectonics and the dynamics of Earth's Yerge's deep interior, the womb of the mother world? At first glance, this seems like a giant mechanical system, a heat engine that does not depend upon biology, but rather, lucky for life, supports it. Also, although we're probably still largely ignorant about the deeply buried parts of Earth's biosphere, it's unlikely there are any living organisms deeper than a couple of miles down in the crust where it gets too hot for organic molecules. As I've always emphasized, Unterland is a series of caverns, an inner Earth that is within our comparatively paper-thin crust, not beneath it, there being no hollow Earth as you get in the Monsterverse. Rather, how would I say this? Rather yet, just as we've found that life's sway has extended into the upper atmosphere, creating the ozone layer that allowed the biosphere to envelop the continents, more and more we see that life has also influenced these deeper subterranean realms. Over its long life, Jaya has altered not just the skin, but also the guts of Earth, pulling carbon from the mantle and piling it onto the surface in sedimentary rocks, and sequestering massive amounts of nitrogen from the air into ammonia stored inside the crystals of mantle rocks. Life itself, once it gets started, can make or keep a planet habitable. By controlling the chemical state of the atmosphere, life has also altered the rocks it comes into contact with, and so oxygenated the crust and mantle of Earth. This changes the material properties of the rocks, how they bend and break, squish, fold, and melt under various forces and conditions. All the clay minerals produced by Earth's biosphere soften Earth's crust. The crust of a lifeless planet is harder, helping to lubricate the plate tectonic engine of our living world. The wetness of Earth seems to explain why plate tectonics has persisted on Earth and not upon its dry twin Venus. One of the more extreme claims of the JOJO camp, at present neither proven nor refuted, is that the influence of life over the aeons has helped Earth hold on to her life-giving water, while Venus and Mars, lifeless through most of their existence, lost theirs. If so, then life may indeed be responsible for Earth's plate tectonics. One of the original architects of plate tectonic theory, Norm Sleep from Stanford, has become thoroughly convinced that life is deeply implicated in the overall physical dynamics of Earth, including the non-living interior domain. In describing the cumulative long-term influence of life on geology, continent building, and plate tectonics, he wrote, "The net effect is giant. That is, life has modified Earth to its advantage. The more we study Earth, the more we see this. Life has got Yerj in its clutches. Yerj is a biologically modulated planet through and through. In a non-trivial way, it is a living planet. Now, 40 years after Viking landed on Mars, we've learned that planets are common, including those similar in size to Earth and at the right distance from their stars to allow oceans of liquid water. Also, Lovelock's radical idea to pay attention to the atmosphere and look for drastic departures from the expected mixture, the mixture of gases, now forms the cornerstone of our life detection strategies. Giant thinking has crept into our ideas about evolution and the habitability of exoplanets, revising notions of the habitable zone. We're realizing that it is not enough to determine basic physical properties of a planet, its size and distance from a star, in order to determine its habitability. Life itself, once it gets started, can make or keep a planet habitable. Perhaps, in some instances, life can also destroy the habitability of a planet, as it almost did on Earth during the Great Oxygenation Event, sometimes called the Oxygen Catastrophe of 2.1 billion years ago. Colin Goldblatt, a sharp young climate modeler from the University of Victoria, once said, "The defining characteristic of Earth is planetary-scale life. Earth teaches us that habitability and inhabitants are inseparable." Now, there is a book titled Lonely Planets that was published in the year 2003, in which the author, whose name I forget at the present moment, let me see if I can look that up. This is after reading the book, too. Lonely Planets, author, fuck. The problem is the son of a bitch took a title from an entire franchise of travelogues called Lonely Planet. So this was, of course, Tony and Maureen Wheeler, I believe, if I haven't fucked that up. No, those are the people who write the Australian Travel Guide. Well, that stupid son of a bitch who wrote the book, Lonely Planet, well, fuck him. If I can't remember its name, it's his own goddamn fault for stealing a goddamn title from a franchise. But at any rate, I remember it was published in 2003. I'll have to find my copy to look up the author's name. But in there, the author describes what he calls the living worlds hypothesis, which is giant thinking applied to astrobiology, wherein he articulates that perhaps life everywhere is intrinsically a planetary scale phenomenon with a cosmological lifespan. That is, a life expectancy measured in billions of years, the timescale that defines the lives of planets, stars, and the universe itself. Organisms and species do not have cosmological lifespans. Gaia does, and this is perhaps a general property of living worlds. Influenced greatly by Lovelock and Margulis, the book Lonely Planets argues that we are unlikely to find surface life on a planet that has not severely and flagrantly altered its own atmosphere. According to this idea, a planet cannot be slightly alive any more than a person can, at least not for long, be slightly alive. And an aged planet, such as Mars, if it is not obviously conspicuously alive like Earth, is probably completely dead. If the little whiffs of methane recently reported by the Curiosity rover turn out to be the signs of pockets of Martian life on an otherwise generally dead world, this would prove that the living worlds hypothesis is wrong, and that life can take a very non-Gaia-like, it can take on very non-Gaia-like forms elsewhere. But a living world may require more than temporary little pockets of water and energy, as surely exist underground on Mars. It may require continuous and vigorous internally driven geological activity. I believe that only a planet that is alive in the geological sense is likely to be alive in the biological sense. Without plate tectonics, without deep, robust, global biogeochemical cycles which life could feed off and eventually entrain itself within, life may never have been able to establish itself as a permanent feature of Mars as it did on Earth. As far as we can tell, around the time when life was starting on Earth, both Venus and Mars shared the same characteristics that enabled life to get going here. They were wet, they were rocky, it is terrestrial, they had thick atmospheres and vigorous geologic activity. Comparative planetology seems to be telling us that the conditions needed for the origin of life might be the norm for rocky, it is terrestrial worlds. One real possibility is that Mars or Venus also had an origin of life, but that life did not stick, could not persist on either of those worlds. It was not able to take its root and become as embedded as a permanent planetary feature as it did on Earth. This may be a common outcome. Planets that have an origin of life, perhaps even several, but that never develop a robust and self-sustaining global biosphere. What is really rare and unusual about Yerj, or Earth, is that beneficial conditions for life have persisted over billions of years. This may have been more than luck. When we stop thinking of planets as merely objects or places where living beings may or may not be present, but rather as themselves living or non-living entities, as the people of the Middle Ages, the medievalists of feudal Europe, saw each of our worlds in our solar system as bearing titular spirits. It can color the way we think about the origin of life itself. Perhaps life is something that happens not on a planet, but to a planet. It is something that a planet becomes. I will shout this. Think of life as analogous to a fire. If you've ever tried to start a campfire, you know it's easy to ignite some sparks and a little flicker of flame. But then it's hard to keep these initial flames going. At first, you have to tend to the fire, blowing until you're faint, to supply more oxygen, or it will just die out. That's always the tricky part, keeping it burning before it has really caught on. Then it reaches a critical mass point, where the fire is really roaring. It's got a bed of hot coals, and its heat is generating its own circulation pattern, sucking in oxygen, fanning its own flames. At that point, it becomes self-sustaining, and you can go grab a beer and watch for shooting stars. I do wonder if the first life on a planet isn't like those first sparks and those unsteady little flames. The earliest stages of life may be extremely vulnerable, and there may be a point where, once life becomes a planetary phenomenon, enmeshed in the global flows that support and fuel it, it feeds back on itself and becomes more like a self-sustaining fire. One that not only draws in its own air supply, but turns itself over and replenishes its own fuel. A mature biosphere seems to create the conditions for life to continue and flourish. Again, life is something that happens not on a planet, but to a planet. A living world's perspective implies that after billions of years, life will either be absent from a planet or, as on Earth, have so thoroughly taken over and become an integral part of all global processes that it is the planet. And therefore, ergo, the planet is alive. Signs of life will be everywhere. Once life has taken hold of a planet, once it has become a planetary scale entity, a global organism, if you will, it may be very hard to kill. Certainly, life has seen Earth through many enormous changes, some quite astronomically traumatic. Life here is remarkably robust and persistent. It seems to have a kind of immortality. Call it quasi-immortality, because the planet won't be around forever, and it may not be habitable for its entire lifetime. Individuals are here for but an instant. Entire species come and go, usually in time scales barely long enough to get the planet's attention. Yet life as a whole persists. This gives us a different way to think about ourselves. The scientific revolution has revealed us, as individuals, to be incredibly tiny and ephemeral, and our entire existence, not just as individuals but even as a species, to be brief and insubstantial against the larger temporal backdrop of cosmic evolution. If, however, we choose to identify with the biosphere, then we, JOJO, have been here for quite some time, for perhaps 3 billion years, in a universe that seems to be only about 13 billion years old. We've been alive for a quarter of all time. That's something. The origin of life on Earth was not just the beginning of the evolution of species, the fount of diversity that eventually begat algae blooms, aspen groves, barrier reefs, walrus huddles, and gorilla troops. From a planetary evolution perspective, this development was a major branching point that opened up a gateway to a fundamentally different future. Then, when life went global and went deep, planet Earth headed irreversibly down the path not taken by its siblings. Now, very recently, out of this biologically altered Earth, years, another kind of change has suddenly emerged and is rewriting the rules of planetary evolution. On the night side of Earth, the lights are switching on, indicating that something new is happening and someone new is home. Has another gateway opened? Could our planet be at a new branching point? The view from space sheds light. It sheds light on the multitude of rapid changes inscribed on our planet by our industrial society. The orbital technology Enabling this observation is itself one of the strange and striking aspects of the transition now gripping Mother Earth. If up to now the defining characteristic of Yerj has been planetary scale life, then what about these planetary scale lights? Might this spreading luminous net be part of a new defining characteristic? So the Earth herself is, broadly speaking, alive. Organism or not, the Earth is proving surprisingly sensitive to interference. Heed warning from the earth-shaking consequences of burying carbon. Coal is the most abundant and cheapest fossil fuel upon our planet. But it's also the dirtiest in terms of how much heat-trapping carbon dioxide, CO2, it spews into the atmosphere when you burn it. By the way, the noise you heard was an incoming news flash of a Russian tank landing ship destroyed in southern Ukraine. Well, good, of course. We have to harden our hearts at this moment in history. Now, one possible way of dealing with coal's globe warming effect is to capture the CO2 from coal exhaust and bury it deep underground in a process known as carbon capture and sequestration, or CCS. Opponents of the idea have argued, however, that among other potential dangers, CCS could trigger earthquakes. And for years, proponents have said, "Tell us something we didn't know." Geologists have been aware since the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, that pumping liquids and gases into underground rock formations can trigger earthquakes by adding just a little extra pressure to existing faults in a sort of straw that broke the camel's back effect. In 2011 alone, that year of Fukushima Daiichi, in which my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. Subsurface injection of wastewater from mining operations was blamed or suspected in quakes that shook Arkansas, Colorado, Ohio, and Oklahoma. But they were small earthquakes, causing minimal damage and no injuries at all. And if that's the worst consequence of keeping a lid on global temperatures, it might well be worth it. Or maybe not. In an analysis published circa 2012 in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, Mark Zoback and Stephen Gorlick of Stanford University point out that in order to be effective, CCS projects need to keep CO2 out of the atmosphere for thousands of years, and that earthquakes too small to endanger life or property could nevertheless, create leaks that would make the whole thing a waste of time. According to Zoback, the bottom line is that, to quote his T, CCS is a risky proposition. Not that it's impossible or even inappropriate. It should be done, but at a global scale, it's not likely to reduce CO2 emissions significantly. Zoback and Gorlick based their analysis on a phenomenon called critically stressed crust. Let me say that again. Critically stressed crust. See if you can get that out 3 times fast. That's a consequence of plate tectonics. In places where vast, continent-sized plates of crustal rock attempt to slide past each other, as in my golden California, my state nation thereof, or where one plate dives under another, as in the Empire of Japan, underneath the Japanese Empire's archipelago. The movement proceeds in fits and starts, with long periods of no motion at all as the stress gradually builds, and then the sudden jerk of a major earthquake. Let me see if I can express this in a way that makest sense to the layman. In the interiors of continents, by contrast, far from a plate's edge, the stress is more or less constant, and it's usually relieved in less dramatic fashion through myriad small earthquakes, like the 5.9 magnitude quake that hit Virginia several summers agone by now. They're not always small, however, as the massive quakes near New Madrid, Missouri in the early 1800s and a killer quake in Tangshan, China, circa 1976 make it all too clear. Because of this constant stress, any significant extra underground pressure could push a fault that was on the verge of rupturing. In an interview, Zobak explained that, to quote his T, obviously, any faults of significant scale, he said, would be avoided in choosing a location for CCS. But it's the faults of insignificant scale which might easily be missed in geologic surveys, which worry him and Gorlick. If one of these were to slip, it could create cracks in the overlying cap rock that give the CO2 a pathway back to the surface. And unlike wastewater, Zobak conceded that, to quote his T, supercritical CO2, the liquid form of CO2 that would be injected underground, is relatively light and wants to rise. With plenty of places, while plenty of places would be unsuitable for CCS, according to this analysis, there are two situations where Zobak and Gorlick suggest it wouldn't be a problem. One is in an oil or gas field where the fossil fuels have largely been extracted already. Per Zobak, since you're lowering the pressure during extraction, there's little danger in raising it again by pumping in CO2, carbon dioxide, as long as you don't go above the initial pressure. The other is in places where the underground rock, but not the cap rock, is friable or easily cracked. That's the case under the North Sea, where CO2 captured in natural gas extraction has been injected into the Sleipner field since 1996, sans incident, meaning without any mishap. Unfortunately, safe locations like these aren't distributed evenly around the globe. For the United States, the best storage locations by these criteria are most likely in the Gulf of Mexico. If you've got a refinery on the Gulf Coast, and if you can separate the CO2 and inject it underground locally, there's no doubt that it's a viable idea. But much of the CO2 generated in these United States comest from other parts of the country. Again, neither Zobak nor Gorlick is arguing that CCS is necessarily a bad idea. I must stress that fact. Only that it might be a bad idea on the grand scale it would take to make a major dent in global warming. With Zobak himself going on record to ask, can you ship all of that south to the Gulf? It raises substantial questions. We want to start a dialogue about this. As climate modelers go forward, this is something they need to think about. Well, we've seen how fracking has caused volcanoes to explode in Indonesia. So we know that this is a lot like pecking and poking and prying. In a sense, fucking Mother Earth herself. This is why I'm going to articulate to you the old Victorian model of our solar system. Because, by God, it is one of the most sensible models in its own way that a person could reference in order to kind of get a grip of our world. By the way, Chris Collins says this hypothesis seems perfectly plausible. I would go much further than that and say this is reality and we've got to learn to accept it. Thank you, Chris. Now, in terms of what I'm describing, the Victorian solar systemic model. The Victorians felt that all the terrestrial worlds, and understand in the old days and today, we should consider the moon as a planet, our moon as a planet. It's far too large compared to our own planet, far too large in scale than any other moon in comparison to its own planet anywhere else in the solar system to be considered as anything else than a twin planet, and that our world is truly a binary planet. Now, bear in mind, we also need to count what they call dwarf planets as actual planets. Dwarf planet is a stupid fucking term. It's acknowledging the reality that the spherical body is large enough in mass to be considered a planet, but they don't classify it as a planet for strictly reasons based strictly on tradition, essentially, and therefore call it a dwarf planet. What the fuck is that? I mean, it's just bullshit. So just say it's a goddamn planet. And that gives us many, many more planets than we calculated before in our solar system, because we would have to include among them Ceres from the goddess Ceres. This is the largest planetoid in the so-called asteroid belt. Asteroid is a stupid fucking name as well. These are not small stars. These are planetoidal. They're planetary fragments, so they're planetoids, not asteroids. They're not small stars. They may reflect light as if they're small stars, and hence they gained the name the vermin stars. But the vermin stars, while I love that poetry, well, these are planetoids. So, the vermin stars of our asteroid belt, the planetoids, the largest among them, the dwarf planet, Ceres, is in effect another world in our solar system. Our moon is a planet. Ceres is a planet. And, of course, this is what brings us back to the Victorian model of our solar system. It would essentially go in terms of relevant terrestrial worlds up to that planetoidal belt of the vermin stars. It would presume Mercury, which was considered at that time to be the moon of the sun, basically one side always facing the sun the way one side of the moon always faces Earth. However, our moon casts a shadow on the Earth, and under the shadow of the moon is when people were deemed to turn into werewolves. That's not what happens, of course. It's simply that the full moon is when you can actually see the wolves before they take you down. But when it comes to the moon of the sun, the planet Mercury, it was deemed that that was a protoplanet. That was a protoplanet that was similar to Earth in its earliest stages as a molten, lava-leaking planet. A primordial terrestrial globe. That Venus was the second stage in the growth of such a world. That these planets, as they cooled, literally expanded and hence grew. And that Venus, our twin sister, was in its Carboniferous stage, the same stage as Carboniferous Earth. That Venus was, in essence, one large swampland. This was the Victorian model of the solar system. Certainly, it's a hot swamp of acid at this point in its planetary history. That Earth was the stage after that, a living world with a fully activated interior core that enabled its magnetic field to help retain atmosphere and therefore enable a living world. That Mars would be a senescent Earth, Earth in its stages of age and Alzheimer's, a kind of dementia-ridden Earth on its death throes, amid its death throes, with its magnetic field having died, and therefore unable to retain atmosphere, and therefore unable to retain its water. And then the planetoidal belt, the final stage where the planet disintegrates. And all that's left is the heart or core, hardened into a dwarf planet, an exposed interior core like Ceres, the largest among the vermin stars in our belt of planetoids. The final phase of planetary life. So our sun was like spitting out pips. The first primordial pip personified or embodied in Mercury, growing larger, expanding with the cooling, not yet forming an active magnetic core, and therefore unable to maintain an active biosystem like Venus. However, the Victorians felt it had a carboniferous stage of development where we were at an early stage of development on Earth at one point. Earth, of course, had now matured beyond that to the stage where the Victorians were thinking of such matters. And then from there to Mars in senescence, and then ultimately the planetoidal belt of death and disintegration. This is a very elegant system of progressive spitting out of pips from the sun throughout its eternity that age and move further from the sun as they mature, and where Earth was in the direct middle of that process. Elegant, and I feel far more relevant than people yet realize. By the way, Chris Collins says, yes, it makes perfect sense. Thank you. Now, this brings us, of course, to a product of the Victorian era. When the Earth screamed, alive, a warning. What if your guide to the world of media would not be the usual suspect? An entrepreneur or evangelista from Silicon Valley, or an aspirant from a management school hoping to catch up with the smooth, crowdsourced clouding of the network sphere. What if your guide were Professor Challenger, the Arthur Conan Doyle character from the 1892 short story entitled When the World Screamed? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is famous for his 60 Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson stories that my mother so adored. But did you know that he created a series of stories for another eccentric genius, Professor George Edward Challenger? There are 5 Challenger stories in total. In 1912, there was The Lost World, Adventures in a Prehistoric World. In 1913, The Poison Belt, Facing the End of the World. In 1926, The Land of Mist, a tale of the supernatural that was based on Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's heartbreak with losing his son in World War I, and his attempt to prove to himself that there was a spirit world, a land of mist, in which his character Challenger, representing himself, could conjoin with the dead. In 1928 was published When the World Screamed, the attempt I shall relate to yourselves tonight to drill through the Earth's crust and into the mantle in an attempt to find a macroscopic, the antithesis of microscopic would be macroscopic, a macroscopic creature that comprises the living Earth. And then in 1929, The Disintegration Machine. So not content with discovering dinosaurs in the Lost World, Arthur Conan Doyle's Professor Challenger later set out to prove that the Earth was a vast organism. He dropped a dart down a mine shaft, and the narrator of When the World Screamed reports that through every vent and every volcano she voiced her indignation. Edward Maloney, a young journalist who accompanied Challenger on that wonderful expedition to Maple White Land, named after Maple White. I can't remember whether that was the wife of Challenger or some other lady, but they named the land in honor of her. I think she was living, too. It wasn't because she died. That was in The Lost World. that has remained on good terms. Well, Edward Maloney, the journalist from that adventure, remained on good terms with Dr. Challenger, but he's not the narrator of this story. When the World Screamed is told from the point of view of a young artesian specialist that we have not come across before in the series, the curiously named Peerless Jones, and Maloney just pops up to offer good-natured encouragement. Now, When the World Screamed is taken as the fourth Professor Challenger story, and yet was the first to be republished. The expanded novella appearing outside the Greater British Empire in installments from 1928 through 1929 in via the American weekly Liberty magazine, and offering thereby an odd insight into a mad scientist's world with a hint of what we would nowadays call speculative realism, a science and engineering adventure that today probably gives the reader a little more food for thought than it did when it was first published. Said magazine, which carried it, published 9 short stories in toto by Conan Doyle between 1926 and 1930, including some featuring Sherlock Holmes. Professor Challenger, whose dubious and slightly mad reputation preceded him, offered an insight to what later philosophers such as the French writing duo Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari happily picked up on, that the earth is alive and its crust is tingling with life. But the idea of the living earth has a long cultural history too. From antiquity, it persists as the idea of terra mater, Mother Earth, and in the emerging mining cultures of the 18th and 19th centuries, became as embedded as part of Romantic philosophy. Later, in the 20th century, the emergence of Gaia theories is a different connotation to the holistic life of our planet. The narrative of strata and geology starts with a letter. An unsolicited and undated letter from the great Professor Challenger, addressed to Mr. Peerless Jones, same expert in artesian drilling. The letter is a request for assistance. The nature of what is required is not specified, but the reputation of the mad scientist, the slightly volatile personality of Professor Challenger, promises that it would not be a normal operation. This invitation was from the man already famous for discovering a strange land in Brazil full of dinosaurs and prehistoric people, it is the Lost World, and for having witnessed the near death of the planet itself, as in the short story titled The Poison Belt. That's an impressive curriculum vitae for any professor. In an atmosphere of suspicion and curiosity, it soon becometh evident that Mr. Jones's drilling expertise is needed. In Sussex of the United Kingdom at Hengist Down, Professor Challenger is engaged in a rather secret drilling operation. It is initially unclear what sort of a job the special drills are needed for. Even the sort of material to be penetrated is revealed only later to be different from what is usually expected from mining operations. Not chalk or clay or the usual geological strata, but more of a jelly-like substance. The operation did not start with the undated letter. The professor had inherited several million pounds. Using an inflation calculator, 5 million in 1928 would be the equivalent of 288 million pounds sterling today, or 381 million United States dollars equivalent in today's monetary, with the provision that it should be used in the interests of science. Challenger draws upon the money to purchase a property at Hengist Down in Sussex, southeast England, and a large tract of worthless land that he has wired off. He then begins vast excavations, giving the excuse to the world that he is searching for oil. Mostly he is left alone, so presumably there weren't many environmental protesters in the 1920s. You know, the decade my mother was delivered into this world. It is poignant that Conan Doyle chose to locate the professor's project in cozy Sussex, given last decade's developments. The UK government was expected to approve various advanced energy extraction techniques, including fracking and acidization for gas and oil, across parts of their country circa 2017. Already in 2015, the Daily Telegraph newspaper reported that over 300 billion pounds sterling, or 400 billion US dollars, worth of oil had been discovered in West Sussex, albeit with notes of caution. But our crafty professor is not looking for oil at all. That is merely a subterfuge. Challenger recruits Jones to join him on a strange undertaking. Sure enough, the professor has already managed to dig a tunnel 8 miles deep out on the Hengist Downs and only needs Jones, with his specialized practical knowledge, to actually pierce the hide beneath the mantle. Conan Doyle really goeth to some length to make the project believable, describing the vast undertaking and the obstacles overcome, as well as the anxiety everyone but Challenger naturally feels. And even he remarks that lunch will be served after the event if conditions permit. Perhaps he thought he might be creating a new volcano right there, or some other vast disaster, not that that would stop him. He is, after all, a mad scientist. And as he tells Mr. Peerless Jones at their first meeting together, he was looking for the living organism that lives within the center of the earth. While simultaneously insulting his guest and praising himself with every sentence, the professor explains his remarkable new analysis. He believes that the planet Earth is literally a living animal. Not in any symbolic New Age way either, but actually a gigantic organism. He compares it at some length to a humble sea urchin, with its hard outer crust covering the warm flesh beneath. And just as the urchin derives its nourishment from the seawater flowing over it, so does our planet receive nutrition from the ether, in which it swims through space. Remember the ether? Well, that's what fills space. Filling space is the aether, spelled with an A-E as a single letter, T-H-E-R. So, Isaac Newton, circa 1706, asked, "What is there in places empty of matter?" In other words, what's in hard vacuum? What is there in places empty of matter? Nature abhors a vacuum, and so do people. For as long as we have considered the universe, we have sought to fill its emptiness. In the 4th century BC, Aristotle proposed aether as a name for the 5th element, postulated by his own teacher, Plato. Aether, or ether, made up the worlds of the outer celestial, or celestial, sphere, or spheres, believed to surround our own. By the middle of the 17th century, René Descartes was using the word to describe the medium of space. Vortices in this aether, he felt, were responsible for the accumulation of the particles that formed matter and shaped solid objects, from pebbles to planets. Later, the word encompassed a number of related ideas about the subtle matter keeping the stars and planets in place. Many 18th century astronomers would invoke the aether to account for the variations and discrepancies in the motions of celestial bodies, or the way light traveled through space itself. Newton's version of the aether, a strong, subtle, and elastic medium, were responsible for what we now recognize as gravity and electromagnetism, as well as our own physical movements and sensations. He wondered if this aether was not a living force, essentially spirit, though he knew that he could never prove this to be the case. The aether was still very much alive in the 19th century, following James Clerk Maxwell's unification of electricity and magnetism. Visible light was revealed to be another wavelength in the electromagnetic spectrum. Maxwell's undulations still needed a medium through which to travel. Emptiness was not an option. The luminiferous aether was proposed to answer that need. For the most part, the aether vanished after the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, which unsuccessfully sought to record aether wind as a measurable effect of the Earth moving through the aether. Their failure was taken as proof that aether had never existed. Subsequently, modern theories of subatomic physics and Einstein's space-time continuum have relegated the aether to the domains of mysticism and pseudoscience. Its spirit lives on in dark energy, a modern manifestation of this most ancient idea. As for the Professor Challenger, he had been drilling deeper and deeper through the Earth's crust until he had finally discovered a layer that pulsates like a living animal. So he has now decided to drill a tunnel down through the outer mantle of the planet and pierce the living flesh of the world. That the Earth is alive, and that this vitality can be proved with experimental means was actually the true objective of Challenger's mission. Ostensibly, this is for the greater good of science and the advancement of human knowledge and so forth, but to be honest, it's mostly the biggest ego in Great Britain deciding to get in on the spotlight as always. In fact, to quote his Dr. Challenger, "I come down to the essential point. It is this, that the world upon which we live is itself a living organism, endowed, as I believe, with a circulation, a respiration, and a nervous system of its own." In fact, the very text of the novella says, clearly the man was a lunatic. According to Challenger's World Econos analysis, "Your brain, I observe," he continued, "fails to register, but it will gradually absorb the idea. You will recall how a moor or heath resembles the hairy side of a giant animal. A certain analogy runs through all nature. You will then consider the secular rise and fall of land, which indicates the slow respiration of the creature. Finally, you will note the fidgetings and scratchings which appear to our Lilliputian perceptions as earthquakes and convulsions." Reading this passage, I immediately thought of James Lovelock's JOJO analysis. The JOJO hypothesis proposes that living and non-living parts of the Earth form a complex interacting system that can only be thought of as a single organism. Lovelock is still with us at 102 years of age, born in 1919, the very same year as the late and sainted Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, George Joseph Henry Stu Dietrich, who raised and guided myself, and would have been 9 years old when Conan Doyle's story was published. That said, the idea that the Earth is alive, in one sense or another, goes back into antiquity, as I have already articulated. One of the interesting things that Conan Doyle does in this piece of fiction is to pack it with words, phrases, and ideas from science and engineering, plus a few made up, that in the 1920s must have led greater credence for the general reader to this fantastical story. "What about volcanoes?" I asked. "Tut tut, they correspond to the heat spots upon our own bodies." My brain whirled as I tried to find some answer to these monstrous contentions. "The temperature," I cried. "Is it not a fact that it rises rapidly as one descends, and that the center of the Earth is liquid heat?" He waved my assertion aside. "You are probably aware, sir, since console schools are now compulsory, that the Earth is flattened at the poles. This means that the pole is nearer to the center than any other point, and would therefore be most affected by this heat of which you spoke. It is notorious, of course, that the conditions of the poles are tropical, is it not? The whole idea is utterly new to me. Of course it is. It is the privilege of the original thinker to put forward ideas which are new and unusually unwelcome, well, usually unwelcome, to the common clay. Now, sir, what is this? He held up a small object which he had picked from the table. I should say it is a sea urchin, I answered. The man was clearly mad. Exactly, he cried, with an air of exaggerated surprise, as when an infant has done something clever. It is a sea urchin, a common echinus. Nature repeats itself in many forms, regardless of the size. This echinus is a model, a prototype of the world. You perceive it, that it is roughly circular, but flattened at the poles. Let us then regard the world as a huge echinus. What are your objections? My chief objection was that the thing was too absurd for argument, but I did not dare to say so. I fished around for some less sweeping assertion. A living creature needs food, I said. Where could the world sustain its huge bulk? An excellent point! Excellent, said the professor with a huge air of patronage. You have a quick eye for the obvious, though you are slow in realizing the more subtle implications. How does the world get nourishment? Again, we turn to our little friend the echinus. The water which surrounds it flows through the tubes of this small creature and provides its nutrition. Then you think that the water... No, sir, the aether. The earth browses upon a circular path in the fields of space, and as it moves, the ether is continually pouring through it and providing its vitality. Quite a flock of other little world echini are doing the same thing. Venus, Mars, and all the rest, each with its own field for grazing. The mad was clearly mad, but there was no arguing with him. He accepted my silence as agreement and smiled at me in most beneficent fashion. We are coming on, I perceive, said he. Light is beginning to break in. A little dazzling at first, no doubt, but we will soon get used to it. Pray give me your attention while I found one or two more observations upon this little creature in my hand. We will suppose that on this outer hard rind there were certain infinitely small insects which crawled upon the surface. Would the echinus ever be aware of their existence? I should say not. You can well imagine, then, that the earth has not the least idea of the way in which it is utilized by the human race. It is quite unaware of this fungus growth of vegetation and evolution of tiny animalcules, which has collected upon it during its travels round the sun as barnacles gather upon the ancient vessel. That is the present state of affairs, and that is what I propose to alter. I stared in amazement. You propose to alter it? I propose to let the earth know that there is at least one person, George Edward Challenger, who calls for attention, who indeed insists upon attention. It is certainly the first intimation it has ever had of the sort. And how, sir, will you do this? Ah, there we get down to business. You have touched the spot. I will again call your attention to this interesting little creature which I hold in my hand. It is all nerves and sensibility beneath that protective crust. It is not evident that if a parasitic animalcule desired to call its attention, it would sink a hole in its shell and so stimulate its sensory apparatus? Certainly. Or again, we will take the case of the homely flea or a mosquito which explores the surface of the human body. We may be unaware of its presence, but presently, when it sinks its proboscis through the skin, which is our crust, we are disagreeably reminded that we are not altogether alone. My plans now will no doubt begin to dawn upon you. Light breaks in the darkness. There you have it. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle camest up with the JOJO hypothesis way back in April of 1928, first published in The Strand for that month. This is the fourth of the five Professor Challenger stories which Doyle wrote. It's a thoroughly enjoyable story, if a bit disturbing from a modern viewpoint. Conan Doyle was pushing 70 at the time and had only 2 more years to live. but his storytelling ability was as vivid and creative as ever. If anything, he was able to show more slyly that dry deadpan humor in the Challenger stories we saw before with Brigadier Girard. I doubt the technical aspects of the story would pass muster for scientists and engineers today, and yet I suspect people from such backgrounds might find it particularly enjoyable. It should put a smile on their faces when they take a break from the slide rule, or the slipstick, and abacus. Returning to our story, because I've just cited two pieces of archaic technology none of you will know. Using the professor's extensive funds, a team of specialists use cutting-edge techniques, to employ a pun, to drill a hole 8 miles deep as the Earth's tallest building, or rather tallest mountain, is high, Everest. At the bottom of the hole lies what appears to be a living, breathing organism, not unlike a giant echinus, or sea urchin, shivering and trembling. It is the task of two of our heroes, Peerless Jones, the engineer, and Ed Maloney, the reporter, to take a series of lifts, or elevators, to the lowest point in the excavation and prepare for the final stage, installing a remotely activated electrical control system to drive a massive javelin bolt deep into the creature to elicit a response that can be observed, measured, and studied. Challenger's plan is one that surely only a bona fide mad professor could come up with. If he had access to a nuclear weapon, I suspect he would want it dropped down the pit. As Conan Doyle describes The Descent, it is noticeably that he chooses to avoid using the standard geological layers that were known at the time. Presumably, the story was only credible on the basis that science had made a giant mistake about matters subterranean. Let me read that paragraph. Once I rehydrate myself. Believe it or not, this isn't alcohol. But I'll start on that as soon as this transmission is over, I assure you. Reminding myself that before I open that novella to the paragraph, I'm going to check the live stream. And nothing new in particular. People are welcome to respond to my story reading, if you will. And let me read a paragraph therefrom. This is a rather long paragraph, not too long, but since the cage was latticed and brightly illuminated, we had a clear view of the strata which we passed. I was conscious of each of them as we flashed past. There were the sallow lower chalk, the coffee-colored Hastings beds, the lighter Ashburnham beds, the dark carboniferous clays, and then, gleaming in the electric light, band after band of jet black, sparkling coal, alternating with the rings of clay. Here and there brickwork had been inserted, but as a rule the shaft was self-supported, and one could but marvel at the immense labor and mechanical skill which it represented. Beneath the coal beds I was conscious of jumbled strata of a concrete-like appearance, and then we shot down into the primitive granite, where the quartz crystals gleamed and twinkled as if the dark walls were sown with the dust of diamonds. Down we went, and ever down, lower now than ever mortals had ever before penetrated. The archaic rocks varied wonderfully in color, and I can never forget one broad belt of rose-colored feldspar, which shone with an unearthly beauty before our powerful lamps. Stage after stage, and lift after lift, the air getting ever closer and hotter until even the light two-sore garments were intolerable and the sweat was pouring down into those rubber-soled slippers. At last, just as I was thinking that I could stand it no more, the last lift came, and to a stand, and we stepped out upon a circular platform which had been cut into the rock. During the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution had fueled the demand forever more resources to be extracted from the earth. Wood, minerals, ores, atelier. As the low-hanging fruit became exhausted, there was constant demand for better drills, deeper mining, more advanced lifts, elevators. Conan Doyle would have been aware of all of this. It's worth mentioning that this process has not stopped. There are ever more advanced extraction methods. It is tempting to think that we live in a high-tech, ultra-efficient world now. Yet today, humankind is even more reliant on stuff extracted from the earth. Alas, you might be surprised at this point in your life to learn that there are dozens of different elements in a computer chip, some fairly rare. But instead of drilling and mining for petroleum, coal, copper, iron ore, and other valuables, for which men usually dig holes in the ground, Challenger's mission is driven by a desire to prove his new speculative position that concerns the living depths of the earth herself. On the sod, what was to thereafter be named in his honor as Challenger Field at Hengisttown, Sussex, England, where Professor George Edward Challenger of the... I'm trying to remember, a fellow of the Royal Society, I believe a medical doctor, of course, a doctor of science, etc., accomplished his amazing experiment at 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, June 21st, in the last years of the 19th century. The nearest station is Storrington, about an hour and a half from Victoria Station, London. Inevitably, the fateful moment camest. On arrival at Challenger Field, the traveler will see the remains of a shaft through which Professor Challenger injured the planet Earth, which, as everyone knows since this experiment, is a live animal, somewhat like a sea urchin. Jones and Malone, along with the chief engineer of the project, are standing in a lowered platform 8 miles down. Beyond the strata of sallow lower chalk, the coffee-colored Hastings beds, the lighter Ashburnham beds, the dark carboniferous clays, and, gleaming in the electric light, band after band of jet black sparkling coal alternative with the rings of clay, one finds unusual layers which did not adhere to the classical geological theories of Hutton or Lyell. It seemed suddenly undeniable that even inorganic matter is alive. To read that from, again allows me to indulge myself a paragraph. The throbs were not direct, but gave the impression of a gentle ripple or rhythm which ran across the surface. Mr. Jones describes the deep surface they found. Instead of incandescent magma and superheated air, they are staring in horrified fascination at a most extraordinary and terrifying sight. The floor consisted of some grayish material, glazed and shiny, which rose and fell in slow palpitation. The surface was not entirely homogeneous, but beneath it, seen as through ground glass, there were dim whitish patches or vacuoles, which varied constantly in shape and size. The layers, the core, and the strata throbbed, pulsated, animated. Did our heroes awaken the organism? They were 8 miles below the surface. Did they get out alive? Malone remarks that it does look rather like a skinned animal, and Jones says, "And am I to plunge a harpoon into that beast?" Well, of course, Challenger insists. And as the men flee back in a desperate race up to the surface, the great drill plunges down to puncture the skin of the world. One need not go to the same lengths as Professor Challenger does in one of the most bizarre rape-like scenes in literature, when he penetrates that jelly-esque layer just to, as the title correctly tells, make the Earth world scream. This scientific sadism echoes in the ears of the audience and much further. The most horrible yell ever heard echoed along the whole south coast and even reached unto La Gaule, meaning the France. It is the sound of 1,000 of sirens in one, paralyzing all the great multitude with its fierce insistence, and floating away through the still summer air until it went echoing along the whole south coast and even reached our French neighbors across the Channel. The allusion to rape is made even more obvious when considering the long-term mythological articulation of the earth with the female interior of the earth being one of valuable riches. A blast of pain and anger and menace explodes outward with immense force. Both of us were swept off our feet as by a cyclone and swirled along the grass, revolving round and round like the curling stones upon an ice rink. 14 lift cages that had been sent down for exploration were shot into the air, one of them landing in the sea near Worthing Pier, a second one not far from Chichester. Every volcano on Earth voiced her indignation. Hekla in Iceland, the volcanoes of Mexico and Central America, and the whole of the eastern Mediterranean along Vesuvius and Etna in Italy, followed by a 500,000 lire damage lawsuit awarded against Professor Challenger in the Italian courts for causing the destruction of vineyard fields in Italia. Indeed, we learned later that there were volcanic eruptions all over the globe at that moment, albeit no one mentions the thousands of human lives which must have been lost if volcanoes blew up simultaneously across the world. After an enormous spout of vile, treacly substance, of the most penetrating and nauseous odor, a protective secretion, according to Professor Dreisinger of Berlin, analogous to that of the skunk, shot upward 12,000 feet into the air, burying an unfortunate aeroplane observing the scene in splatter filth. The earth promptly closes up her wound. While the roar of that event is heard as far away as France, oddly, no one present at the site is killed or even permanently deafened, as you might expect. All this violation was observed and witnessed by an audience called by the professor himself, peers, and interested international crowd, by invitation only. As it stands, Challenger is the hero of the day, his picture on the front page of the Times, his fame forever preserved in scientific textbooks for this deed. Ye gods, I never saw more clearly how different in viewpoint we are from our Edwardian forefathers regarding this sort of thing. If this story were written today, Challenger would have to be presented as a blasphemous villain attacking Mother Earth for no good reason. Malone and Jones would be desperately trying to stop him, and the actual piercing of the planet's hide would be treated as the greatest tragedy in human history. There's none of that here. It's all presented as jolly good fun. It has been the common ambition of mankind to set the whole world talking. To set the whole world screaming was the privilege of Challenger alone. Now I've already mentioned the rape metaphor, which must be repelling most postmodern listeners here. Ah well, sometimes the past seems very foreign territory indeed. We would be well advised to show more caution than the brusque Professor Challenger when we poke into Mutter Gjerg Midgard, Latinized as Mater Jera Gerd Midgard, Old Norse vulgarized as Sacred Gjerg, or Jorg, the more correct Nordic pronunciation, from whence derivative the Anglo-vulgarized name of Earth, Norse-Germanic giantess, goddess of ancient wisdom, daughter of Not or Night, and mother of Donar, pronounced Donar, an Anglo vulgarized as Thor. The Hearth Goddess, Jorge being personification of holy terra firma, upon whose bosom all we presently dwell. Mannheim, literally man's home, the homeland of mortal human man, and therefore distinguished as the only world in our solar system within limits of the Edgeworth Kuiper reefs, to be entitled after an ethno-specifically Germanic deity, in contrast to all the other celestial bodies within Edgeworthy Kuiperian limits being nominated from the Greco-Roman pantheon. And while this experiment has never been repeated, the interest in the bowels of the earth was not restricted to fiction writing and the vibrant language of Conan Doyle. Professor Challenger was predated by 19th century fiction characters like Heinrich in Novalis' Heinrich von Ofterdingen of 1800 or 1802, asking, "Is it possible that beneath our feet a world of its own is stirring in a great life?" Novalis quoted in Theodor Tsiolkovsky, German Romanticism and its institutions. In other words, I'm deriving the quote as translated into the English from another book that mentions the original book, Heinrich von Ofterdingen. And of course, the book I'm quoting from is Theodor Tsiolkovsky's German Romanticism and its Institutions, published by Princeton of Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press of Princeton, New Jersey, circa 1990. This is page 31. The poetic thrust toward the living pulsating earth opened it up. For coal, for minerals, for precious material. The earth had become a resource anyway. Earth metals and minerals were tightly linked to the emergence of modern engineering, science, and technical media. Metals such as copper were a crucial material feature of technical media, technical media culture since the 19th century. A lot of early copper mines, however, were exhausted by the start of the 20th century, leading to new demands, both in terms of international reach and in terms of depth. New drills were needed for deeper mining, which was necessary in order to provide the materials for an increasing international need for wires and network culture. The increased demand and international reach of the industry resulted in the cartelization of the copper business, from mining to smelting. I'm getting that from Richard Maxwell and Toby Miller's book entitled Greening the Media, released by Oxford University Press, circa 2012. Page 55. Indeed, besides such historical contexts of mining, where Challenger's madness starts to make sense, one is tempted to think of imaginary horrors of the underground, such as depicted by writers from H.P. Lovecraft to Fritz Leiber. Leiber preempts a much more recent writer of the biopolitics of petroleum, Reza Negarestani, both highlighting the same theme. Petroleum is a living subterranean life form. Fritz Leiber in The Black Gondolier. That is a short story you can find in the book entitled The Black Gondolier and Other Stories, an anthology of short stories. You can actually read that online via the e-reads, released 2002, or Reza Nagarestani's Cyclonopedia, subtitled Complicity with Anonymous Materials, released by Melbourne. That's RE. Press. Actually released in New York, Punctum Press, 2012. Am I remembering that correctly? Some of this I'm trying to recall off the top of my head. Now, the Melbourne published RE. Press, meaning it's an ebook, was 2008, the year of the market crash. That was on my birthday, by the way, October 20th, 2008, when the stock market crashed. And, oh God, everything happens on my birthday. But again, that's Cyclonopedia, subtitled Complicity with Anonymous Materials. The author is Reza, R-E-Z-A, and the surname is Negareshtani, Negarestani. All right, there's another work that comes to my mind that I was thinking of from New York, Punctum Press, 2012, pages 173 through 180, the short story by Eugene Thacker, Thacker, titled Black Infinity, or Oil Discovers Humans. The anthology in which his short story is anthologized is entitled, in other words, the book in which it's released has its own title, Leper Creativity. You didn't mishear that. That's leper like the disease. Leper, Leper Creativity. One should not ignore the Earth's screams caused by hydraulic fracturing, or fracking, that, besides the promise that it might change the geopolitical balance of energy production, points toward what is often neglected in the discourse of geopolitics. Geo, the earth, the soil and depth of the crust that leads to the bowels of the earth. By pumping pressurized water and chemicals underground, the procedure forces gas out from between rocks, forcing the earth to become an extended resource. Rocks fracture, benzene and formaldehyde creep in, and the earth is primed to expose itself. Fracking is, in the words of Brett Nielsen, perfectly tuned to the capitalist hyperbole of expansion across limits. To read from Brett Nielsen's work titled Fracking in the magazine or the book titled Depletion Design, edited by Carolyn Wiederman and Sonke Zelhe, that's released from Amsterdam, the Institute of Network Cultures, and XM Colon Lab back in 2012. I'm reading from page 85. Again, this is Depletion Design, and the chapter is Fracking. From this I read a single sentence. Whether it derives from the natural commons of earth, fire, air, and water, or the networked commons of human cooperation, fracking creates an excess that can be tapped. You see, inside the earth, one finds a metallic reality, which feeds into metal metaphysics and digital devices. Besides the speculative stance, one can revert back to empirical material too. In short, of direct relevance to our current media technological situation is the reminder that according to year 2008 statistics, media materiality is very metallic. To quote from T.E. Gradle, E.M. Harper, N.T. Nazar, and Barbara K. Reck in their co-authored work entitled On the Materials Basis of Modern Society, published in the PNAS in October of 2013, an early edition. The section of their chapter, if you will, entitled, or their column, their article, entitled Wood, Brick, Iron, Copper, Gold, Silver, and a Few Plastics. They said 36% of all tin, 25% of cobalt, 15% of palladium, 15% silver, 9% of gold, 2% of copper, and 1% of aluminum goest annually to media technologies. You see, we've shifted from being a society that until mid-20th century was based on a very restricted list of materials, such as wood, brick, iron, copper, gold, silver, and a few plastics, to one in which a computer chip is composed of, to take the stats from this work that is from the same source, but you can also reference Akshat Roxy, and his column entitled "The Metals in Your Smartphone May Be Irreplaceable," as published in Ars Technica on December 5th, my mother's birthday, in 2013. You can look that up at arstechnica.com, arstechnica.com, /science/2013/12/ the metals in your smartphone may be irreplaceable. 60 different elements. That's what one computer chip is comprised of. You talk about your integrated circuit. 60 different elements. That's alchemy. That's why when it came to the kind of work that was performed in the creation of the Dietrich artifact, Michael Aquino referenced his lab workers as silicon mages. Such lists of metals and materials of technology include rare earth minerals that are increasingly at the center of both global political controversies over tariffs and export restrictions from the Communist Chinese Empire. They are also related to the debates concerning the environmental damage caused by extensive open-pit mining, massively reliant on chemical processes. Indeed, if the actual rock mined is likely to contain less than 1% of copper, it means that the pressure is on the chemical processes to tease out the Cu for further refined use in our technological devices. For that, I've sourced Brett Milligan's work entitled Space-Time Vertigo. That's in a book entitled Making the Geologic Now. In other words, making the timeless geology relevant to our contemporary moment. It's subtitled Responses to the Material Conditions of Contemporary Life. Again, Making the Geologic Now. Subtitled Responses to the Material Conditions of Contemporary Life. It's edited by Elizabeth Ellsworth and Jamie Kruse. Published in New York by Punctum Press in 2013. That's page 124. I'm sourcing this from. Now, the figures about metals for media seem astounding, but testify to another materiality of technology that links with Conan Doyle, but also with contemporary media arts discourse concerning the deep time of Earth, the deep time of the Earth or its kind of timelessness, an immortal creature. I will move on from Professor Challenger, however, to Siegfried Zielinski, the German media studies professor, and his conceptualization of deep times of media art histories. In short, and what I shall elaborate in more detail soon, the figure of the deep time is, for Zielinski, a sort of a media archaeological gesture that, while borrowing from paleontology, actually turns out to be a riff for understanding the longer-term durations of art and science collaboration in Western and non-Western contexts. I want to argue, however, that there is a need for a more literal understanding and mobilization of deep times in terms of depth as well as temporality in media technological discourse and in relation to media art histories too. Professor Challenger is here to provide the necessary, even if slightly dubious, point about geological matter as living. This sort of a media history is of a speculative kind. It refers to a completely different timescale than is usually engaged by our field. It borrows from the idea of dynamics of non-linear history that Manuel de Landa so inspirationally mapped in terms of genes, language, and geology, but which, in this case, can be approached even more provocatively as not just thousands, but millions and billions of years of non-linear stratified media history, as articulated in Manuel de Landa's work entitled 1,000 Years of Nonlinear History, released in New York by Swerve/MIT Press, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology itself, circa the year 2000. Now, DeLanda's argument for a geological approach to human history stems from an understanding of self-organization as the general drive behind how matter and energy are distributed. In this way, he is able to argue provocatively on page 55 that human societies are very much like lava flows, referring to their non-linear patterns of organization. In addition, he does well to shed light on the aspects of historical character in which there can be seen extensive continua between geological formations and what we tend to call human history. For instance, that of urbanity, cities. Indeed, the processes of mineralization some 500 million years ago give rise to the endoskeleton and materiality of the bone affecting the processes crucial for the birth of humans, and a range of other specific types of bony organic life. We are of the stone itself. We're all golems, in effect, as well as later affording a range of other processes. Indeed, DeLanda talks of the exoskeleton of urban cities as being made possible by this same process, and tracks how metals, for instance, play their parts in the formation of urban centralization and clustering. You know, where you all got to be near the sources of the very building blocks of our city, so our cities are usually founded on some form of mining, right? We could, in this vein, to use a mining term, argue that the processes of mineralization extend to the current computer age as well, in terms of how the sedimented but deterritorializing layers of geological time are making possible a further exoskeleton, an argument that has its implicit resonances with the way in which, for instance, Bernard Stiegler has pitched the various externalizations of human memory, leaning on Edmund Husserl and Gilbert Simondon. Now, media history conflates with Earth history, paleogeology. The geological material of metals and chemicals get deterritorialized from their strata and reterritorialized in machines that define our technical media culture, with which I'm communicating with you this very moment. The extension of life to inorganic processes follows from Deleuze and Guattari's philosophy. Life consists of dynamic patterns of variation and stratification. Stratification is a living double articulation that shows how geology is much more dynamic than dead matter. This is obviously an allusion to the reading one finds in Deleuze and Guattari's 1,000 Plateaus, that's the title of their work, in which the whole philosophical stakes of this enterprise are revealed. The intensities of the earth, the flows of its dynamic, unstable matter, are locked into strata. This process of locking and capture is called stratification, and it organizes the molecular inorganic life into molar aggregates, as expressed by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari in their book entitled 1,000 Plateaus, translated by Brian Masumi and released by University of Minnesota Press in Minneapolis, circa 1987. I'm referencing page 40 here. They are adamant in emphasizing that this is not a matter of substance and form, the hylomorphic model persistent in philosophy. Instead, the dualism usually haunting the linguistically modeled idea of meaning. Rather than that, they want to introduce a geologically driven idea of the materiality of signification, including asignifying elements. The double nature of the articulation is expressed as follows. And here I read pages 40 through 41. And it reads, the first articulation chooses or deducts from unstable particle flows metastable molecular or quasi-molecular units, substances, in the parentheses, upon which it imposes a statistical order of connections and successions, forms, in the parentheses. The second articulation establishes functional, compact, stable structures, forms in the parentheses, and constructs the molar compounds in which these structures are simultaneously actualized, substances in the parentheses. In a geological stratum, for example, the first articulation is the process of sedimentation, which deposits units of cyclic sediment according to a statistical order, Fleisch, with its succession of sandstone and schist. The second articulation is the folding, in quotations, that sets up a stable functional structure and affects the passage from sediment to sedimentary rock. A good and necessary philosophical reading of the geological is Ben Woodward's work entitled On an Ungrounded Earth, subtitled Towards a New Geophilosophy. That's published by Punctum Press and released in New York circa 2013. It offers a critique and expansion of the Deleuze-Guattarian perspective. Also important is Manuel Delanda's earlier text entitled The Geology of Morals, subtitled A Neo-Materialist Interpretation. That was actually published in the magazine Virtual Futures back in 1995. Volume 95, published that year. To ask a minor rhetorical question that detours via Deleuze and Guattari, what if we start our excavation of media technologies and digital culture not from Deleuze's oft-quoted Control Society's text, but from Deleuze and Guattari's joint texts on geology and stratification? In short, in 1,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari pitch the idea of geology of morals, a reference to Nietzsche, as illuminating an idea of stratification as a double articulation. Endnote 30 clarifies this aspect. Such a process, however, is not restricted to geology, but allows Deleuze and Guattari to talk of geology of morals. In my further development, which I'm articulating probably quite poorly right now in terms of accessible communication, geology of media is, besides a philosophical figure and a nod toward 1,000 Plateaus, an emerging perspective of the careful selection and sedimentation of certain material elements necessary for the consolidation of functional media technologies. Such technologies express continua between nature and culture, or what I have called media natures, like what you would call a media ecosystem, which often signal themselves through ecological implications, or, to be frank, problems, energy production, waste, and so forth. For Delanda, the Deleuze and Guattari geological model provides a new materialism of stratification that, as an abstract machine, runs across various materialities. To quote from Delanda's Geology of Morals on page 62, sedimentary rocks, species, and social classes, and other institutionalized hierarchies, in the parentheses, are all historical constructions, the product of definite structure-generating processes that take as their starting point a heterogeneous collection of raw materials, pebbles, genes, rolls, in the parentheses, homogenize them through a sorting operation, and then consolidate the resulting uniform groupings into a more permanent state. Now, on media natures, I would reference José Parica and his work entitled Media Zoology and Waste Management, subtitled Animal Energies and Media Natures. That's in the Nexus, as in Necsus, not Nexus as you would normally spell it, the Nexus European Journal of Media Studies, Issue 4, published in 2013. This is the implicit task of this transmission at this point, with a focus on the emerging critical discourse of resource depletion and materials, and minerals, really, and a harder materiality than hardware. Hardware perspectives are not necessarily hard enough, and if we want to extend our material notions of media thoroughly toward deeper materialities and deeper times, we need to be able to talk of the matter that contributes to the assemblages and durations of media as technology. This comes out most clearly in two ways. First, the research and design, fabrication and standardization of new materials that allow media processes and high technology processes to emerge. This relates to the history of chemistry as well as product development of synthetic materials, as well as metals like aluminum that characterize modernity, alongside the work on material sciences that enabled so much of computer culture. Silicon and germanium are obvious examples of discoveries in chemistry that proved to be essential for computer culture. Without alchemy, there'd be no technology. More recently, by historical reckoning, for instance, the minuscule 22 nanometer transistors that function without silicon are made of indium gallium arsenide. They demonstrate that a lot of science happens before the discursive wizardry of creative technology discourse. The MIT project, the research project, is allowing evaporated indium, gallium, and arsenic atoms to react, forming a very thin crystal of INGAAS. INGAAS. That's an elemental compound that will become the transistor's channel. Now, that's something I'm reading from Sebastian Anthony's MIT Creates Tiny 22 nm, meaning a 22 nanometer transistor without silicon. That's in Extreme Tech. Of course, it would be published in Extreme Tech, December 11th, 2012 issue. Now, this short quote suffices to show that materiality of media starts long before media becomest media. Second, in a parallel fashion, we need to be able to discuss the media that is not media any longer. This is the other pole of media materiality. Less high-tech, defined by obsolescence and depletion. One can reference Wiedemann and Zell, the editors of Depletion Design, and that, of course, was released by the Institute of Network Cultures out of Amsterdam, their XM lab, circa 2012. The mined rare earth minerals, essential to computers and advanced technology industries, from entertainment to the military, as well as, for instance, the residue products from the processes of fabrication, like the minuscule aluminum dust residue released from polishing iPad cases to be desirably shiny for the consumer market. That, of course, was noted by Josi Parica in his column entitled Dust and Exhaustion, and that's subtitled The Labor of Media Materialism, published in C-Theory on October 2nd in the year 2013. Now, I'm getting all kinds of emails coming in and messages telling me to shut the fuck up. Nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about, and asking me to please share whatever it is that I'm high on. So maybe I just better follow that advice. Nevertheless, Vanessa Rodriguez says, up all night with you, Douglas. So, love you, honey. And I'm up for you, baby. So, all right. I'll stop. Not stop the transmission, but, hey, let's see how much time we got left. We've got, basically an hour and a half left. And, for those of you who have made it this far, I've kept all the numbers. The numbers have maintained themselves. throughout all of this, and I'm really shocked. I myself can't believe you've stuck it out this far. I'm proud of you. So, understand that we've been talking about material science to a degree. I'd love some feedback from Chris Collins if he's still out there. So, by all means, anybody who's been hearing what I've been saying, some feedback in the chat on what you've gotten out of it. Understand that our Earth is alive, that this metal materiality that I've been indulging in, this is the matrix, or matricial field, from which all living organisms emerge, and within which they operate in unity or diversity as material organisms, and as participants in a cosmic planetary drama of evolution. Most living organisms remain unconscious of this participation, live and die in what is unto them meaningless sequence. A few human beings at all times reach full and direct consciousness of this great evolution, give to their less aware comrades visions and symbols to foreshadow what the latter in turn may comest to experience, and, passing on, remain as indivisible units of consciousness and power within the great concert of humanity. From the thin layers of this Earth's surface, the rind of Earth, all life we see upon its surface springs forth. Surely, if we can only visualize and understand our global world as a whole of organically or superorganically interrelated parts and functions, we may end by sensing and perhaps clearly understanding what each of these continental and oceanic parts represents in the economy as the economy of the whole. What we need is a sense of gestalt, that is, of integral form, and of symbolic values to which the records of history, and even of persistent worldwide tradition, would add much meaning if they too are understood in Vedic terms of wholes of time, i.e., of kalpa cycles. We need a new approach to geography and the geographical basis of history and civilization. We need both an integrative approach and an engineer's approach. Thus, we need branches of knowledge which we have called, respectively, geomorphics and geotechnics. Our planet as a whole, human civilization, is a whole. And in the age of plenitude, on which I have spracketh throughout these past transmissions, creative fulfillment can only come to man, to humanity, to be inclusive of all genders, male, female, and those which are not, or those which are neither or either, as these wholes are taken as foundations for living, feeling, and thinking. The now fragregate, as I would call it, the now fragregate, or shall I say, our planet might be whole, but human civilization is fragregate. And that is manifest in the now renascent European geopolitics, which is not based on such a goal of total human fulfillment and consummation, but is only preconditionally a realistic foundation for the struggle for power, which is the essence of politics. A broad and intelligent foundation for the effective domination by one or more nations and classes of the energies available on this globe. American technocracy, while less obvious in its purpose, would ultimately reach toward a similar goal under a Howard Scott type of engineer-controller, which science fiction writers once perceived to be the ultimate arbiters of our near future, where our civilization was heading if current trends had continued in the direction everyone thought they would in terms of progress. Geopolitics deals with states, with the conquering urges of nations, which must be educated up from the smaller to larger space conceptions, or decay as a result of a declining space conception as perceived and articulated by Friedrich Ratzel, the original German geopolitician, whom I myself derive much of my philosophy from, which would be a horror to your average liberal progressive who deems him a fascist. In the age of global plenitude, which I envision, politics will be superseded by acculturation. Politics will be superseded by culture. Understand that in the past, certainly in the time of the Middle Ages, there was no such thing as politics. A man's religion was his politics. You lived and you died and you killed on the basis of Christianity and Islam. And within that matrix, you interacted with others and either befriended them or fought them unto death on the basis of their own schism of Christianity or Islam. In the age to come, war will remain part of the human experience, man's most terrible adventure. For war is, as Benito Mussolini said, for men what childbirth is for woman. Just as for many women to give birth at some point validates their womanhood, many men really are not, well, rendered men without the act of war. And what will be making war will not be politics as our motivation in the comparatively near future, as we enter what may be either a new golden age or a new dark age. It will be supraculture, a kind of pervasive culturation. Cultures clashing with cultures that defines our world. States must become cultural organizations, concerned essentially with the planning and maintaining of full consummation. The old legalistic structure of the state, which is the legacy of the Roman world, and which has primarily the value of an expedient, will operate in terms of cultivation of energy. There is no meaning in the word law, except in the realm of cultivation of power. Every other field of human activity should operate under the principle of harmony in mutuality. I emphasize the afore statement. I'll repeat it for you because it is the fundamental, and we shall develop it further in transmission. There is no meaning in the word law except in the realm of cultivation of power. Every other field of human activity should operate under the principle of harmony in mutuality. If it doesn't make sense now, it might soon. Or maybe it never will. Now, what I call the geotechnics is the science of cultivation of the total resources of the earth as an all-inclusive field of operation. And by geomorphics, I mean the understanding of the structure of this field, not primarily in terms of the amount of materials, energy, and human beings available for consummation on each and all lands or seas, but rather in terms of the geomorphic structure and shape of continents and oceans, in and of themselves. These global structures, after all, condition climates and population, migrations, and the course of civilization itself, which I've said is expressed in the physical media, the medium of communications, the medium being the message. Again, if you're not following, don't worry about it. It's not you, it's me. Now, these global structures, after all, as I said, condition climates and population, migrations, the course of civilization itself as manifest in its media, they are as significant to anyone attempting to understand the past, present, and future of humanity as a whole as the study of the shape of a person's body and features is to the endocrinologist and psychologist, or even criminologist, whose business it is to understand the temperament, character, and behavior of human beings. We might thus speak of geomorphics as a kind of geognomy, similar in intent to physiognomy, a modern and scientific, I do put that in quotes, version of the latter having been provided by Dr. Sheldon's studies in The Varieties of Human Physique. That was the title of his book, published by Harper back in 1940, and his classification of human bodies and temperaments into viscerotonic, somatotonic, or somatotonic, and cerebrotonic, or cerebrotonic, meaning as in somatotonic would be more of the somatic, the physical, the kind of visceral, even sleepy person. The cerebrotonic, the thinker, the viscerotonic are the voyeur, or simply the viewer, as opposed to the participant, the observer. So this brings us to Sheldon's constitutional theory, somatotyping. In terms of definition and meaning, so you can understand the human body and its morphology that is applied to the planet Earth in geomorphology, somatotype is considered a discredited theory of personality that associates different body compositions with various personality traits and behavioral characteristics. A somatotype refers to the bodybuilder or physique of a person. There have been theories surrounding body composition and personality since antiquity. However, William Herbert Sheldon originated somatotype in the 1940s. According to Sheldon, there are 3 somatotypes: slim ectomorphs, muscular mesomorphs, and smooth endomorphs. Endomorphs. Morph meaning form, like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers change their shape, right? Now, endomorphs, in his view, are relaxed and sociable, mesomorphs, active and assertive, and ectomorphs, quiet and restrained. 3 somatotypes are ideal types. Most people have a mixture of multiple somatotypes. Sheldon was heavily influenced by Ernst Kretschmer's constitutional psychology. Ernst Kretschmer, using a similar classification of psychology, well, rather, Ernst Kretschmer, using a similar classification of body types as they impacted psychology, attempted to find correlations between body type and psychiatric syndromes. Sheldon, in contrast, focused more on personality. Somatotype studies from Sheldon to the present are considered to suffer from substantial flaws such as confounding results, small sample sizes, and supposedly inconsistent findings. Nonetheless, somatotype spread through the 1950s and was used in earnest attempts to characterize personality as late as the 1980s. Now, despite the supposedly discredited nature of somatotype, people unaware of the theory are still influenced in their assessments of personality by body type. This can comprise, or well, it's argued that this can compromise scientific data in cases where participants are rating the personalities of people with different body types. So, a somatotype, which is also known as a constitutional type, which is why it's called Sheldon's constitutional theory, refers to the body build or physique of a person, particularly as it relates to the temperament or behavioral characteristics, and numerous theorizers throughout the human experience have proposed various categories of these somatotypes. So the term somatotype is used in the system of classification of human physical types developed by the American psychologist William Herbert Sheldon. So in early somatotypology, the attempts to correlate body composition with certain personality traits that has its legacy dating back to antiquity in many parts of the world. Well, one early example of early somatic typology is Hippocrates and his theory of the four humors. According to Hippocrates, choleric temperaments are associated with yellow bile from the liver, melancholic temperament with the black bile from the kidneys, sanguine temperament with red blood from the heart, and phlegmatic temperament with white phlegm from the lungs. There are also traditional Eastern ways of classifying people, but before we go there, understand the very term sanguine refers to blood. So the red-blooded individual, male or female, with the sanguine temperament could be either placid or bloodthirsty. Phlegmatic means like a sloth, totally slow and just a piece of shit like Derek Talley. He was totally phlegmatic. That, of course, phlegm is also just basically all the mucus that you snot, and that's a perfect analogy for Derek Talley. The choleric temperament, of course, melancholic is self-explanatory. Black bile from the kidneys. Melancholia means depression. Morbid, depressant, like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, which, by the way, I've only recently recognized that Winnie the Pooh was basically a collection of various pathologies, with Tigger being the manic, Eeyore being the depressant, Piglet being the insecurity. Winnie the Pooh is, poor bastard's basically an idiot. And so the only balanced personality is, the young boy, whose name I'm forgetting. But at any rate, back to the Eastern ways of classifying people for the purposes of medical and psychological treatments. Well, that would be exemplified by the Indian physician R.D. Lell, who found a correlation of somatotypes with Prakriti, which is a system of classifying personality. Lely links mesomorphs to Kapha, endomorphs to Pitta, and ectomorphs to Vata types. Now, of course, If Brendan Zogate were here, he could go to town on this shit. And, I will just have to really, seriously, look it up. So, if I look up the term kapha, that brings us to, it's pronounced kufa, and it's based on earth and water, described as steady, stable, heavy, slow, cold, and soft. The spring is known as kufa season, as many parts of the world slowly exit hibernation, apparently, and people with this dosha are described as strong, thick-boned, and caring. And, you hope they're caring. If they're thick-boned, you don't want them hitting you. Pitta, well, that's, by the way, if mesomorphs are kufa, then we have to look up mesomorphs, right? And, okay, so let's look that up and see where that takes us. A mesomorph refers to body types with a naturally high muscle-to-fat ratio. People with this body type are typically, they respond well to weight training, finding it easier than other people to build and maintain muscle, and they may also find it easier to gain or lose weight. Of course, everyone has a different body type, but I've just explained to you that these mesomorphs are kufa people, and I'm sure that, the stereotype fits, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. Pitta, on the other hand. All right, let's go there and see where that takes us. All of this may not be correlated to the geoformations on the surface of planet Earth until next transmission, but hey, we're getting started there. And, of course, when we look up Pitta, that translates roughly as fire, and it's a type in Ayurveda. The term doesn't mean fire in the literal sense, the way you might experience it, but that is related to endomorphs. And so when we look up that particular morphology, as in Mighty Morphin, endomorphs are said to have a higher percentage of body fat and less muscle mass. They're often heavier and rounder, but do not necessarily have obesity. Because of their physical makeup, people with endomorphic bodies are more sensitive to calorie consumption than people with other body types. And, and then in terms of the other type of, somatotype, the ectomorphs are vata. And if we look up vata, that is, it's one of the Ayurveda doshas. And vata consists mostly of the two elements of air and space, also known as ether, and is generally described as cold, light, dry, rough, flowing. Okay, those are some pretty generic words there. And this is the realm or the personality type of the ectomorphs, who are slim-boned, long-limbed, lithe, and have very little body fat and little muscle. And this body type is also known as vata in Ayurvedic medicine, used in India since 3,000 years before Christ. Most often seen in endurance athletes, models, and basketball players. So there we have that. So back on track to W.H. Sheldon's 3 somatotypes. In the 1940s, the American psychologist William Herbert Sheldon developed a theory that associated body types with human temperament types. And Sheldon proposed that the human physique could be classified according to how much they are composed of 3 elements. He called these classifications somatotypes, after the 3 layers of embryos. The endoderm, which develops into the digestive tract, the mesoderm, which develops into the muscle, heart, and blood vessels, and the ectoderm, which forms the skin, the epidermis, and the nervous system, the epidermis being your skin, the largest organ if size matters to you. Now, William Sheldon, in 1942, in the midst of the Second World War, proposed a strong correlation between personality and somatotype, i.e. physique, and from a study of several hundred male physiques, he must have been working with the military and just processing all these men. He derived 3 made body types. The ectomorph, characterized by a thin, wiry frame. The endomorph, heavy and rounded, like a pre-sumo wrestler kind of, keep stuffing them full of donuts and he might get there. And the mesomorph, with a solid muscular frame, the ideal body type. The kind that you would want to be, theoretically, as opposed to thick and stout or skinny as a rail. Mesomorph being the ideal, endomorph being the chub, and ectomorph being the rail. So, the ectomorph body type is characterized by these long, thin muscles and limbs and low fat storage. The guy who can eat as much as he wants and never gain an ounce or an inch. In everyday terms, ectomorphs are slim. Ectomorphs are not predisposed to store fat or build muscle. The mesomorphic type is predisposed to build muscle, but not store fat. They tend to be strong and solid, neither overweight nor underweight. Their bodies may be described as rectangular in shape with an upright posture, if they're men. And mesomorphs are typically thought of as having an even weight distribution, muscular arms, legs, chest and shoulders, and a large heart. In other words, the ideal body type. The endomorphic type, well, the endomorphs are characterized by increased fat storage, a wide waist, and large bone structure, to support all that weight, like a cow. And endomorphs are, in everyday language, fat. They have a smooth, round body, small shoulders, and shorter limbs. They tend to carry weight in the lower abdomen, hips, and thighs, rather than evenly distributed throughout the body. So, there we are. Incoming news. Study proves medical marijuana use is harmful. Got that, people? Well, there you go. Not that anybody using it would care. They're already on the way out. That's horrible. I shouldn't say that. They're already past the point of caring. They're in so much fucking pain, okay? So they don't give a shit if this is going to shorten their lifespan by a few years. At least they'll spend it without agony. There goes James Forsyth for you. I can have him speak to that sometime soon. Now, these body types I'm articulating could be modulated by body composition. Certain diets, exercises, and training techniques can change body composition. For example, during starvation, an endomorph may resemble an ectomorph, while an athletic mesomorph may look like an endomorph as the result of muscle. Aging can also increase the amount of fat tissue and its distribution, seemingly altering body type. However, there are certain characteristics of the somatotype that simply cannot be changed. For instance, bone structure, say for a few changes due to reduction of distance between joints due to aging or physical deformities, is a fixed characteristic. So Sheldon noted that the vast majority of criminals were mesomorphs. One explanation for this is that a solid muscular person becomes involved in crime at an early age due to their intimidating appearance. Hey. Now, by the way, all of this serves as inspiration towards geomorphology, but it'll make sense once I get there. I guarantee it. By the way, our man Maggot is with us. The Maggot Man, John Warrington, who was talking about Tigger and Eeyore He's talking about the etymology of their names. Cool. By the way, Sarah Lane says, "You are amazing, Douglas, with a heart." Oh my God, honey. You're an angel and a saint. You have the patience of the goddesses to tolerate me when I'm in this kind of expansive, philosophizing mood. But Maggot Man says, apparently the ideal form of Marvel-type Superman is the ectomorph, the rail. Due to his high resistance, he wouldn't get a proper workout any other way. And this is, of course, our man, John Warrington, and his observations. I thought that they were kind of like, buffed out mesomorphs myself, but, I hear what you're saying to a degree, maybe because they're all tall. But anyhow, cultural conditions also play a role in changing temperaments in all body types. The anthropologists Heath and Carter in 1967, but a year after I was born, and since I was born late in 66, basically the same year, modified Sheldon's original somatotyping at that time into a method that would make it reproducible and validatable. So that's what brought us to the personality characteristics of the somatotypes. Sheldon, in 1954, in a work entitled Atlas of Men, which is a book I have to get one of these days just because I love this kind of anthropomorphic. As an illustrator, I used to use these as models for illustration. But he ascribed distinct sets of personality traits to each somatotype. Therein, he sets these traits in 3 different dimensions. Ectomorph are quiet, restrained, non-assertive, sensitive, introverted, artistic, and self-conscious. These are the skinny rail people. The basketball type guys. Quiet, restrained, non-assertive, sensitive, introverted, artistic, self-conscious. My dad, in effect. Oh God, how I miss my George Dietrich in this case. Endomorph, known as viscerotonic. They were seen as relaxed, sociable, tolerant, comfort-loving, peaceful, good-humored, and in need of affection. These were your basic ideal body types that are apparently prone towards criminality. And the mesomorphs. Or wait a second. Which one's which again? Mesomorphs are the ideal, prone towards criminality, aren't they? Yeah, that's right. The endomorphs are the fat people. There we are. The chubbies. They're known as viscerotonic. Yeah, visceral because life is centered on the taste buds, right? They're seen as relaxed, sociable, tolerant, comfort-loving, peaceful, good-humored, and in need of affection. There, you see, all fat people are jolly, like Santa Claus. And, of course, oh, God. I thought that the sex bots were attacking again. No, it's just John Warrington. He says, they make him buffed out for visual impact. Yes, Superman would have to lift planets or something if he was so buff. Yes, there we are. That's right. And, like Sammy Romero said, I didn't get a chance to respond to Sammy Romero about his Superman comments, about how he couldn't find Superman to be relatable because, of course, the fucker's an alien, right? And he's like raised in privilege in a sense. He's got 2 parents who give him everything and, make him a good person by, sheltering him to a great degree. He's basically kind of a sheltered guy. And so that's why he's kind of like the good guy, whereas Batman's more the anti-hero. But there you go with that. I mean, all of it's kind of ridiculous, but it's fun. Okay, it is what it is. And take this in the same light, because obviously it's kind of like palm reading, but you'd be surprised at how accurate palm reading is. If you've ever told somebody something by a palm reader, you're never going to forget it. You will take that to the grave, whatever you're told by a palm reader. Guaranteed. So this is, in effect, this is something similar. Now, mesomorphs. These are the ideal body types. They're active, assertive, vigorous, adventurous, dominant, and competitive. Yeah, again, prone towards criminality. Or rather, not all of them are prone towards criminality by a long shot, but most people who turn out to be criminals seem to be of the mesomorphic body type. Well, that's because tall, skinny people, yeah, they're awkward, right? And fat people, they just don't make good criminals in general because, well, they're kind of clumsy and awkward as well, and they're easily distracted. So when all of this is what's called constitutional psychology, a systematic attempt to account for such psychological variables as temperament and character in terms of bodily shape and functions. Somatotypes fall under the larger umbrella of constitutional psychology as as influenced by the development of the field per Ernst Kretschmer, who was the first major figure in constitutional psychology. And during the First World War, Kretschmer became an army psychiatrist in Germany in charge of a treatment unit for soldiers suffering from combat neurosis, or shell shock. Kretschmer viewed the behavior of those suffering from what today we would call severely complex post-traumatic stress disorder, combat neuroses, as consisting of primitive reflexes and instinctive reactions. These reflexes and reactions were performed in the body and manifested due to a regression to a more primitive and immature level of behavior. That's sourcing from Kretschmer circa 1925. After the First World War, Kretschmer would focus on how the human body constitution related to character and temperament. Kretschmer was also interested in the relationship between various psychiatric syndromes and the constitution of character. So, Kretschmer saw the human constitution as the totality of a person's inherent, inborn characteristics. The hereditary genotype of a person interacted with the environment to produce a phenotype, which consisted of physique, character, and temperament. And these three aspects of the phenotype were thus all related. And that's from a book that was actually published in 1990, The Constitutional Psychiatry of Ernst Kretschmer. So Kretschmer, like Sheldon, proved that there were three types of physique: pycnic, leptosomic, and athletic. To Kretschmer, most people had a mixture of these body types. Kretschmer associated different psychiatric disorders with different physiques. Exempli gratiae. Leptosomic body types were more likely to have schizoid personality disorder, and those with an athletic type were more likely to have epilepsy. And believe it or not, epilepsy was once considered somewhat of a psychiatric disorder. It certainly generates psychiatric issues, to be sure. The fourth and most unusual body type that Kretschmer described was the plastic type, where all of the body proportions were out of balance. According to Kretschmer, dysplastic body types had high risk of endocrine disorders and severe schizophrenia. This would be because, of course, they are ugly and rejected by everybody else. So, of course, the fact that they would be maladapted would be begging the question. Kretschmer also examined various psychological differences between the body types. For example, sensitivity to color and form, splitting, concept formation, and psychometer speed. Kretschmer's work greatly and directly influenced William Sheldon's constitutional theory of physique and temperament. There were similarities between the endomorphic somatotype and Kretschmer's pycnic types. Sheldon's mesomorphic type and Kretschmer's athletic type also had affinities. Finally, Kretschmer's leptosome corresponded to Sheldon's ectomorph type. Sheldon rated every person he examined on a scale of 1 to 7 for each of these somatotypes. Sheldon, as influenced by Kretschmer, also rated each individual according to the amount of dysplasia, disproportion of bodily parts. In contrast to Kretschmer, however, Sheldon was mostly concerned with personality and body type. He considered psychopathological syndromes to be due to an imbalance of components of each body type. To investigate this psychiatric aspect of somatotyping, Sheldon and his followers carried out somatotyping of patients at psychiatric hospitals. And Sheldon found thereby that catatonic and hebephrenic schizophrenics, that is, people with forms of schizophrenia associated with immobility, as in the catatonic, and shallow and inappropriate emotional responses, as in the hebephrenic, respectively, had a higher amount of dysplasia, poorly proportioned limbs, and gynandromorph, both male and female characteristics or traits, or physical traits, as in actual hermaphrodites and the like. Meanwhile, people with paranoid schizophrenia and those with aggressive psychopathy were high on mesomorphy. Finally, those with manic depression, both high and low at severe extremes, tended to be both highly endomorphic and mesomorphic. So there we have that. Despite the high correlation reported by Kretschmer and Sheldon between physique, personality, and mental illness, subsequent empirical research into the relationship between physique and personality has supposedly proven disappointing. Indeed, these correlations between physique and psychiatric and personality traits may have, well, it's argued that it all may have ultimately been the result of confounding data, as the people who rated the physiques of participants also related their personality. And later, better controlled studies supposedly could not confirm, or simply would not confirm, the original conclusions. But this is something that I argue is also prejudiced. So what I would argue is that research studies into stereotyped somatotypes is rewarding. And although Sheldon's correlation between physique and temperament has been supposedly discredited, people still judge the personality traits of different body types in a stereotypical manner. And with good reason. Stereotypes exist for a reason. And so in 1961, and that's half a decade before I was born, Wells and Siegel set out to determine how people perceive the personalities of different somatotypes. So Wells and Siegel proved that people develop social stereotypes around physique because reactions to body build are likely to be an important feature of the individual's social environment in terms of the way the individual is treated by others, as well as in terms of the personality and character traits others expect of him. This can contaminate temperament readings or temperament ratings in cases where study participants are aware of body characteristics or even produce correlations which otherwise would not be found at all. So Wells and Siegel found 120 adults across a range of sex and economic class from New Jersey, and each participant was shown 4 silhouette drawings. One of the drawings pictured a man of average physique, while the remaining 3 pictured the 3 body types described by Sheldon. And each of the participants then rated each of the silhouettes on a scale of 24 opposite traits, such as ambitious lazy, dependent self-reliant, intelligent unintelligent, fat thin, and short tall. The researchers found that endomorphs tended to be rated as fatter, older, shorter, more old-fashioned, lazier, weaker, less attractive, more talkative, more warm-hearted and sympathetic, more good-natured and agreeable, more dependent on others, and more trusting of others than the other body types. Meanwhile, mesomorphs were these, by the way, for those of you who don't remember, the endomorphs, are the fat people. Meanwhile, the mesomorphs, the ideal body types, they're rated as stronger, more masculine, better looking, more adventurous, younger, taller, more mature, and more self-reliant than the others. And finally, the participants saw the ectomorph, the skinny, tall rail guy, as thinner, younger, less masculine. Isn't that sad? More effeminate. They project that onto him. More stubborn and inclined to be difficult, more pessimistic, and quieter than the endomorph and mesomorph. Now, because these stereotypes were obtained from people who had no conception of Sheldon's somatotype theory, they give credence to the idea that people associate different temperaments with different body builds, comprising an implicit personality theory. In other words, we all know this, we all intuit this to be true. So that proves that these stereotypes exist because, well, they're real. So this bullshit about them being discredited is just that. And so with geopolitics, when they tell you that's discredited, it is equally fallacious. By the way, Ashley Crystal says, thanks for another good night, Douglas. Love you. Hey, love you too, honey. Mwah. And, okay. Well, that's morale boosting. So you're so lucky to be in that chat room with all these lovely ladies there, John Warrington, and hopefully he's doing well considering all he's been through lately. And with that, yes, some more on, let me try and see if I can get my attention off the lovelies in the chat room and back into the task at hand in the half hour we have remaining. Understand that there was an attempt to apply the somatotype to trainee pilots in the 1950s, which saw a number of studies on how somatotype affects the personality traits of different populations. These populations were as far-ranging as 7-year-old children, university women, and even top Croatian female cadet handball players in a European study. One typical study involved characterizing the personality and somatotype of male trainee pilots. And in this study, Adams attempted to use the Heath-Carter somatotype method on 21 aviation majors between 18 and 38 years of age who had earned their private pilot's licenses. And the researcher distributed the 16 personality factor questionnaire during a lecture, and 18 of the participants were stereotyped using the Heath-Carter technique. And like other studies into somatotyping, this study suffered from what were considered at this point in history severe methodological flaws. The non-participation of half of an already small sample size likely biased results. And additionally, the ages were heavily weighted. There were 16 participants aged 20 and just 1 over 24. The researchers found that the somatotypes of the trainee pilots were comparable to the average somatotype of college men. However, the participants were significantly less ectomorph than those in the general college-aged population because, as a rule, tall, skinny guys will never fly a plane. All pilots, by the way, in the military have to be short. This is why, in that sense, Tom Cruise was a realistic actor for Top Gun. He is short as they fucking get. So short people are ideal pilots. You want someone who weighs a lot less, takes up a lot less space, and then the plane does a lot less work with lift, right? And so, as I said, well, correlations were found between individual personality traits and somatotype components. Two of the correlations found to be of interest were the so-called factor L, a measure of surgency, mistrusts, and doubt, and endomorphy. More endomorphic pilots, chubby people, fat guys flying, like Hermann Goering of the Luftwaffe, had higher levels of mistrust and doubt. And ectomorphic pilots, tall, skinny rail types, had lower levels of mistrust and doubt. Indeed, those with higher degrees of ectomorph tended to be more trusting, adaptable, and actually likable. Meanwhile, mesomorphs, the ideal middling body type, tended to be more outgoing, warm-hearted, easygoing, and participants in group situations. Confirming the results of McFarland and Clinton and Thorne, pilots were predominantly mesomorphic. Ideal body types. That makes sense because, it's an athletic pursuit, really. Your whole body is involved in the maneuvering of the plane, in effect. So, with that having been explained, okay, all of you should have a kind of good understanding now of what this kind of physiological stereotyping is about. We can return to Mother Earth. By the way, Maggot says, this is our man John Warrington, says stereotype is the second vision of the archetype. Second vision isn't in the vernacular. I mean like second sight, a vision or projection from the spiritual to the material. I agree. Yeah, I like that. Nothing to argue with as far as I'm concerned. So, understand that, okay, how do I express this? I can only briefly suggest, in the time we have remaining, here within the limits of transmission, the possibilities of this new field of geomorphic study as applied to the physiological formations of the planet Earth. But a typical instance can be pointed out which will lead us to one of the main points of this episode. This instance is the remarkable morphologic similarity between Asia and Europe. Both Asia and Europe have 3 southward peninsulas: Indo-Xinye, Trans-Malaya, or Indochina, the Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, into Malaya, Singapore region. India, which is South Asia, and Arabia, which is Southwest Asia, Arabia Felix being the peninsula, match respectively the 3 southward European peninsula of Greece, Italy, and, of course, Spain, or Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula of Spain and Portugal. Or rather than Greece, I should say, the Balkan Peninsula reflects Indochina. The Balkan Peninsula, which climaxes in Greece, equates for Europe what the Indo-Chinese Peninsula climaxing in Singapore manifests in Asia. That would be the easternmost peninsula of either continent, Europe being a subcontinent of Asia, and therefore replicating Greater Asia in its own miniature fashion. Italy being the middling or Mediterranean peninsula of Europa, which reflects the Middle Indian Ocean peninsula of South Asia, India itself, the Indian subcontinent, and España, or the Iberian Peninsula, that is occupied by Spain and Portugal, reflects Arabia, Felix, in Asia, in terms of a similar peninsula. And of course, Arabia, Felix, in Asia, that is, has its own subdivision into Oman, the ancient kingdom which Islamized Indo-Asia as a maritime empire, and the rest of the Arabian Peninsula. Oman would be Asia's Portugal in terms of their colonial history. Now, Ceylon, or Sri Lanka, is the structural equivalent of Sicily beneath the Italian peninsula. Ceylon is beneath the Asian Indian peninsula, the way that Sicily is beneath the Italian peninsula in Europe. By the way, DJ gives me 2 red hearts. Mwah! Love you, DJ. And Indonesia is the island archipelago emerging as a shatter belt out of Asia's Indo-Chinese peninsula, just as the Greek archipelago, culminating in the Isle of Crete, emerges out of the Balkan Peninsula in southeastern Europe. In other words, you take a look at the map of Europe and you see the Balkan Peninsula shatter belt. Its shatter belt region changes into the Sundered Isles of the Greek archipelago and culminates in Crete at the southernmost region. That is, of course, very similar to how Indonesia is the shatter belt of islands that emerges out of the Malayan realm that is focused on Singapore. And that would be Southeast Asia, just as the Balkans culminates in the Greek archipelago in Southeast Europe. By the way, Bugman 4560 says prayers, heart, shout out, fire. Thank you, sir. Hugs. And in terms of the similarity of these archipelagos, Indonesia, take a look at that in Asia. Compare that to the Greek archipelago, which culminates in Crete in the same way that the Indonesian archipelago culminates in Java. And of course, the Greek archipelago stretches down to Rhodes. And the Isle of Rhodes is, in a very general sense, I would say, a kind of miniature version of the great Papuan island of New Guinea in Asia. You see, the geomorphically divided and geomorphically divided isles that you have in Cyprus and New Guinea. They're remarkably similar in geomorphological comparison. Bugman 4560 says big hugs and thank you. Thank you, sir. So understand, if you take a look at that map of Indonesia in Asia, then you take a look at the map of the Greek archipelago in Mediterranean Europe. These are both Southeast Asia and Southeast Europe. Notice that the Greek archipelago through Rhodes, which is in a very real sense a miniature Papua New Guinea. Compare the fact that you've got to divide it, geomorphically divide it, New Britain and New Ireland, along their composite isles comprising the Bismarck archipelago in the sea that takes their Kaiser's name, literally. That is something that is very similar in Europe to the physically divided and militarily garrisoned Isle of Cyprus. Such context reflects the geomorphic parallel to literally identifying the ideal sites back in the literature of Descartes. New Ireland and New Britain in the Pacific were identified as the ideal site for the superscientific technopole, the technopole of Ben Salem in the novel New Atlantis by Francis Bacon, actually, now that I remember correctly. By the way, I'm getting some incoming messages. Probably people, again, saying that what I'm saying is pretty nonsensical, but hey, you have to look at a map, all right? You got to look at a map and look at these things simultaneously, and that will give you a much better perspective on what I'm saying, and it all becomes obvious, all too obvious. You'll wonder why you never noticed it before, as a matter of fact. So, by the way, just a nice comment here from Elisabetta Carlotta Del Perro. Let me answer her with a heart. Lovely lady. And, okay. And if we look at the continental mainland of the supercontinent of Eurasia in the Asian half, we find Tibet and the adjacent mountain ranges of China, matching Switzerland and Bohemia in Europe. In other words, Europe in miniature reflects a concave arc of mountains to China's, convex arc. And China's convex arc is really Tibet's convex arc, I mean to say, of mountains. And this is reflected in an opposite mirror antithesis in Europe's Switzerland, and the Mongolian and Siberasian plains. The Mongolian and Siberian emptiness, that vast plain, corresponds to, Intermarium, that corridor between the seas, the Baltic and the Black Sea, in which Poland and Belarus, or White Russia and Ukraine, all exist. That former Polish-Lithuanian empire that connected the Baltic and Black Seas, Intermarium, that is the European reflection or manifestation of the great interior plains of Mongolia and Siberia. By the way, Annie Stark says, "You are wonderful, Douglas. Keep up the good work." Oh, thank you, honey. Love you too, darling. And so you have this European reflection in miniature of the great manifestation of Asia. Europe is kind of a mini-me to the great Asian landmass. China in the east is like European Russia, while in the west, central France stands for Persia, with Brittany, that jutting peninsula out of France into the Atlantic, shaped much like Asia Minor, on which the Republic of Turkey is now situated, the Turkish peninsula. Clarice Claudette says, "Need coffee." I don't know whether she means herself or myself. Hey, honey, love you dearly, beyond expression. Oh, Clarice Claudette earlier said, and in fact, all go towards the map of the temple in the body, and the connection between the body of man and the earth map connection to the spiritual body. Thank you, honey. That's wonderful. And she would know. She was an archaeologist. She was digging in sites all through the Holy Land. So understand that such correspondences that I'm mentioning now, let me give you a few more. So like I said, you take a look at France. That's in the area where Iran is in Asia. And of course, you've got Brittany, that little peninsula thrust out into the Atlantic. And that's very similar to Turkey, the Anatolia, the peninsula of Anatolia emerging out of Asia into the Mediterranean Sea. And the French Atlantic coast below Brittany is situated where in Asia you have Syria and Palestine. In fact, the Gironde and Dordogne valleys, with their prehistoric cultures, parallel that of the Tigris and Euphrates in Asia. So that is a remarkable case of parallelism based on somatotype, the somatotype of planet Earth, reflective in the European subpeninsular continent being but a reflection, a condensation, a focal miniaturization of Asia itself. Now, such correspondences might seem mere chance figurations were it not that there is a startling parallelism between the characteristics of the cultures which have developed in these corresponding geographical structures. Indochina, with her highly developed art and music, and Java, the Isle of Java with her rich culture, remind one forcibly of Greece and the earlier Cretan civilizations. Asian India has been the center of religious doctrines for Asia, just as Italia has been for Europe. The ancient city of Nazik, sacred to Rama, stands near Bombay, where Rome is in Italy. Benares, Varanasi, where Florence grew, or rather where Florence is situated on the Italian peninsula, is reflected where Varanasi is today in South Asia on the Asian Indian subcontinent, once known as Benares. Curiously enough, the Arabs settled in Spain, Arabia's structural equivalent in Europe, just as the Iberian Peninsula is for Europe the westernmost peninsula, so the Arabian Peninsula is the westernmost of these three southern peninsulas emerging out of Asia, and that's where the Arabs settled, in Spain. And in both Arabia and in Spain are rugged lands, angular-shaped, with fanatic, intense, proud populations. By the way, as significant as are the historical cultural correspondences between the nations which grew respectively in Persia and in France, such as Zoroastrian civilization matching the old Celtic culture, you have, of course, as I said, this kind of correspondence in Far East Asia with, the industrialized core and forested hinterlands of Greater Manchuria, corresponding to the greater German culture, even as the Korean peninsula is correspondent in both its culture and its antithetical or opposite southward jutting peninsula formation to Denmark, jutting north into the Baltic Sea, is for Europe. The Danes, the Viking culture of continental Europe being very similar to the Korean culture and its emergence as a kind of empire in Asia. This is, of course, all extraordinarily important. There's no way to over-exaggerate any of this. Honestly, think of what I said about the Zoroastrian civilization matching the old Celtic culture, the echoes between Persia in Asia and the European continental France, in Mongolia and in Germany, military and mystical peoples avid for Lebensraum, our living space, space conquest in an inorganic sense. In China and Russia, you have the lands of the good earth and of robust peasantry, long controlled by a small aristocracy. Honestly, the question must be asked, what is it that that makes all of this so obvious once you observe it? For this reason, a nation understand that the whole purpose of why I'm indulging in this comparison of Asia and of Europe is because it is so central to my politics of not just fascism, but National Socialism. I mean, think of it this way. The general picture presented by the relationship of Europe to Asia is that of a miniature to a full-sized original. Europe is not unlike the budding protuberance, the protuberance on a navel orange. That little navel orange that you find growing on a larger navel orange, which is a small replica of the orange itself. It appears thus that Europe is a specialized reproduction of the vast motherland for a particular evolutionary purpose. In another sense of real historical cultural validity, we might say that Europe is to Asia as the conscious and intellectual part of humanity's total psyche is to the vast collective unconscious. The conscious is a differentiated organ of the unconscious, in the sense that the brain and the cerebrospinal nervous system constitute differentiated organs of the total human organism. Religion is the progeny of the collective unconscious out of Asia. Science, that of the rational conscious out of Europe. In such, well, basically, in such a parallelism, differences are as significant as similarities. I spracketh of Italy and India, Switzerland and Tibet as occupying similar places in the two geomorphic structures, but we should notice at once the fact that the Alps describe, actually, I said the wrong term, instead of, I forget which terms I used already, but I would say upon looking at the map that we should notice at once the fact that the Alps in Europa describe a convex arc of mountains above the northern Italian plains, while the Himalayas describe a concave arc over the plains of northern India. If we consider the two mountainous masses of Switzerland and Tibet as the geospiritual centers of their respective continents, we get the idea of the European center radiating outward, while the Asiatic center is focused inward. And we see how well this describes the differences between the European and Asiatic manifestations of geo-determined psychospirituality. And this is what brings us to my ideology of National Socialism. Understand, of course, that first of all, a nation is not a tribe or a group of related tribes, and it is not an empire. It is not a tribal unit, and it is not even a racial unit. Understand that when it comes to the entire focus of National Socialism, when it comes to the idea of a nation being vitalized, it is based on the concept, really, of hybridization. Nations, in the accurate sense of the term, constitute a very recent type of social development. And one could say that France was the first nation in history, in a sense. It became a nation after Joan of Arc, thus around 500 years ago. England followed, then España. A nation can be defined on historical grounds as the result of the integration of 2, 3, or even more racial groups and traditions within well-defined geographical boundaries, and on the basis of a common language and culture, or at least an officially predominant language and culture. Philosophically speaking, we shall define a nation as a formative field within which a particular basic type of human being is developed and maintained, with an infinite number of individual and group variations. We have, in this manner, thus implied that a nation is a collective personality. But actually, we should consider humanity as a whole as the super-real or hyper-real and stable collective personality correlated with the one globe of the earth, more or less as the individual psyche and mind are correlated with the physical human body. A nation with its language, culture, and institutions is a formative field for the development of a type of individuals in the plural, whose basic destiny is to fulfill a particular function in the total economy of humanity as a whole. It is not a tribe because it is not a merely biopsychic entity completely bound to the earth as flora and fauna to soil and climate. It is a formative field, a training school, we might almost say, for the establishment of a style of mental and psychic human production at all levels. You would call it like a kind of school of martial art for a variety of martial arts. The particular school in which you emerge from would be your nation state. This field, this morphic field from which your fellow countrymen emerge, is influenced by geography, land resources, and climates, yet it is not merely the progeny thereof. It is there in order to serve a functional purpose in terms of the ultimate all-human and global synthesis, humanity. And for this reason, a nation is the result of the integration of, at the very least, two dominant racial strains. And probably, in principle, three. It is a hybrid, conditioned by the need of humanity as a whole for a special kind or style of human consummation or productivity. Much as a new species of plants is created by hybridization in order to meet the need for a product with definite characteristics, such as early maturity, large flowers, resistance to bad weather, heavy seed output, etc. What is it that directs this process of hybridization? No answer can be given here that would satisfy all schools of thought. We may say it is God's purpose and postulate intelligent agents serving that purpose. At any rate, it is presumably the same type of agencies or directing will which control the development of oaks from acorns and organize the most intricate interdependence of glands, nerves, and organs in human behavior. Certain tribal groups are seemingly impelled to move toward definite geographical areas, there to settle and intermingle. What made the Arabs settle in Spain from the south some centuries after the Visigoths came from the north, both blending with indigenous races and a number of colonists from various Mediterranean colonies? Spain was the result of the hybridization of these racial collectives, as the French nation and culture resulted from the blending of the Celts, the Germans, the Vikings, and Mediterranean races, and Great Britain from the union of Celt, Anglo-Saxon, and Scandinavians. But who can tell whether it was not the archetypal function, Spain, Hispania, that drew to the square peninsula of Iberia, jutting westward out of Eurasia, the Arabs, the Visigoths, and other colonizing groups, just as it is the function of human vision which draws the fibers of optic nerves and all the substances in the eye to that locality in the human body best suited to be the seat of such a function. Considered in such a light, nations are seen to have significance and value essentially in terms of the contribution in which the individuals and groups they bring forth make to the total economy, material and spiritual, of humanity as an organic whole, as a global personality, hence the nation within the social matrix, National Socialism. This is what my father, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was attempting to make the surface world cognizant of before he was driven from the surface into Unterland by the evil dark forces that dominate the surface of your world in the dark age you suffer in today. These individuals who are products of nation states, for the sake of a greater whole, the socialism, the matrix of interdependency in which they thrive, are usually at first unconscious of the fact that their productions serve a definite functional purpose in a global civilization which they cannot even visualize. And as a result, nations keep fighting each other in often senseless ambition for more wealth or more Lebensraum, or living space. However, a day comes when individuals who in every nation have vision and understanding at last realize that humanity is an organic whole, that each nation has a functional destiny in this whole, and that it should have as its essential dynamic purpose to contribute its collective lifestyle or style of life and characteristic temperament to the global formation of humanity, the seedhood of transhumanity,